The proceeding will start shortly. 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 The proceeding will start shortly.
My Lords, I would like to invite the House to stand and observe a minute's silence in memory of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. My Lords, thank you. My Lords, in a moment, the Leader of the House will begin today's solemn business and lead the House of Lords in making tributes to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. I first wish to offer a short contribution from the woolsack. Her late Majesty, whom we mourn today, was for over 70 years a loyal and steadfast presence in the national life of the United Kingdom. Her strong sense of public duty and her devotion to the welfare and happiness of her people served to bind our nation together during an epoch of unprecedented societal and technological change. Her unique record of public service, deep sense of faith and commitment to her role ensure that she will be regarded as a supreme example of a constitutional monarch. Today, my thoughts, and indeed those of the whole House, go out to members of her family, especially His Majesty the King, for whom this feeling of loss will be profound. I offer my devoted sympathy as well as the thoughts, prayers, commitment and dedication of this House and its members. The Lord Privy Seal.
My lords, this is an appropriately dark and dreary day, and it's one we prayed would never come. And these are words that I hoped never to hear spoken, let alone to have to speak. And I ask, my lords, how will people conceive of life without Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, the heart and focus of our nation's love and loyalty? For millions of people, the mother of our nation, the literal embodiment of the United Kingdom which she so cherished. The shock will be immense, grief unmeasured, as we see. Even people in their 70s have never known life without her. She was our anchor of stability in a changing world, our exemplar of conduct and courtesy, one who from the highest position in the land showed us day by day the virtues of dignity, civility, humility, of truthfulness and service. The Queen, my lords, two little words that identified her instantly in 7 continents and 100 languages. Can we conceive never again hearing that voice, that kindly, gentle voice as we heard it there from that very throne, my lords, at our state openings, giving in her royal broadcasts at Christmas or lately during lockdown, her unvarying message of faith and hope, or warmly encouraging to so many people on her myriad of daily visits to hospitals and schools and factories and all the public places in cities, towns and villages, here and across all her realms and territories, indeed the world. No one ever questioned her work ethic. She was queen for everyone, every place and every generation. My lords, in a moving and unusually public remark, because Her Majesty had that diamond among virtues, discretion. Her Majesty said of the husband she so loved, our late lamented Prince Philip, that he was quite simply her strength and stay all these years. So was she to us, my lords, and to all the countries and peoples of the great Commonwealth that she herself, beyond all others, nurtured, and to which she was devoted. She was our strength and stay for 70 years, firm in her duty, wise in her counsel, reassuring in her smile, gracious in her every act, whether in stretching out the hand of reconciliation in Ireland, or encouraging a timorous child hovering with a bouquet he dared not present. How many tens of millions of people over 70 long years, my lords, have travelled, sometimes hundreds of miles, to see her, to see the most famous woman in the world, though that is the very last thing she would ever have sought to be. And having seen her, gone home, touched by her warmth, with joy in their hearts, and secure that there was a sparkle of goodness in the world and a spirit of good humour. And my goodness, Her Majesty had humour and wit. People were just glad that she had come to their little corner of the world. And people, frankly, were just glad she was there. For as they loved the public queen, they also loved the private queen, with her dogs and her horses and her joy in Scotland's countryside, wherein she died. Many who came to see her were from other nations, not her subjects, on her state visits or on their visits to this country. She was our nation's greatest magnet and our finest diplomat. None will ever have forgotten that day when they saw her, however long it was ago. All of us, my lords, whether we knew her or not, felt that we knew her and were glad that we knew her. And of all the different things we felt we knew, the one thing we all surely knew lies in that one word, duty. Hers was a life given to duty, to the service of her peoples, service to others, unceasing, utterly selfless service, given with resilience and forbearance, even in the difficult times, And from that moment in her 21st birthday broadcast, when she declared her whole life would be devoted to our service, through her sacred coronation oath, to what we witnessed this last week, when this quite extraordinary woman summoned the last drops of her strength to say farewell to her 14th Prime Minister and appoint her 15th. Duty, my lords, duty. Many of us make many promises, and we all fall short of them. In 1947 and 1953, Her Majesty made one great and solemn vow of lifelong service, and she honoured it without flinch or blemish for 75 years. And therein was another quality of Her Majesty: constancy and courage. The courage we saw visibly when at the Trooping the Colour a demented man fired shots at her that no one then knew were blanks. And that consummate horsewoman steadied her horse and just got on with it, as her generation did. She displayed that courage this last week too, even unto the threshold of death. In that very first 21st birthday broadcast, so soon after a terrible war that scorched and stole the flower of her youth, she said something else to the young people of Britain and the Commonwealth. It's often overlooked, but it shouldn't be forgotten. She said they must never be daunted by anxieties and hardships. Her Majesty was never daunted. She always persevered. And I venture to say, my lords, with no disrespect to the first mighty Queen Elizabeth, that here was the greatest sovereign this country has ever had. My lords, the deepest and most poignant sympathy of your lordship's house, and all our thoughts, will be with all her sorrowing family, and with our King, for over half a century her fellow in duty as her faithful Prince of Wales. And we pray that God may now protect and preserve him as our new King. May he and the royal family be consoled in their grief and comforted by the boundless love with which Her Majesty has ever been, and I believe ever will be, regarded. My lords, we in her loyal House of Lords, along with hundreds of millions of people across the world, will join in prayers for our dearest departed Queen. We call upon Almighty God, in whom she so profoundly trusted and believed, to receive, as he so surely will, her dauntless and immortal soul. Thank you, Mum. May you ever rest in peace, as you will ever rest in our hearts.
My lords, I think the noble Lord True has spoken for us all in his very moving tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. That we should feel not just grief and sadness, but also shock at the passing of our Queen at the age of 96 is extraordinary. And it's not just our nations that are deeply shaken. Across the world, from great leaders to school children, we all feel that we've lost something special from our lives. And it was so finely illustrated as last night, around the globe, lights dimmed, flags were flown at half-mast, and national monuments were illuminated. As the most recognisable face in the world, Her Majesty has been a fixed point at the core of our national life. As the world's changed almost beyond recognition during the 70 years of her reign, through her experience, her character and steadfast sense of duty, the Queen was able to remain a constant and an unwavering presence, while still ensuring that the monarchy adapted to the challenges of the modern age. And it's not just the longevity of her life and the span of history she lived through, but how she represented and served the nations of the UK and the Commonwealth that has earned such admiration and affection. Noble Lord True spoke of that remarkable 21st birthday speech when she dedicated her life, be it long or short, to our service. And she said, to make us more free, more prosperous, more happy, and a more powerful influence for good in the world. But she saw that commitment as a joint endeavour, as she added, "But I shall not have the strength to carry out this resolution alone unless you join in it with me." And we did, my lords, and that's why we mourn her loss so deeply today. When Princess Elizabeth Alexandra Mary was born, few could have predicted the life ahead of her. Her father, King George VI's succession to the throne was sudden and unexpected. Despite feeling unprepared, his genuine devotion and commitment to his country, the Commonwealth and all its people earned him great warmth and admiration, particularly during the trauma of the war years. And the then Princess Elizabeth also readily absorbed her new responsibilities. We shouldn't underestimate the impact of her first public broadcast at the age of 14 on BBC Children's Hour to those evacuated overseas during the Second World War. Her Majesty later qualified as a mechanic and driver with the wartime branch of the British Army, the ATS. Apparently, the government didn't approve, believing that her most important training should be as heir to the throne, not as a mechanic. Yet her determination in insisting that she wanted to serve her country was an early sign of the great queen she would become. And having served in the ATS, on Vise, the two royal princesses was excited as anyone. Her Majesty later spoke of joining the crowds in Whitehall, where they mingled anonymously with those linking arms and singing. In a world without mobile phones or selfies, I wonder how many thought that the two young women celebrating them looked just like the Princesses Elizabeth and Margaret. And it's wonderful how she reached across the generations. My parents and grandparents would speak of her and her father's dedication to the country during the war. As the first monarch of the television age, she and the Duke of Edinburgh ensured that her coronation was the first ever to be broadcast across the world, and she pioneered the Christmas Day televised message. And she connected with and was visible to each new generation in a way that no monarch has ever done before, even when having to resort to Zoom during the pandemic. Her arrival at the opening ceremony of the 2012 Olympic Games, where she appeared to have been parachuted into the stadium with James Bond, was as surprising as it was delightful. And the nation was just enchanted by her sharing of tea and marmalade sandwiches with Paddington Bear for her Platinum Jubilee. But that sense of fun enhanced her reputation as a monarch who connected with and understood her people. Of her 15 prime ministers, the first was born over a century before the last. At their weekly audiences, she was so much more than a willing confidant with absolute discretion. Her experience gave her knowledge and an intuitive understanding of domestic and international issues. At home and abroad, she presented the best of us. President Barack Obama, one of the 14 US presidents of her lifetime, said, "Queen Elizabeth II embodied the special relationship." But she was so much more than a figurehead. Her historic visit to the Republic of Ireland in 2011 and Northern Ireland in 2012 were of global significance and further proof of her diplomatic skills. It is enormously valued that Her Majesty never spoke publicly of her views on a political or policy issue. She maintained a dignified privacy of thought and displayed strict impartiality. If it was frustrating at times, it never showed. As head of state, she symbolised that our common values are greater than any divisions. Many in your Lordship's house will have memories of meetings with Queen Elizabeth that you treasure and you'll share during tributes in your Lordship's house. But more importantly, up and down and across the country, and indeed all over the world, people who met her, people who spoke to her, or just saw her in person, are also sharing their personal memories. Our affection for Her Majesty is not the demanded affection of deference for a monarch of the past, but it is freely given for a monarch who, in an era of great change and some turbulence, provided precious stability and continuity. Although we are united in sorrow, we are also united in pride and in celebrating the life of a remarkable Queen. It is the end of a great Elizabethan age. My lords, we send our very sincere condolences to all members of the royal family on the profound loss, and especially to His Majesty. And we join with the noble Lord, the Lord Privy Seal, in the hope that the love, the respect and admiration of your Lordship's house, the country, the Commonwealth, and all across the world provides some comfort on their loss.
My lords, it's only a matter of weeks since your Lordship's house met to pay tributes to the Queen on the occasion of her Platinum Jubilee. On that occasion, we knew that the Queen was already in frail health, but nobody contemplated that her reign had such a short period ahead of it. Because the Queen is the only monarch that most people have known, and was a permanent, reassuring presence in a challenging and rapidly changing world, her death has clearly come to millions as a great shock. For all but the oldest amongst us, a hitherto ever-present feature of British life has been removed. And a deep sense of loss is felt not just by my generation, it's felt by many of our children and grandchildren, for whom you might have thought that the Queen was a distant and possibly irrelevant figure. What was the basis of this universal appeal? I suggest, my lords, it's because she demonstrated qualities which appeal across and down the ages. She was constant. As the world changed, as prime ministers and presidents came and went, she exuded a sense of serenity, of calm. And in times of national trauma and tragedy, she exuded a sense that these difficulties were surmountable, that they should be met with fortitude, and that they would pass. She was unwavering in her commitment to the service of the nation and to her duty to represent its traditions and its values. But she was sensitive to changing times, to realise that the monarchy too had to change, had to be more open, more accessible, and more accountable for everything it did. She was empathetic. For someone whose daily life was as different as it's possible to be from that of the vast majority of her subjects, she had an ability to communicate with them as individuals, to put them at ease, and to make them feel truly special. She had a great sense of humour. This no doubt helped her deal with the vagaries of her own life, but she used it effortlessly to diffuse potentially tricky situations and to put the thousands of people she met at ease. And she had a zest for life and the role which she'd been allotted. Just look at the picture taken earlier this week as she met the new Prime Minister. That smile, it was genuine and heartwarming. And finally, she appealed to the better natures of people. Every year, in her Christmas broadcast, she championed the values of community, generosity, kindness, and service to others. We politicians share these values, but the nature of political debate means that we rarely articulate them. The country also shares them and looked to the Queen to champion them, which she unfailingly did. These qualities were underpinned by two constants in her own life. First, as we've heard, her marriage to Prince Philip, whom she repeatedly called her rock. And for anyone who saw them together, there was no doubting that this was indeed the case. Secondly, her religious faith. This not only provided a source of strength and comfort for her, but also underpinned her approach to being the monarch. There is in the Book of Common Prayer the evocative concept of an individual's bounden duty. The Queen applied this concept not only to her spiritual life, but to her public role. She understood the importance for a monarch of that duty, and she fulfilled her duties, one might say religiously, literally to the end of her life. My lords, as we remember the Queen, we also have in our thoughts His Majesty King Charles, and how strange it is to be using those words. Prince William and all other members of the royal family. We send them our condolences and good wishes for the difficult days ahead. My lords, we've lived our lives in the Elizabethan age, and how fortunate we've been to do so.
My lords, on behalf of the crossbenchers, I want to associate myself with each of the three very moving speeches that the House has listened to. And in a sense, there's nothing more to be added. And yet, we do need to reflect and think about the things that we have heard, and perhaps you'll allow me to just add a little to it. What I find amazing is that we have known that yesterday would happen. And yet, just looking round the chamber, we're stunned. It was going to happen. We didn't want it to. And because we didn't want it to, we shut our eyes to its inevitability. So here we are, assembled to pay our great respects to a great queen, as has already been said, in an age of amazing change, in an age where more has changed for more people in more places than ever in history. And for each one of us, and for each member of the world's population, life has changed more dramatically than ever before, sometimes for much better, sometimes for less good. My lords, it's no surprise that there will be an outpouring of affection, respect, love, and indeed grief at the disappearance from our lives of this great queen. We do have to remember that she was the queen to men and women who were born in Queen Victoria's age. We have to remember that she, in her generation, was one of that generation for whom the horrors, the fears, the catastrophe of the Second World War lived bright and dark. And that for that generation, the arrival of a new princess to become king, mourning the loss of her beloved father, and yet assuming her responsibilities without hesitation, was a moment which reflected the possibility in those austere times of a great future for this country. And to the extent that there has been a great future, we are indebted to her for her contribution to it. As it is now, the young still adore her. And it's something to do with style, approach, commitment, the ability to get the best out of everybody she was speaking to, and that probably includes many of us. That fixed the affection forever and kept her in the warmth of all our hearts. My lords, I just want to refer to one particular matter that Lord Newby has just referred to. One of the most unsung qualities of a Christian life, and indeed of a human characteristic, is fortitude. It is one of the eternal verities. And in this queen, we had fortitude. Fortitude to stand up, to do your duty. It's not the doing the duty that is the characteristic, it's the fortitude on which it stems. My lords, we also have to face the fact that life has not always been easy for Her Majesty. There have been some dreadful times. There have been times when the personal criticism of her was awful. There were times when most of us faced with that sort of criticism would say, okay, I'll give up. There were times, too, when her personal life must have been filled with a sense of cataclysm. All in the public gaze. We all knew about every family trouble. I wouldn't want anybody's family troubles to be illuminated in public like hers have been. And again, There could have been times when she said, "This is too much." The most important of which, of course, and most recently, was the death of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. But there she was, stepping forward, now an elderly lady, nevertheless, with fortitude, to do her duty. My lords, there are going to be many other things said. I shall not reflect on this any more, save for one final observation. If we are to be paying tribute to Her Majesty, it is right that it should be here, in the heart of our constitutional monarchy, paying our respects to a great constitutional monarch. And we just do that, don't we? We thank her. We are very grateful.
My lords, one of the greatest privileges of sitting on these benches is that within a year or so of becoming a diocesan bishop, you are invited to spend a weekend at Sandringham, and there, often in January, you go for a barbecue. Fortitude. And you have the enormous gift given to you of being able to spend time with Her Majesty, with Her late Majesty, with her family, with the jigsaw puzzle and all the others things that are there. And thus, on behalf of these benches, I know from the conversations we have among ourselves that there is a profound sense of personal sorrow and an even more profound sense of the significance of the virtues, of the characteristics of the late Queen. What has been said already today has been extraordinarily eloquent. And I don't intend to repeat that, but to say something about the Queen's links to faith and to the Church of England. The first point of that is her assurance, her confidence in God who called her. At her coronation, so long ago, by Archbishop Geoffrey Fisher, the first of 7 archbishops of Canterbury who had the privilege of serving her, at her coronation, the service began with her walking by herself past the throne, where she would very shortly be seated, and kneeling by the high altar of Westminster Abbey. And the order of service said she will kneel in private prayer. And so she did, for some time. And then the next thing that happened was that homage was made to her, starting with the Duke of Edinburgh. What that said was that her understanding of her role was that she pledged her allegiance to God before others pledged their allegiance to her. She had this profound sense of who she was and by whom she was called. And then there was a profound and deep and extraordinary theological vision. I remember many years ago, now 7 or 8 years ago, I was travelling abroad, and someone who had no knowledge of these things said, well, of course, she's not really got that much intellect, has she? I mean, you know, private tutors and all this, what can she know? What ignorance. In 2012, she spoke at Lambeth Palace on the occasion of her Diamond Jubilee. And the speech she made there is one that we return to very frequently, because she set out there a vision for what an established church should be. It was not a vision of comfort and privilege. It was to say, put very politely, you are here as an umbrella for the whole people of this land.
The subtext was, if you are not that, you are nothing. That is a deep vision of what it is to be the church, of what it is to be not an established church, but to be a Christian church. That came from her deep understanding of faith. Every 5 years, at the inauguration of the Church of England's General Synod, she came with messages of encouragement and assurance of her prayers. In 2021, her message was, "My hope is that you will be strengthened with the certainty of the love of God as you work together and draw on the Church's tradition of unity in fellowship for the tasks ahead." Publicly, Her late Majesty worshipped regularly and spoke of her faith in God, particularly at her Christmas broadcasts, with quiet, gentle confidence. Privately, she was an inspiring and helpful guide and questioner to me and to my predecessors. She had a dry sense of humour, as we've heard already, and the ability to spot the absurd. The Church of England was very capable of giving her material. But she never exercised that at the expense of others. Her memory, when I last saw her in June, was as sharp as it could ever have been. She remembered meetings 40, 50 years ago and drew on the lessons from those times to speak of today and what we needed to learn. Assurance of the love of God in her call. And then humility. It would be easy as a monarch to be proud, but she was everything but that. It was her faith which gave her strength, and she knew that, but she knew also her call to be a servant and the one whom she served, and the nation she served, and the Commonwealth and the world. Over the last 24 hours, I've had so many messages from archbishops, bishops, other people around the world in deep sense of loss, within the Commonwealth and way beyond it, from China, from Latin America, from many other places. It has been the privilege of those on these benches to be intimately involved with momentous occasions so often through the late Majesty's life. She has been a presence, as has been said, for as long as we can remember. Jesus says in the Gospel of St. Matthew, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted." May God comfort all those who grieve Her late Majesty's loss, and may God sustain His Majesty King Charles III in the enormous weight and challenges that he takes on immediately, at the same time as he bears the burden of grief, and those around him in his family. May God hold Her late Majesty in His presence, firmly secured in the peace that passes far beyond our understanding. Amen.
My Lords, it may be for the convenience of the House if we adjourn until 1:15, so that noble Lords who have to do things and be various places can find that time to do so.
The question is that the House do now adjourn until 1:15. As many as are of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
On this most solemn of occasions, I want to ensure that the House has the fullest opportunity to pay tribute to our late beloved Queen Elizabeth II. I'd therefore like to take this opportunity to provide a very brief update to members on the arrangements of tributes over the next 2 days. All members who wish to pay tribute will of course be able to. The House will adjourn at around 5:50 p.m. today, shortly before His Majesty the King's address, and that will be broadcast in both chambers. Tributes will then resume. The House will then sit until around 10 o'clock this evening, and it will resume at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We expect to rise at 10 o'clock tomorrow night, but this may depend on the number of members who wish to pay tribute. There is no speakers list for tributes and no formal advisory time limits on members' speeches, but I'm sure that noble lords will take their leave from the leaders of all the benches who have spoken earlier. The House will of course want to pay the widest tribute to our late beloved Queen, and I know that members will want to hear the fullest range of speeches. On this occasion, my lords, as I explained earlier with the usual channels, noble lords are not required to attend the start and the end of the debate of the tributes, but in accordance with usual practice, they should be in the chamber for the speeches just before and after their own, and as much greater part tributes as they are able to. But my lords, may I thank so far for the House and the way it has conducted itself in the way that is appropriate on this occasion. Thank you.
My lords, the House will now resume tributes to Her late Majesty the Queen.
My lords, can I just begin by congratulating my noble friend, Baroness Williams, on her appointment as Chief. I'm very sad that her first duty should be in connection with this sad news, but we look forward to great things from her. My lords, I am lost for words. Having listened to the fantastic tribute made by the new leader of the House, and what a tremendous 24 or 48 hours he has had, and also from Leader of the Opposition, Baroness Smith, and from Lord Newby, and from the crossbenches, and from Lord Judge. There's very little I can say that's new and does not encapsulate what we're all feeling at this present time, and particularly, of course, the Right Reverend Prelate, the Archbishop of Canterbury's contribution as well. But I would like to express and extend my sympathy to His Majesty the King and the members of the royal family on this day of great sadness but also thankfulness. I don't know if I'm alone in experiencing feelings of bereavement and sadness that quite took me by surprise yesterday evening. I found myself hugely emotional, and I think many people in the country did the same on hearing the dreadful news. I think we all kind of secretly hoped that the Queen would go on forever, a view that was expressed partly by Lord Newby and by Lord Judge earlier. But thankfulness is the thing that I would like to concentrate on rather than the sadness. Thankfulness for the example, the dedication, the stability, the love and the leadership which Queen Elizabeth gave to our country and the Commonwealth. The thousands of tributes from every corner of the globe, as we heard today, they talk of duty, dignity, humility, integrity, humanity, compassion, kindness, and faith. And these were indeed the hallmarks of our late Queen, and shone brightly in everything she did. As Secretary of State for Scotland, I was privileged to spend some time with her, and in Royal Week, where my role was basically to follow behind carrying the handbag almost. I was privileged to spend some time with her and see these qualities and her sense of humour at first hand. Her love of Scotland and her dedication to the United Kingdom, our United Kingdom, are well known. And it's a real blessing that she was able to die in her own bed in her beloved Balmoral in Scotland, having carried out her duties right to the end. In the many millions of words written about her in the last 24 hours all over the world, many folk will have commented on how she could have shown these astonishing qualities so consistently over so many years and carry that great burden of office and responsibilities without putting a foot wrong. And I believe, as I believe the Right Reverend Prelate indicated in his remarks, I believe the key to answering that question lies in her Christian faith and a life lived following the teachings of Jesus Christ. May God bless her and may she rest in peace.
My Lords, I'd like to echo the thanks and congratulations of the Noble Lord Forsyth to the front bench speakers who all spoke so eloquently and movingly for us today. And I have no wish whatsoever to duplicate or repeat what they have already said. I just hope to add a few remarks of my own. Very few of us will be lucky enough to pass away in the place that we love the most. And I think we saw this week, after such a life of service, our Queen deservedly pass away in a place that she loved perhaps more than any other. That must have brought her and her family and her staff incredible solace. Balmoral was a very special place to the Queen. It was a place where not only did she conduct official duties, but she was able to relax and have fun with official visitors and with family and friends. Like the Most Reverend Primate, some of us have had the incredible privilege of enjoying those barbecues, not at Sandringham in my case, but at Balmoral, where she would pretend to race with her staff up through the hills to the cottage where the barbecues took place, jokingly racing, where she would always say to me that she knew that they were never going to try and pass her, but she had to pretend to be part of the race anyway and win and get there first. And where she rolled up her sleeves and helped set the fire and set the table and clear up afterwards, somewhere that she really did feel at home. And as First Minister, I enjoyed those moments more than I ever expected to. My nerves went after the first year, and as years went by, we enjoyed sharing stories and experiences. And I recall in particular a moment where the Queen told a story about two American tourists who had been on a bus trip and had wandered round the back of Balmoral to the Rose Garden, where she was tending the roses with a headscarf and sunglasses on. And of course they didn't recognise her. So they broke into conversation. They were asking her what it was like to work for the Queen. Did the Queen never tend the roses herself? And she played along with it for about 5 minutes or so. And they were very grateful for the opportunity to hear so much about the life of the Queen from one of her staff. And they went back round to the bus to leave Balmoral. And she very quickly nipped into the kitchen, took her headscarf off and had sunglasses off, went out the front door and waved goodbye to the bus, only to see these two American tourists looking out the window, nudging everybody saying that they had just spoken to her in the garden. That great sense of humour and fun was remarkable, and it was a privilege to have seen it up close. I also appreciated, as I know and I'm absolutely certain previous First Ministers and current First Ministers in the devolved governments have done, appreciated her interest in the time spent with her one-to-one discussing the way in which devolution was developing in the United Kingdom and what the issues that were at play, good and bad, in our devolved nations. we've heard a lot this week about consistency, and I just want to say that I think her consistency was important, but it was also very, very important that she was able to change and adapt with the times as society changed over the decades that she served us. Her ability to embrace that change was, for me, just as important as the consistency of her values. And her relationship with Scotland did not begin in 1999, but her relationship with Scotland informed her ability to embrace the constitutional changes that took place that year, to show real empathy and respect and support for the new institutions, not just in Edinburgh, but in Cardiff and in Belfast too. She met the new cabinet in 1999. She embodied the positive celebrations that we had in those early days. But crucially, in 2002, during that Jubilee, Golden Jubilee, she came to the Scottish Parliament again, and she reminded us of the importance of a long-term goal, helping us steady the ship after those rocky first 3 years, and giving us a lead and saying, if you serve the people, you will get there in the end. And that made a huge difference, I think, to the Parliament and to Scotland at that time. So I think she understood that the UK was 4 nations, but more than that, she understood the Commonwealth and that tapestry of nations that she did so much to nurture and support. And I was amazed this morning at 7 o'clock to get a text. This time last week I was in Maganga secondary school in rural Malawi, in Salima in rural Malawi, in a school where none of the girls had ever visited a big city or seen television or anything else. But their head teacher sent me a text from them this morning which reads, "On behalf of Maganga School staff and students, I'd like to sincerely express our sadness upon hearing about the death of the Queen Elizabeth II. As a school, we're very sorry for that great loss. She was our Queen and a great personality to us all. May the good Lord be with the bereaved family." And I think that is the mark of the impact that she had around the world, not just for leaders, not just for history, but right today with some of the poorest villages in Malawi and elsewhere. So finally, I just want to recall her kindness to my family and to my staff, her commitment to her own family. And remember, she was a mother, a grandmother and a great-grandmother, and her family will be grieving desperately this weekend. To thank her for her support, but also to know that she would want us to give full support to King Charles III. To thank her for her service. Personally, to thank her for those treasured moments that I have. And to say that we are poorer for her passing, but we're richer and stronger for her life.
Say a few words from these benches on behalf of myself and my co-deputy leader, Lord Delakia, who is unable to be with us today. Her late Majesty, like many women, was thrown into a difficult role at a time when she least expected it. And yet, like many women, she pulled herself together despite her grief and got on with her job, or her calling as she saw it. She did it in her own way, as I'm sure our new King, King Charles, will also do, adapting her approach as appropriate over the years. And as the Noble Lord McConnell has just said, she managed to achieve a balance between consistency and flexibility. And she did it with grace and charm, dignity and dedication. She was at the heart of her family and the nation, and supported us all in good times and in bad. We will miss her amongst us, as she has so often been. Everyone who met her has an anecdote about our late Queen, but I'm not going to share mine today. Instead, I'd like to just share a couple of things that I take away from her long life of service. First of all, you always knew which side she was on. She was on my side and your side. She was on the side of all the people of our nation and Commonwealth. She wanted us all to do well. And I had the impression that she particularly enjoyed the opportunity to recognise people's achievements and contributions to the nation or to their community when she honoured them at investitures and visits throughout the country. She never took sides, except when there was a chance that her horse might win in the race. And that was one of the occasions when we saw the other thing I will always remember. Her radiant and rather infectious smile, which often gave us a glimpse of her famous sense of humour. She smiled at young and old, rich and poor, especially poor. She smiled at heads of state and little girls making wobbly curtsies as they presented a posy of flowers. She smiled at Paddington Bear and made us all smile too. So perhaps we should remember, as we go about our own public duties, to smile a little more, as Her Majesty often did, even when she was tired. And perhaps especially we should do it when we don't agree with each other. So as we mourn the loss of our Queen and express our loyalty to our new King, King Charles, who takes up the responsibilities for which she prepared him at a time when he is also mourning his mother and indeed his father, so recently passed away, I'm sure that we will all want to express our sympathy to him and his family in their very personal loss. And as I look back at over 70 years of service, I simply want to say, thank you, Mum.
My Lords, I rise to speak on behalf of Plaid Cymru and to pay our tribute to the late Queen and to extend our sympathy and condolences to all the royal family. My Lords, 70 years ago, I was whisked away from my primary school in Bontnewydd by my father on a February morning and taken down to Carnarvon outside the law courts there on the steps, where a proclamation was made following the death of the King that we had a new Queen. And at the end of it, my father whispered to me, "It may be quite a time before you experience that again." My Lords, it most certainly has been. As MP for Carnarvon, I had the honour on several occasions to welcome Her Majesty to the constituency, and she always came with dignity and charm, and always so well informed. The most memorable occasion for me was her opening of Wales's National Assembly in 1999. Our first Parliament for 600 years, when I was on the days with her, as were the noble Lord Morris of Aberavon and Lord Ellis Thomas and First Minister Alan Michael. It was an honour indeed, and she carried out that day with such dignity. That evening, the celebration dinner coincided with the Euro Cup final, with Manchester United, with a minute to go, losing by 1 goal. Then they equalised, and her joy was palpable. And when they scored the winning goal in injury time, her whoopee was heard by the whole of the room as she almost raised out of her own seat. Her visit to Wales's Senedd last summer, was one of her last public engagements away from London, and it was very much appreciated. And that was the occasion when she was overheard, one almost thinks deliberately, emphasising the importance of the Glasgow Climate Conference, a sentiment which undoubtedly will be shared by our new monarch. Queen Elizabeth's grace, humour, patience and devotion to duty were and are an inspiration to us all. Whatever our future debates about the constitutional relationships of the nations of these islands, Queen Elizabeth II has ensured that the monarchy is not in question and is a symbol of that shared heritage which we have within our diverse political structures and ambitions. May King Charles III inherit her remarkable talents, and may she rest in peace.
Crossbench. My Lords, my friend, the noble Lord Hennessy, and how we miss him today, he made a great contribution to this, used to talk about rising to the level of events. And this is an event that it is very difficult to rise to the level of. And it's also extremely difficult to rise anywhere near the opening tributes that we heard this morning. The British do these things, I think, rather well. But these were done superbly well. And if I may speak for myself, they made me very proud to be a member of this House. My Lords, the Queen Elizabeth was the sovereign during the whole of my professional life in the civil service. And I just want to make a few observations about the role of the sovereign within the Constitution. I always regarded, and continue to regard, the sovereign as the embodiment of the British state, it's worth recalling that the civil service, like the armed forces, my Lord Stewart is going to speak, I think, and the other crown services, owe their allegiance to the sovereign. We owe our duty to the government of the day because it is the sovereign's government, the government appointed by the monarch. So the last official duty of the Queen, so bravely carried out last Tuesday in appointing the new Prime Minister, had more than symbolic importance. The completion of the appointment of other ministers will presumably be carried out by the new King. But when appointed, it will be the King's government. And we, in this House, will rightly take an oath of loyalty to him. I've made this brief excursion into our Constitution to demonstrate that all of us who are servants of the Crown have a higher duty than simply to our political bosses. Speaking for myself, I found that duty to Queen Elizabeth was not only demanding, but inspiring. Her Majesty's standard of service throughout her long life, to which so many tributes have been made, was one which many of us may aspire to, but can never attain. Moreover, she carried out those duties with a grace, dignity, and humanity of which the whole nation can be proud, and she caused other nations to envy those. My Lords, this is a difficult and challenging time for the new King, as well as a moment of acute personal sadness for him. Nevertheless, he has had a long apprenticeship. He is his own person, as every individual should be. But he has demonstrated over many years his devotion to the welfare and success of this country and its citizens, as well as the challenges which are being faced by the wider world. His mother has demonstrated the value of our monarchy. I wish our new sovereign well and pledge to him my loyalty and support as he carries forward that heavy responsibility.
My Lords, I begin by paying tribute to Her Majesty the Queen for all that she gave to us. And thank you those who've already made tributes. The noble Lord True and the noble Baroness Smith, you moved me to tears for the first time, for which I thank you, because tears matter. My first personal meeting with Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was as Bishop of Southampton. In 2007, Romsey celebrated the 500th year of its royal charter and the 900th anniversary of foundation of its wonderful abbey. Her Majesty had been a regular visitor to Broadlands, the home of the Mountbatten family. So local people took the opportunity to tell me memories of bumping into Her Majesty as she walked locally, popped into the shops, or made her way to worship in the Abbey. This highlighted for me her humanity, her interest in people's lives, concern for local community, and commitment to worship and prayer. At the close of the service, together we examined James I's seal on the Royal Charter. She delighted in explaining to me both the continuity with her seal and his, notably, both were seated on a horse. She made an observation on the horse's gait, for she was concerned for its welfare. Concern for welfare also struck me during my visit to Sandringham as the Bishop in residence when I was Bishop of Sutherland, Nottingham. Her conversation included concern for the welfare of her own family, the nation and the Commonwealth, and of her beloved, that's the word she used, Church of England.
It was Education Sunday, so there was some discussion with both Her Majesty and the late Duke of Edinburgh on education in our nation. Whilst Prince Philip took a fairly robust approach to the discussion, Her Majesty was entirely focused on wanting to know that the welfare of children as well-rounded human beings was at the heart of all our education. Her commitment to welfare makes me also note that yesterday morning there was the wonderful news of the success of the malaria vaccine. Given Her Majesty's love of the Commonwealth and the scourge that malaria remains, might we consider that one memorial could be that this be known as the Elizabeth malaria vaccine, and that a significant sum be committed by us as a nation to its distribution through the Commonwealth nations that need it in memory of her. In conclusion, I celebrate with others the centrality of Her Majesty's faith in Jesus Christ and her life of prayer. I know that the people of the north east of England, who I have come to learn expect the Bishop of Durham to speak on their behalf. They have always valued Her Majesty's visits to the region. They will want me here to express on their behalf today their sorrow at Her Majesty's passing, their prayers for the royal family in their grieving, their commitment to our new King Charles III, and their deep thanksgiving for Her Majesty's life of faith, service, kindness and duty. Your Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, in heaven we thank you. King Charles III, we promise our loyalty.
My lords, it was just over 3 months ago that I had the honour to lead the tributes in this House for Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee. As I commented in my closing remarks, it was probably the most uplifting debate I was involved in as leader of the House. The love, affection and respect that noble lords from all benches had for Her Majesty shone through every contribution. So it is with the most immense and profound sadness that I rise to speak today. The Queen gave us 7 decades of dedicated service. Just as she proclaimed she would at the age of 21, she devoted her life to the United Kingdom, the realms and the Commonwealth. And as the Prime Minister said yesterday, Queen Elizabeth was the very spirit of our nation, the rock on which modern Britain was built. Her service and dedication was truly remarkable. Holding the role of Leader of the House of Lords is a privilege in all its respects and daunting in many. But I would be lying if I did not admit that most of the pinch me, is this really happening moments I experienced over the last 6 years involved Her Majesty. Perhaps the most public was carrying the cap of maintenance during state opening. During her reign, she opened every Parliament bar 3, a testament to her overriding sense of duty. Little did I realise that my role was not only a huge and terrifying responsibility, but also a feat of endurance, as that cap is a lot heavier than it looks. As leader and Lord Privy Seal, you have the honour of attending, among other things, state banquets, the diplomatic reception, the remembrance service at the Cenotaph, and, of course, Privy Council meetings. I was always amazed and impressed by Her Majesty's knowledge about any topic you could think of, her ability to put anybody at ease, and the twinkle in her eye when you didn't quite follow established protocol. And I suspect noble lords will not be entirely surprised to learn that despite my best efforts, I saw that twinkle on more than one occasion. When we moved to virtual Privy Council meetings due to the pandemic, it was sadly no longer possible to have those enjoyable, informal conversations in person with Her Majesty after the official business. Instead, all of us were asked to update Her Majesty on our areas of responsibility. She was always very interested and, of course, extremely knowledgeable about what was happening in your Lordship's house. But as well as highlighting the important work we were doing, I always tried to include an amusing anecdote or comment, as there was really nothing quite like the feeling of knowing you had made Her Majesty chuckle. And it has sadly turned out I attended the last meeting she presided over. I also had the privilege of seeing in action the incredible partnership she had with her strength and stay, the late Duke of Edinburgh. His unfailing support and devotion for Her Majesty was clear for all to see, and their shared sense of humour was undoubtedly an important part of their 73-year marriage. I'm sure that during tributes, other noble lords may say more about the Queen's lifelong affection for Sandringham. But since my husband James was elected as the MP for North West Norfolk, which includes this estate, I have seen firsthand the love and deep respect that those who live there have for her. It has been yet another reminder for me of the role she has played in the lives of so many and the place she held in our hearts. I offer my deepest condolences to the royal family, with whom we mourn at this saddest of times. And now our thoughts go to our new king, who has lost his beloved mother and is now taking over this extraordinary role. We offer our loyalty and support to him as he takes on the immense responsibility she held for so long with unfailing service and dedication. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
It's a pleasure to follow the noble Baroness Evans, and to thank her for her time as Lord Privy Seal and Leader of this House. Much has been said, and there'll be much to say over the weeks and months ahead. Condolences, of course, to the royal family. Heartfelt thanks for a life of historic proportions. For all of us in public life, in one way or another, hope to leave a tiny footprint, some small legacy behind us. But Her Majesty strode as a colossus through decades and generations, dealing with the most incredible personal and public events, and taking on those challenges, to quote Lord Judge, with fortitude. Much has been said about service and duty, but I may pay no apology for repeating them, because this is what Her Majesty's life was about, right from those early days that have been described so graphically in this House today. Which is why so many felt, like my noble friend Baroness Smith of Basildon, shock when we learnt that her life was fading. Is it only yesterday? I think the shock was obviously greater, has been alluded to, because of the juxtaposition of her position as our monarch on Tuesday, inducting the new Prime Minister and doing, yes, her duty. And I found myself yesterday evening in a situation I'd never expected to, one of complete irrationality, where I actually started to think, not now, not at this moment, please, not yet, totally irrationally, but because our Queen, over my lifetime, has not only demonstrated how a constitutional monarch can do that duty, but has done it in a way that has held our nation together, our united kingdom together. And I hope that that memory will last with us for decades to come. Holding our fragile constitution together, as the noble Lord Butler put it so well, is not an easy matter. We live in very delicate and difficult times for liberal democracy. So our Queen will be deeply missed, but her guidance and example will carry, I'm absolutely sure, into the life and work of His Majesty King Charles III. Through turbulent and sometimes difficult times, displaying his great strength and compassion, which I have experienced, and of course, understanding that duty to us as a nation, to our kingdom. But my lords, in this very brief speech of mine this afternoon, I want to say a simple word about conducting ourselves for the future. Of course, our respect requires our mourning, but in my view, we need to celebrate and rejoice in the life of Elizabeth II. We need to lift people as well as mourn. And I hope it will be possible for public events to resume as quickly as possible so that people in gathering together can pay their respects and show their grief, but in a positive and uplifting way. I'd like to finish with, I've got lots of anecdotes, particularly about dogs, that you'll understand, over those many years, but just perhaps appropriately this afternoon, just two. One was when I was inducted as Privy Councillor 25 years ago. I'm sad that decisions have been taken that preclude so many of us on the Privy Council from the Accession Council itself. Back in those days, I knew it was going to be difficult, and I was, unusually for me, quite nervous. I knew I couldn't actually drag the dog across the floor because dogs aren't very good at showing you where to kneel on cushions. They're brilliant at all kinds of other things, but that isn't one of them. So I left the dog with Jack Straw, and I moved across the room, and I did manage to hit the cushion, but facing the wrong way. And Her Majesty, in what it always was a gracious and careful and never patronising way, managed to gently, by touching my arm, shift me round so that I could just brush her hand. I remember also 7 years ago, much later, when she came to undertake the Maundy Thursday distribution at the cathedral in my city of Sheffield. And because I was retiring from the House of Commons and was the longest serving Sheffield Member of Parliament, I had the privilege once again of sitting at table with her at lunch. And I had a member of the charitable community in Sheffield between myself and Her Majesty. And there was a silence, and I thought I would fill it, inappropriately as it turned out, by saying to her, Your Majesty, I've been reading the papers that the breed of corgi is dying out. And there was a tremendous pause. And Her Majesty then did what she did so cleverly and so appropriately, putting me down. Mr. Blunkett, she said, of all people, you should know not to believe what you read in the newspapers. And I know that His Majesty King Charles III will not need or want or ask my advice, but if he did, I give him one simple piece of advice. In the years to come, don't believe everything you read in the newspapers, and above all, sometimes don't bother reading them.
Just that admitting that I can remember the monarchy before Queen Elizabeth is to admit that I'm well over the average age, even in this house. My first image of the monarchy was indeed of the Queen's grandmother, Queen Mary, who used to come to listen to sermons in Westminster Abbey whenever a particularly radical canon, Canon Marriott, was preaching the social gospel, something which would now be considered far too left-wing for any current bishop to talk about. I learned a little more when, as a junior chorister, I sang when the coffin of George VI arrived at Westminster Hall for the lying in state, and rather more about the symbolic importance of the monarchy when, as a more senior chorister, I sang in the coronation. People have talked a lot about how much the country has changed since then, and when I think back to that period, it is astonishing what sort of change we have been through. As I walked past the Abbey this morning, I was remembering it was black in 1952, covered in soot. And outside, they'd built a gallery for people to watch from over the bomb site, which is now the Queen Elizabeth II Centre. And inside, nearly 1,000 peers were in the north transept, in their full robes and with their coronets, and nearly 1,000 peeresses were in the south transept. In a few months' time, when the ballot for perhaps 100 of us who wish to attend the next coronation arrives, we shall remember that social deference has ended and the social order in this country is different from what it was then. The monarchy is about symbolism, about holding the country together, about reminding us of how much we are linked with the past and with the lives of others in this country. Symbolism, ritual, conventions are an essential part of holding this kingdom together. And the Queen has done her best throughout her very long reign to act in a symbolic way that reminds us of that. Because I'm associated with Westminster Abbey, I've seen quite a lot of the symbolic services which are operated. And it's astonishing how she has not only adapted, but actively assisted adaptation over the years. At the coronation, the only minister of religion participating who was not a member of the Church of England was, of course, the moderator of the Church of Scotland. I have heard that the Cardinal Archbishop was invited, but decided that he would prefer to sit in a gallery outside the Abbey. On the 50th anniversary service of the coronation, the Cardinal Archbishop read the first lesson. Representatives of our nonconformist churches sat at the side of the sanctuary, and under the lantern, in the first row, were representatives of Britain's other faiths. Real adaptation, wonderful change. For the 60th anniversary of the coronation, the Abbey and the Palace decided that they needed to symbolise the idea of the public service of all the nation. And the presenter organised a procession which would walk from the West End to the sanctuary with an anointing flask, which was accompanied by a representation of the diversity of the nation. At the back would appear and a High Court judge in full robes. And the head doorkeeper insisted that I put on my robes over here because he said I couldn't possibly manage it when I got on the other side of the road. In front of us were scout leaders, guides, petty officers, NCOs, and a lollipop lady in full school crossing uniform. That's good symbolism of the public service which everyone does. The Queen did symbolise public duty, public service, public good. And that's part of what we all need to remember, and I hope to practice ourselves in our own contributions to this kingdom.
My Lords, one of the privileges of ambassadorial life was the relationship we had with the monarchy and with the Queen. We were proud to be members of Her Majesty's diplomatic service. The Queen came to Paris when I was ambassador to unveil a statue to Sir Winston Churchill. Nothing could better have symbolised Britain or the relationship between Britain and France since the Second World War. And the dignity with which the Queen performed her duties was a lesson to us all, British and French. My Lords, while the Queen was in Paris, I hosted a dinner for her in our embassy and, according to custom, proposed a rather pompous toast to the President of the French Republic and to Her Majesty the Queen. "What a nice couple," she replied. And it was that mixture of dignity and informality, at times almost irreverence, that was so captivating to millions in Britain and around the world. In my last job at the Foreign Office, I had, and it was an extraordinary privilege, to be at her side when Her Majesty received new ambassadors. Now, the Queen had been doing this for about 50 years and loved it when things went slightly awry. And I remember a very distinguished ambassador arrived by carriage at Buckingham Palace, and he had forgotten his credentials. And an equerry, an ever-helpful equerry, gave him a plain brown envelope and said, "Present this to Her Majesty and all will be well." And the rather nervous ambassador entered the room and presented the Queen with an empty plain brown envelope. And the Queen was generously pleased to accept the empty plain brown envelope and said, with a dignified twinkle in her eye, "How very kind, Ambassador." My lords, 2 anecdotes. But for us diplomats, the privilege of representing the Queen was real. We all knew the immensely positive influence she had and could have on our relations with other countries. And that's why, as ambassador, we all wanted the Queen to be and come and visit us, because we knew that would have a hugely positive impact on our relations with the country concerned. My lords, nothing can replace the 70 years of service of Her Majesty the Queen to the United Kingdom, to the Commonwealth and to other countries in the world. And nothing can replace the affection and respect with which she was held by millions here in this country and around the world.
It's an immense honour for me to follow the noble Lord J, and I reflect on the contributions that have taken place before me, and may I pay particular tribute to my noble friend Lord True and the noble Lady Baroness Smith for really setting the bar, the tone, and really showing, once again, demonstrating your Lordship's house at its very best. All of us will reflect on the incredible contributions of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. But as one foreign dignitary who rang me last night said, she was not just Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, she was not just your Queen, Tariq, she was all of ours. And I think that reflects the love and affection that all of us are experiencing and seeing demonstrated across the globe. Her Majesty truly did transcend barriers, barriers of religion, barriers of different nationalities. And as I know from my own children, the noble Baroness Smith alluded to Paddington the bear for having a young 8-year-old who also connects in a very different way, but very poignantly, with our great sovereign who has passed. I saw directly through various experiences how in a room of hundreds, at times touching 1,000, for everyone she met, she made that individual feel an individual, to cherish their own particular memories. And we have anecdotes. Indeed, I remember the year 1977. I did not know that I'd carry the name of my town in your Lordship's house at that time. I was but a very young boy. But we were terribly excited. Those will remember the Silver Jubilee. Virginia Wade had reached the final of Wimbledon. The great citizens of the town of Wimbledon were told to dutifully line up. And we did. We did, neighbour to neighbour, friend to friend. We were all dressed in our red, white and blue, waving flags. And as it would happen, Her Majesty the Queen's car passed from directly in front of our house. Just at that moment, it was a slow passing. We felt it stopped. Her Majesty the Queen looked towards my brother, my sister and I, smiled, the eyes twinkled, and she waved. Now, of course, the rest of the evening in the Ahmed household was spent by arguing who was that wave directed at. I still take possession of that very wave. But again, it showed the issue of connectivity of Her Majesty the Queen. She knew millions, loved her, but she treated everyone as an individual because she loved her nation and she performed her duty like no other. On a personal level, to continue that particular journey, I recall I'm delighted that the First Deputy Lord Speaker is in his place. It was indeed with the noble Lord Gardner and the noble Lord Newby that, as a great privilege of becoming a Lord-in-Waiting to Her Majesty the Queen and a government whip, that the three of us dutifully lined up together for that first meeting in terms of our official duties. And as someone who's engaged at the Foreign Office, I wish my current whips on the front bench well as we look towards welcoming the world, and rightly so, for Her Majesty's state funeral. But as we all lined up, there was a degree of trepidation. But then the doors opened and we went in. Each of us was treated as an individual. And Her Majesty sat me down. And as I took my seat, she said, "Lord Ahmed, my lord, I understand your mother is from Jodhpur in India." And she then shared her experiences of India and indeed the South Asian continent. And then she said, with a smile, "I understand your father was from Gurdaspur, but he started life in the early 50s in Glasgow." Now that's a change if there ever was one. So these things mattered, and I remember through various subsequent meetings I had of her warmth and her affection, but also her real sense of trust. I remember one of my meetings which took place as I went in and I was ending my tenure as a Lord-in-Waiting. It was a meeting one-to-one, and she said and addressed me, not as Lord Ahmed, but she said, "Tariq, come and sit next to me." It was the day after, actually, the Scottish referendum, but rightly so, what was said will remain private. But there were two things which stayed with me. That one was the trust of her own views in sharing those with me. And secondly, was maybe I was doing something right, and we'd done away with formal titles, and she had called me by my first name. And as I recall during my tenure as a Minister of State at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, that I've seen her also at her best when it came to diplomacy. I saw during the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting how she met with each individual president and head of government with a personal connection, and how each dutifully lined up and waited their turn to meet with Her Majesty. If there is ever a training module to be set, be it for diplomats or indeed ministers when it comes to diplomacy, Her Majesty really did set it. She demonstrated what connectivity meant, and again that value of people-to-people connection. As Minister of State for the Commonwealth, and I'm delighted my noble friend Lord Howe in his place, we all saw her love for the Commonwealth. It was not just by her words, not just by her actions, but her demonstrable connections with people of the Commonwealth, and she is rightly mourned across the 56 nations today. But there was, as we've heard from various noble lords, a real sense of humour. And I share a final anecdote, if I may. I indeed shared it with a couple of my colleagues from your Lordship's house but a few moments ago. Siddiqa, my wife, Lady Ahmed, and I were at one of the many diplomatic receptions we were attending. There was a new official at the palace, and those who've attended these receptions know you all have your place to stand on who meets when, where, and which member of the royal family. And of course, I took my place, as I'd done it a few times. One of the officials came in and said, "Sir, you're standing in the wrong place," and wanted to move me into the diplomatic line. Now, a year we celebrate the diversity of what our United Kingdom represents. I assured the official concerned that I was standing dutifully in the right place. She returned a few moments later and said, "I really must insist for you and your wife to stand in the right place." I smiled and said to her, "Madam, I assure you I am standing in my right place." I continued standing where I was, together with Siddiqa. A few moments later, the official returned again and said, "I really must insist." And as we were about to embark on our third bout of this same conversation, who should come round the corner but Her Majesty? And she said, "Leave him alone, he's one of mine." So there was a real demonstration of the best of Her Majesty's wit, wisdom, and knowledge. My noble friend Lord Forsyth talked of Her Majesty's deep faith. And yes, we had conversations about faith, as I've had the great honour to do with His Majesty King Charles III. And faith mattered to her. So as Her Majesty now embarks on her final journey to meet her Maker, I end my humble contribution, the words I uttered when I was informed yesterday by my private secretary of Her Majesty's passing, in simply saying, "To Almighty God we belong, and to Almighty God we shall return."
I rise to express sincere condolences to the royal family at this time of loss and grieving. And of course, it is true, as many noble lords have said, that the whole of the UK is grieving in a similar way. The Queen represented us in all sorts of ways for, well, the whole of her life, but 70 years of public service, and she was absolutely tireless. I saw her, or met her first, when she opened City Hall in 2002. We were in new assembly, and we had a mayor, and it was all very exciting to be in a new building. It was obvious she took it very seriously and went along the lineup at the end, which was probably 80 or 90 people, as if she was really enjoying it. Prince Philip at that time took the opportunity of telling me what was wrong with the Greens, and he told me quite forcefully, and I did take it to heart. And I think he perhaps was right. I met her on other occasions, and the same attitude was there of absolute dedication and concentration on what she was doing at the time. It wasn't like someone doing a job or performing their duty. It was actually someone who seemed interested and curious in what was happening. Now, I had a tiny, tiny taste, a glimmer of what it was like to do public service when I was Deputy Mayor to Ken Livingstone, and he gave me lots of, I suppose, jobs he didn't want to do, to meet people, to go to meetings, make speeches he didn't want to make. And it was my first time ever when I wasn't representing myself or my political party. And so sometimes I had to do things that were at odds with my nature. And being very polite, listening to boring speeches, and generally appearing to be interested and polite the whole time. And what I found was putting on a fascinated face, which is what Her Majesty did for 70 years, was actually incredibly difficult. I did that for 13 months. She did it for 70 years. And it left me feeling what an extraordinary woman and what an amazing monarch.
My lords, I'd like to join in with the tributes to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth for the extraordinary reign that we've observed and which we pay tribute for today. Like many of of the noble lords, I too have got my anecdotes. I remember going up to stay in Sandringham for the weekend, and I'd expressed interest coming from a farming background about her racehorses, and she was very keen to show me them. And so I was summoned down outside, and there was a Range Rover there, and she came out very brusquely and shouted across to me, "Jump in, Bishop, I'm driving." And she set off at a rate of knots. I was holding on for dear life. She taught me a great deal about prayer at that particular point, which is perhaps why she's called the Defender of the Faith. I want to just briefly draw your attention to one other thing about Her Majesty, which I think is really significant. Some people have said, why has she had such an impact? One of the features of many of those who are in leadership for a long time is there's a tendency, the longer you're in leadership, that the less you really listen. And what struck me about Her Majesty the Queen was she was someone who really listened. And I'm not saying did it superficially. So the first significant time I met her was when I'd paid homage, and afterwards we had a conversation. She immediately wanted to ask me my views on various aspects of the history and the industry and the background of Bedfordshire and Hertfordshire, and in an informed way showed she absolutely knew what was going on. But what did I think about it? What did I think was happening? And then later on, at a later stage, when I was staying at Sandringham, and you have that odd moment where you're sitting around with other guests and so on, and Her Majesty had come down and she was playing cards, playing patience. And I remember thinking, well, do I just wander across and have a chat with her? I thought, well, I'm not going to get invited again, I don't suppose, so let's go for it. So I went across and I said, may I join you? She said, please do, as she was playing cards. But what she wanted to know, it was just after Christmas, she wanted to know what I'd thought about her Christmas message. She wanted to know how people had heard it and whether it had been able to speak and communicate with people. And that caught me totally by surprise, that was what she was interested in. But she was so concerned that not only was she, if you like, on transmit mode, but was she engaging with people of different groups? And she wanted to ask, had I spoken to people in various places to hear what they'd thought about it? I was able to assure her that people had been very grateful for the words that she'd expressed. And I think that quality of attentive listening is one of the reasons why so many people relate to her as a person. It's a wonderful gift, and to be able to do that at the end of a reign of 70 years. To finish, I just want to comment on the one picture, which I think it was Lord Newby mentioned, and that is that there's been a number of, I think, what people today call iconic photographs. But that picture of her, I think it's the last photograph we have, of her standing with such fragility and frailty. In a world where we're being presented endlessly that the only style of leadership is that which is bold and aggressive and so on, she was showing us that actually there are other sorts of leadership which can come from humanity, which can come from fragility. And that picture of her leaning on her stick, stooped over, with a hand outstretched, will stay with me as a picture of welcome and warmth. For that, I give thanks to God, I give thanks to her life, and along with many other members of this house, I say, may she rest in peace and rise in glory.
My Lords, I shared in the shock and the sadness of people in this country and across the world when we heard the news of the Queen's passing last night. And of course I share the sentiments which have already been expressed in this House, that the Queen's extraordinary commitment to public service, her sense of duty and her leadership. What I'd like to focus on in my brief remarks is on the Queen's standing internationally, which went far beyond her lifelong commitment to the Commonwealth. I've been struck by the numerous messages I've received since yesterday, and there have been many, as I'm sure we have all received, from family, from friends, from colleagues around the world, at their deep sense of loss and sadness. They felt a connection with our Queen, and through her to us. A connection which speaks to values, but crucially, I think, to stability and calm in a turbulent, complex and changing world. The Queen was not just a confidant to our Prime Minister. She played that role with many Prime Ministers and Presidents over the years. I was very conscious of this as a Foreign Office Minister, but I also saw it in many discussions I had when I engaged with politicians internationally. She gave wise advice, brought a light touch to those interactions, which helped to give those Prime Ministers and Presidents the confidence to do things that they thought might be too difficult. The Noble Lords, Lord Jay and Lord Ahmed, have spoken about the Queen's important diplomacy role. Some Noble Lords will have seen the heartfelt tribute from Prime Minister Trudeau last night, which spoke absolutely to this. I'd also like to pay tribute to the way in which she has led Britain through extraordinary change. The Britain that my family arrived in the 1960s is very, very different to who we are today. We're a diverse, multi-ethnic nation, and throughout this change, the Queen was a constant. My Lords, if I may end on a very personal note, and there have been plenty of anecdotes today. In June, I had the privilege of having a personal audience with the Queen ahead of Garter Day. Our conversation ranged over a number of subjects, some light-hearted, some very serious. A number of references have been made to the Queen's sense of humour. She relished telling me the story of the filming of that skit with Paddington Bear and the challenges of acting with a bear that wasn't moving and wasn't speaking. She also told me that the jars of marmalade were already beginning to arrive at Windsor Castle. It was a warm and very, very special experience for me, and I will always treasure it. My condolences to His Majesty King Charles III, the Queen Consort, and the members of the royal family.
Privilege to follow the profound eloquence of the noble lady in her tribute, and I echo many of her regards. It is both the personal and the local and the international that we are paying tribute today, personified by late Her Majesty. As the sorrowful but necessary processes in my home country north of the border will pass, she will continue in the wee dark hours over the border on her last journey home through my hometown of Berwick. I, as many noble peers, have memories of meeting her in their home areas, and they no doubt feel as I do that when they met her, we felt that she knew our area more than we knew it ourselves. It was just one of the many attributes she held that's receiving tribute today. Queen Elizabeth II lived for nearly a third of all of the time of our union and was sovereign of it for nearly a quarter. This will never be repeated in the future story of these isles. A semi-mystical link between old and new, a shelter of calm in storms of turbulent political waters, and in the wider world, an embodiment of reliability as the tectonic shifts in how the world sees itself have moved, and our place in this country in this transformation, from empire to commonwealth, military prowess to cultural influence. I reviewed the motions of condolence of the late King George VI in 1952. And from these benches, Viscount Samuel quoted Prime Minister Nehru of India when he said, when the relationship between England and India took a new turn and was based on friendship and free association, I was impressed by his thoughtfulness and understanding of us and our position, and we welcomed him most willingly as head of the Commonwealth. Her late Majesty then built upon this foundation and became the reason beyond all others as to why peaceful transition with complex moral dimensions on an immense scale, touching every part of the world, has been a success. Today I was due to be arriving in Khartoum. Friends from there messaged me last evening, as others have from other parts of the world, and I was greatly moved with the news that for many the pictures of her visit there in 1965 have been circulating widely. That country, as is the world, is vastly different from before and after independence. And another Sudanese friend messaged me saying, her legacy in the decolonisation era will specially be remembered in our region of the world. No other leader of other country in world history has ever travelled so much and met more leaders and people from more countries. As one American publication put it this morning, I quote, among Queen Elizabeth II's many talents was an ability to turn the most powerful man on the planet into an overexcited fanboy. Tea with the Queen outranking a nuclear arsenal. At home in the borders, where her visits were frequent and her knowledge of our equestrian common ridings was thorough, as with other members of the royal family, in fact, the Queen Consort was due to be in Galashiels yesterday. We will feel a gap as she passes through it for the final time. And Her late Majesty made me feel it was a remarkable stroke of good fortune to be born British. and I know for many people a pride for those that have come and made it their home. And that pride for our history is in my heart, but there is a sense of anxiety in the pit of my stomach for the future. Many people of my parents' generation, and indeed my own and for myself, feel loss, but some will feel lost. Who will be the constancy in times of churn to come? So for our union at home and our place in the world abroad, I thank Her late Majesty, and I wish the new King every success.
Yeah. Difficult to follow so many eloquent speeches that have already been given in the House to your Lordships this afternoon, but I rise to add a few words on my own behalf and also on behalf of my noble friends in the Democratic Unionist Party, on behalf of so many in Northern Ireland as well who feel the loss of Her Majesty so acutely today. So many words have been spoken, yet no matter how many or how eloquently expressed, they cannot do justice to the feelings that we experienced when we heard the dreadful news yesterday afternoon on the passing of Her Majesty. And that shock was palpable, and as the noble Lord Purvis has said, there is a sense not just of loss, but that people are lost and in a bit of a limbo and worried about what might happen going forward. As the noble and learned Lord Judge said, we knew this day would come, but we wished that it wouldn't. And the sense of a loss is acute. Her Majesty was a constant presence in our lives and in the life of our communities and in each of the countries of our United Kingdom, of which she was the embodiment, a mother, a grandmother of our United Kingdom. And it is hard to process. We think today of her family, in particular the new King Charles III, and we pray God he will know God's blessing and guidance in the days ahead. He has to grieve and yet immediately assume the great duties, burdens and responsibilities of the monarchy. And it reminds us, of course, that at the tender age of 26, Her Majesty ascended to the throne herself, whilst she desperately grieved His late Majesty King George VI. But she embraced her duties without hesitation, taking upon herself the mantle of duty and service. And those beautiful words that she spoke on her 21st birthday, I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service, have been fulfilled in the most exemplary way and with such grace. Her qualities of integrity and great wisdom shone through brightly her entire life, with her great strength and stay, His late Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh constantly at her side. But what was striking, certainly to many of us, was her deep Christian faith, so evident in her wonderful Christmas broadcasts, and how we will miss sitting down on Christmas Day to hear the gentle words of Her Majesty speak to the entire nation. And today, as we look over decades of her service, we're reminded, as we have been reminded today in your Lordship's house, that whilst many paid homage to her, she first placed her hands and her life in the hands of Christ the Lord himself. And as we look back over 70 years, reminded of what the Bible says about life. For what is your life? It is even a vapour that appears for a little time and then vanisheth away. But Her Majesty has left behind such a legacy and example for us all. People in Northern Ireland warmly welcomed each and every one of Her Majesty's visits to our province, and people loved her, and even those who wish a different future for the province held her in the highest esteem and held her in the greatest respect. I had the wonderful privilege, like many in this House, of meeting her on a number of occasions in different capacities. And as Lord Mayor of Belfast in the late 1980s, I remember Her Majesty on one of her visits, which were not very frequent then because of the security situation. She visited my former constituency in North Belfast, and 2 police officers had been badly injured the previous day in a terrorist attack. And her first words as we lined up to greet her and to welcome her was to express concern and to inquire after their health, which showed her compassion and her deep concern for people in Northern Ireland, which was evident in many other visits that she paid to the province. And of course, when she returned in 2012 for the Diamond Jubilee celebrations, I remember the many tens of thousands who were able to turn out in the Stormont estate and to welcome her as her visits became more widely open to the public because of the improved security and political situation, which she warmly welcomed and of course played such an important part in her quiet diplomatic way to bring about. Her visit to the Irish Republic will go down as one of the great significant milestones of Her Majesty's reign and will be remembered as an important and significant milestone in the peace and political process. My Lords, in Northern Ireland, like other parts of this great United Kingdom, we will never forget Her Majesty's steadfast support for and encouragement of our people through dark days and gladly and wonderfully in brighter days in recent times. Thank you, ma'am. God save the King.
My Lords, my earliest memory goes back to a moment when I just turned the age of 2. I can be certain of the date because my parents had moved house and I clearly remember the removal men in their dust coats delivering our furniture. The date was February 1952 and Queen Elizabeth was just acceding to the throne. So until yesterday afternoon, my entire conscious life had been exactly coincident with the second Elizabethan age. And that age is now ended. I have fond memories from its latter years of many meetings and discussions with the Queen, both professional and social, and I shall always be grateful for her kindness, her wisdom, her support, and her great sense of fun, which I'm happy to say was just as evident when I last spoke with her only a few weeks ago. I, like the Right Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, also remember the winter barbecues at Sandringham. And I'm very proud of having been the co-producer with my sovereign of a particularly successful salad dressing. Now, the Queen was, as the noble Lord Butler of Brockwell has observed, the head of the armed forces. She took an intense interest in them, in their activities, in their difficulties and challenges, as well as their successes, but particularly in their people. She had formal affiliations with a great many formations and organisations, all of which valued the association highly. Over the next few days and weeks, I suspect there will be many stories told and memories exchanged with that strange and piercing mixture of sadness and joy which I suspect we all experience today. But I want to focus on just one incident from several years ago. One of the Queen's military affiliations was as the Honorary Air Commodore of RAF Marham, stationed very close to Sandringham. I commanded RAF Marham over the period of the First Gulf War, and when we started to lose aircraft over Iraq, the Queen was immediately in touch, wanting to know how she could help, and in particular, how she could support the families. She came and had private meetings with the next of kin of those who are missing in action. She spoke with the families more widely, she listened to them, she empathised with them, and she made them understand how much she cared. Now, this is just one small incident in a very long reign, but for me, it epitomises it all. The nation has lost a queen. The people have lost one of the best servants they have ever known in this or any other age.
I first pay tribute to all the speakers before me
and in particular to Lord True, who's not in his place. On an occasion like today, I think, if I speak on behalf of the whole House, I think we miss the late Lord Sachs, who would have known exactly what to say. On hearing the passing of someone, the Jewish tradition is Baruch Dayan Emet, which means blessed is the true judge. You know, in my earliest memories of going to synagogue on a Saturday morning, there was always one prayer that was said in English, only one, and that prayer will be said tomorrow, and in synagogues all up and down the country. It reads like this, and I'll read it as it was done last week, the short. He who giveth salvation unto kings and dominion unto princes, whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and may he bless our sovereign Lady Queen Elizabeth and all the royal family. And it goes, may the Supreme King of Kings in his mercy preserve the Queen in life, guard her, and deliver her from all trouble and sorrow. My lords, in synagogues up and down the country tomorrow, we will say it as usual for His Majesty King Charles. Now, I've been listening to so many personal stories and how Her Majesty touched the lives of so many, even just for that fleeting moment, and that would forever be etched on the memory of those people. In 1971, at Royal Ascot, my mother and my late grandmother were there. Now, my grandmother at the time thought she was part of the royal family, but we didn't tell her that she wasn't. On the way back from the paddock to the enclosure, my grandma, Leah, touched the back of the Queen Mother and said, "Mom, you look beautiful." Now, as the heavies suddenly came round to where my mum, who was deeply embarrassed, was, the Queen Mother said, "Hang on." And she turned to my grandmother and said, "And if I may say, you look beautiful too." At which point, the two embarrassed daughters, at the same moment, Her Majesty the Queen and my mother turned round, "Oh, Mummy." So they both did. But this moment, this 10-second encounter, stayed with my late grandmother her whole life, and to my mother to this day. So the tributes to Her Majesty have all been magnificent, but I did particularly carefully listen to Sir John Major, former Prime Minister's tribute, which included the line, my lords, "There was almost no part of the world she had not visited." Sir John was right. My lords, I will concentrate for a moment on the word almost. See, on the 22nd of June 2016, the night before the EU referendum, I was at a small dinner and raising a little bit of money for Gordonston at the home of the Princess Royal. Few people. And as I left to leave, and I said to the headmaster that I would very happy come up to the school and speak to the students about politics. And Princess Anne turned round and said, "I think they'd be more interested in your previous work." We had a conversation, and we discussed how the royal family were prohibited from visiting Israel by the Foreign Office. And we agreed that as someone who was deeply religious and God-fearing, it was sad, it is sad, that she never walked down the Via Dolorosa into the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. She never walked and visited the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, or experienced the peace and tranquility on the shores of the Sea of Galilee. My lords, at a Jewish funeral, Psalm 116 is often recited, and it ends, "Todieni orach chaim," you will make known to me the path of life. Sovas machot et panecha, in your presence is fullness of joy. Neimot b'mincha netzach, at your right hand, bliss forevermore. Yehi zichra baruch, may Her Majesty's memory be for a blessing.
Lords, I had the privilege
on a number of occasions to have a private audience with Her Majesty as Welsh Secretary for 6 years. The most memorable was while travelling on her plane from Carnarvon to be summoned by her private secretary to come and sit by Her Majesty on the journey to London. She sought to scrutinise my policies with very careful prodding. As a professional cross-examiner, I was totally unused to be in the witness box. My job during the Silver Jubilee was supervising the organising of a tour of Wales, based on Britannia for 3 wonderful days. Meeting her one sunny morning in a railway siding in North Wales, and finishing with the Royal Marines plane on the quay in Cardiff. She greeted the immense crowds from Llandudno to Cardiff with immense pleasure and great interest. I surmise that the high point of the tour were a few quiet hours admiring the beauty of Bodnant Gardens. She had the magical quality of combining formality and informality as appropriate. My wife and I valued the great care and meticulous consideration given for my wife's hearing when she entertained us at the end of each day. The sense of fun of both the Duke and herself was manifest at the opening of Theatre Clwyd in North Wales, where the great actor Emlyn Williams delivered his monologue, describing the bus trip full of Welsh bards in search of the Druid's tap for refreshment. When the Duke turned to me and asked, "Was there such a place as a Druid's tap?" we all rolled with laughter. Wearing another hat many years later as Her Majesty's Attorney General, I had the privilege at the first sitting of the Welsh Assembly of presenting her for initialing 2 copies of the Wales Bill. The first in English, there was no problem. I then presented the second one in Welsh. Trusting her bilingual minister, without batting an eyelid, she signed the second one too. My sympathies go to King Charles and his family. I have visited his home in Wales on many occasions, and he has won the respect and friendship of the nation of Wales by his close interest in our affairs.
I've been deeply moved by many of the contributions this afternoon and share all the sentiments that have been so eloquently expressed. It's a phrase that's used far too often, but yesterday was truly the end of an era, and indeed a glorious era. Much has been spoken already of the Queen's remarkable sense of service emanating from her love for her nation and Commonwealth, and from her deep faith in the Christ who came as one who serves. But alongside that were 2 further virtues contained in another favourite Bible text from the outset of Her Majesty's reign. The words of Moses to his successor Joshua, when he exhorted the younger man to be strong and courageous, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. What kind of person would be willing to sacrifice their own preferences, their own private lives, their own retirement plans for the sake of a nation and family of nations? What kind of person would be prepared to carry out such a punishing schedule of public engagements with extraordinary grace, month after month, year after year, even 3 or 4 decades after most of their contemporaries have opted for a quiet life of golf or daytime TV? What kind of person would put up with the endless intrusions of the press, making the odd family annus horribilis with which we all sympathise infinitely more difficult to bear? What kind of person would offer a listening ear to politicians and prime ministers alike, prime ministers and presidents alike, while holding to the discipline of never straying into the political arena themselves? A strong person, a courageous person, a person whose commitment to duty, as we've heard, overrode all else. There must have been times when the gilded carriage which took her to her coronation felt like a gilded cage. There must have been times when the pressure became almost too much to bear, not least in the past couple of years, where she has faced so many challenges without her beloved Philip by her side. But in an age where personal vulnerability is lauded as the greatest of all virtues, and we're constantly concerned about our own well-being, there's something refreshingly unfashionable about the way in which Her Majesty lived her life and carried out her duties. It's not that we can turn the clock back, nor is it that the British stiff upper lip is an unqualified virtue. But there is something about genuine selflessness, about a life where the ego is kept firmly in its place in response to a higher and nobler calling, which has something to teach us all. I experienced it firsthand in my 2 personal encounters with Her Majesty, including a remarkable weekend at Sandringham, which concluded with us companionably sitting side by side and sharing our photo albums together, with Willow, the last of the corgis, sitting at our feet. Such a warm domestic scene that I was genuinely startled after 20 minutes or so to look up and see that famous profile and realise with a jolt that it's the Queen. Much has already been spoken of the Christian faith which lay at the heart of her service. If she was the rock, Jesus Christ was the rock beneath the rock, most recently from the noble Lord Dodds. Hers was a faith about which she was entirely open but never preachy. A faith that was real and personal but never trite or sentimental. A faith that was deeply nourishing but never sectarian. A faith that beautifully exemplified a phrase that has gained some currency in Christian circles: roots down, walls down. That those who are most secure in their own understanding and identity should be those who are most warm and undefended towards those who are differently rooted. There are 2 bricks in the cathedral church from which I travelled to the house this morning. 2 among the very many bricks for which tens of thousands of Surrey residents, and many others too, my grandmother included, paid 2 and 6 to see Guildford Cathedral, the Cathedral of the Holy Spirit, erected. They bear the signatures of Her Majesty the Queen and His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh, a reminder of one of several visits they paid to the cathedral and very many to the town and the county. And perhaps it was providential that when we gathered there earlier this year to celebrate the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, it was on the day of Pentecost, the festival where Christians celebrate the coming of God's Holy Spirit, the Spirit who empowered Her Majesty to live the life she lived through every annus horribilis and every annus mirabilis of the past 70 and indeed the past 96 years. As others have expressed, may she indeed rest in peace and rise in glory.
I'd like to start my tribute to Her Majesty the Queen by expressing my deep sadness and condolences to the royal family for the loss of Her Majesty, a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. All our thoughts are with them. My lords, the word icon is branded around quite freely these days, but Her Majesty the Queen was truly a global, iconic monarch who personified everything the people of this country and around the globe truly admired and loved. Her dedication to duty and unflinching devotion to her people and the Commonwealth was, to use a modern term, awesome. When you think about it, we will never see another woman on the throne for maybe 100 years. We have all lived through unbelievable history. Her Majesty has lived through wars, disasters, floods, political and social upheaval, and incredible technological changes. Yet, she had a way of embracing change seamlessly, with easy curiosity, fun, and joy. You could see that when she introduced the Invictus Games with her grandson, Prince Harry, online. She was a role model for those who needed to be inspired never to give up and practice consideration, commitment, and unconditional love to others. She was an important pillar of strength to children for the last 7 decades, and she represented something constant in their lives. Many young children wanted to grow up to meet her one day. She gave them that sense of pride, which is so important for the human soul and the human spirit, which young people need. As a little girl, I grew up in Trinidad, in the Caribbean, in the 1950s, and I sang "God Save the Queen" in the school playground every day. Never, never did I dream that one day I would meet her. But I had the honor of doing so, first in 1995, when I was president of the Elizabeth R. Commonwealth Broadcasting Fund, which was set up with funds she donated from the royalties of the BBC programme for the 40th anniversary of her reign, which hundreds across the Commonwealth have benefited from. But the meeting I remember most fondly was when she visited the University of Exeter for her Diamond Jubilee in 2012. She was overwhelmed, touched, and thrilled by the rapturous reception she received from the thousands of students who came out to greet her on that memorable day. It made her smile. She gave one of her famous smiles all through the visit. As Chancellor, I had the task of hosting her, and it was then I got a glimpse of the true character of this remarkable woman. It was like having a masterclass of people skills. She loved to indulge in finding out about everything, and in a short time, I had to judge who she wanted to find out more about and when she wanted to move on. The signal of that famous handbag meant so much. When she met someone from the Commonwealth, she exuded excitement and interest and had so many questions she wanted to ask them. You could see this filled up her knowledge bank. She was like a walking encyclopedia. She knew everything about everything, solely because she took an interest in people. She had a great sense of empathy and embraced differences with ease. She arrived at Exeter at lunchtime and had read every single newspaper, including the Racing Post, because she quoted from them. During our conversations, you could tell how much she loved her family by the way she spoke about them, the way any proud mother would do. You could tell how much she loved her own mother by the excitement she showed when I showed her where her mother had signed the visitor's book at Exeter University. Her reaction was delightful, so girlish-like, childlike, wonderful to see. We chatted and shared stories about everything from faith and forgiveness, qualities that she admired in Nelson Mandela, and told me so. We spoke about children and education, which was so important to her. About fashion. She was a fashion icon. And we talked about food, her famous barbecue, of course. She had a great sense of humor, and her blue eyes twinkled mischievously when she shared a funny story with you that you felt privileged to hear. Those were unforgettable memories that will stay in my heart for as long as I live. Our late Queen was a record breaker. There will never be anyone like her ever again. I feel a sadness saying that. Long may we remember Queen Elizabeth II, a monarch, a woman who touched so many lives across the world. What a legacy she has left behind. Like her son, long may King Charles live and prove to his mother that her legacy was worthwhile. May she rest in peace, and I know that I feel strongly after speaking to her that an eternal spiritual place that waiting for her, which she has been prepared for. Thank you, Mum, for being who you are and for being a role model to all of us.
My lords, when a Knight of the Thistle dies, the surviving spouse or a child attends on the sovereign to return the knight's insignia. Shortly before Christmas, as we started to recover from COVID, that extraordinary honour fell on me. Appointment to the Order of the Thistle, Scotland's equivalent of the Garter, is, as noble lords well know, in the personal gift of the monarch. My father had no other titles, but was thought of, I suppose, because as a young teacher at Gordonston, he took Prince Charles under his wing. We were proud of our modest tradition of royal service, exemplified by my grandfather, who used to travel to Balmoral, tape measure in hand, in order to fit the royal family for their kilts. Her Majesty seemed to remember everything, that included. She explained that the insignia did not actually need to be returned, pointing to my father's thistle collar and the badge already laid out on the small round table in Windsor Castle. But she had reckoned without our family incompetence in matters of protocol. I fished out of my pocket a gold-coloured medallion, feeling ashamed as I did so that I had not ironed its green ribbon first. We had wrongly believed that it was our duty to keep it safe at home. Royal surprise turned to triumph when the Queen's sharp eyes spotted that the medallion fitted into an indentation in the jewellery box that contained the badge. She pressed it in like the last piece of a jigsaw. "It's been a funny time, hasn't it?" said Her Majesty, as she drew the audience expertly to a close. "Do you think things will go back to the way they were, or have some things just changed?" That question, posed in the context of the pandemic, came back to me after her death. Some things will never go back to the way they were, and in that there is infinite sadness. The future, by contrast, affords us no comfortable memories, and fear often weighs more heavily with us than hope. But our national future can be happy and glorious if we unite to make it so. After an unparalleled life of service, Her Majesty has left us in good hands. Thank you, ma'am, and long live the King.
My Lords, may I start by echoing the comments of other noble lords about the superb opening speeches from all quarters of your Lordship's House. But I do want to pay particular tribute to my noble friend, the Lord Privy Seal, who today, I think, demonstrated what an effective leader of this House he will be. My Lords, it was a true privilege to have met Her Majesty the Queen, and it's a privilege that most, if not all of us, share in this House, and we've heard some wonderful anecdotes already today. I'll always be grateful for and cherish the moment that I was able to introduce my parents to Her Majesty at Buckingham Palace. But you didn't have to meet the Queen to feel that you knew her and that she was a very special person. Her devotion to serving all of us throughout the UK and across the Commonwealth, whatever our class, our colour or our religion, was evident in all that she said and did, and in the way that she did it. When I was a little girl, I once asked why the Queen never smiled when we sang God Save the Queen. I said, very innocently, that I thought she looked ungrateful. I was sharply told in response that it was me who should be grateful that Her Majesty didn't smile during the national anthem, and it would be a bad sign if she ever did. So from that day on, I always looked, and she never, ever let me down. It's always been remarkable to me that Her Majesty never did anything that made us doubt her devotion to us. And I think that's why she was loved and admired by so many, and why we feel so sad and unsettled now she's gone. She made her reign as our sovereign all about us. and showed us her pride in the people of this United Kingdom. My lords, all of us who were her subjects have just lost our biggest fan. But, my lords, as we know, this is a very fortunate nation because we know that His Majesty the King, I'm still getting used to saying that like everyone else, we know His Majesty the King will continue where Her Majesty left off. He has my full support, and I offer him and the whole royal family my sincere condolences.
Thank you very much indeed. My lords, I spoke in the humble address to Her Majesty the Queen on her Platinum Jubilee, and this was on the 26th of May in this House. I said when I was speaking that I could only think of her as a young queen. The reason for that was that my early memories of Her Majesty as a queen was when she was a very young queen. She ascended the throne at 25 years. And these memories were indelibly impressed upon me. So when I was coming to this house today, I was thinking of what was my very first memory of Her Majesty, and I'm quite sure it was her dedication address, as it's now called, broadcast from Cape Town on the 21st of April 1947. This has been cited by many people since Her Majesty's death and before, and it's also been cited in this debate by the Lord Privy Seal. I was only 9 years of age, and I wasn't a listener to the broadcasts, not a listener to the radio, but my parents thought I ought to listen to this broadcast, which indeed I did. I also remember clearly the circumstances of Her Majesty giving this broadcast from Cape Town. It was the first overseas visit by the royal family following the war, and it was made really in honour of Field Marshal Smuts for his great help to our nation during World War II. Indeed, he spent quite a lot of time here and almost became a member of the War Cabinet. I also remember that with no royal yacht available, the royal family travelled to Cape Town in the one remaining battleship after the World War II, HMS Vanguard. And I suppose it would have been about a 3 or 4 day journey, voyage down to South Africa. I'm not, my lords, in speaking now, again to add to the tributes that have already nobly been made. I endorse every tribute that I've heard, and I'm sure I will continue to endorse the further tributes that will be given during the course of this debate. My lords, I therefore would like to move to the new king, King Charles III. What are my first memories of him? Well, I do have a very clear memory. I was honoured by an invitation to Windsor Castle in, I think, 1960, and it was an informal Christmas party for children and young persons. The king was only 12 years of age. I was a little bit older. I was 22 years of age at that time. And what I do remember about Prince Charles, as he then was, he was very shy, and he stood by the Christmas tree during most of the party, just shyly observing what was happening. Her Majesty, His Majesty the King, is no longer shy, but he remains a very modest man. And I have no doubt that he will be a most worthy successor to Her late Majesty the King. I'd like to end my short intervention by actually citing from the dedication address. And I cite these words: "I declare before you all my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and the service of our great imperial family, to which we all belong." My lords, that's exactly what Her Majesty has done during the 70 years of her reign.
My lords, I belong to a generation of Caribbean young who had parents and grandparents who bemoaned the end of the empire. And I never forget my mother, although my father was from Angola, but my mother from Savlamar, Jamaica, and her mother constantly wishing for the better days of the 1950s. And on one occasion, listening to my mother railing against the new democracy in Jamaica by saying, "Sure, them all useless, but the Queen, she gorgeous." And that sense of affectionate love for this distant lady, our sovereign, her sovereign, was deep and immense. I also recall so clearly a radical government appointed in the early 1970s by election who wanted to do away with the Queen's Christmas Day broadcast. And I remember clearly the protests in Kingston as a child. People came out for weeks on the streets, placarding, threatening to bombard the radio stations if they removed the broadcast. It continues to this day. I remember in the opening remarks of the leaders, both for the government, Lord True, and also for the opposition, Baroness Smith, that the reference was made that the Queen passed through all these years without expressing an opinion. Well, it's not quite correct, because I have the opinion in my hands. And in a letter from Balmoral Castle, which I'm happy to show the House, dated 14th of September 1976, so 46 years ago when I was just 18, I received a letter from Her Majesty the Queen, in fact from her private secretary, Ron Allison, who passed recently, who wrote to me that I'm commanded by the Queen to acknowledge your recent letter about the projected film on the life of Jesus Christ, which a Mr. Jens Thorsen wishes to produce. Now, some of the older members here might recall, in 1976, the massive public debate about a Danish filmmaker's interest in the non-intimate life of Jesus. And so the letter goes on. While Her Majesty finds this proposal quite as obnoxious as most of her subjects do, the preventing of the making of such a film in the United Kingdom, or the exclusion from this country of Mr. Thorsen, could only be accomplished within the laws of the United Kingdom. Accordingly, your letter has been referred, at Her Majesty's commands, to the Home Office. The then Home Secretary, Mr. Merlin Rees, found it impossible to allow entry to the country in order to pursue such a bizarre interest. And many years later, I met Ron Allison by mistake. And he looked at me and he said, "You're," and I said, "Yeah, and you're." I was still in my early 20s, and I said to him then, "Did you write the letter, or did Her Majesty the Queen dictate the letter?" He said, no, she dictated it. So I said she wished it known that she had a view that this was obnoxious. And for those old enough to remember, it was front-page news for days. I still have all the cuttings from those years ago, and when I myself featured on endless news broadcasts as a young black man standing up at the age of 18 in defense of the faith and the Jesus she loved, and defending what should be proper process. Yes, the Home Secretary must decide, as he did by order and command, but Her Majesty made it clear things were obnoxious. That is the one view she expressed in her long reign, and I'm proud to hold it in my hands.
Lords, the existence of Princess Elizabeth was borne in upon me in 1947 at the time of the royal wedding. It was a blaze of sudden colour in a post-war ration book austerity world. I still have the souvenir illustrated magazine which my mother kept. But where did she get the coupons for that dress? Said the grumpy ones. After the shock of the death of her father, it was a struggle to find a television in our street where we could watch in black and white the Queen's coronation. But the following year, in 1953, I remember pouring out of school to greet her and her consort when they came to my hometown of Wrexham on her coronation tour. I have no anecdotes. On the few occasions when I met her personally, I was too tongue-tied to do much more than mumble my name. But the noble Lord Wigley and Lord Maurice of Aberavon have referred to the first day of the opening of the Welsh Assembly, and I played a less distinguished part. I found myself in the corridor leading from the front door to the chamber. It was empty. At the far end, Lord Ellis Thomas, the President of the Assembly, was greeting Her Majesty. There were no doors. But I spotted in an alcove the choir of the Welsh National Opera, who were about to deliver a motet specially written for the Queen as she passed by along the carpet towards me. So I joined the choir. And I did what was known in those days as a John Redwood. I opened up my programme and mouthed the words as the choir of the Welsh National Opera looked at me in some astonishment. But, Lords, I knew the Queen and her family better than any family save my own. The media saw to that. She went through many highs and lows during her long lifetime. I followed half a generation behind with my 4 children, encouraged and supported through the triumphs and disasters in my own family by the knowledge that she, though a queen, had passed through similar personal difficulties with courage and with determination. I think that is what is meant by the many people who are saying today, she was part of my life. I want to speak of Balmoral. I first visited the castle and its grounds as a member of the public, as thousands do, in 1963. And ever since, I have spent much of every August in the valley of the Scottish Dee. I've walked around Loch Mick many times and above it. I climbed Loch Nagar, celebrating with friends in the June twilight, to sit at the summit and wait for the sun to rise. I scaled it more than 20 years ago from the Glenshee Road in solitary grief following my wife Nan's death. I've fished since with my wife, Baroness Walmsley, below the old military bridge, the famous bridge across the Dee at Tullach on the estate. On the 18th of August last, indeed, only 3 weeks ago, my grandson caught his first salmon from a pool directly opposite Balmoral Castle. Now, if I love that area as a tolerated visitor, how much more did Balmoral mean to the Queen? Where else could she enjoy peace and tranquility and the absence of ceremony? I've never understood metropolitans who regard its glinting waters, its dappled woods and wide open hills as cold and boring. For me, it was entirely understandable that Balmoral should be the place where Her Majesty finally came home.
My Lords, I think that the opening comments today set the tone exactly right in terms of how this House wanted to make its tributes to Queen Elizabeth. The Leader of the House, the Shadow Leader, Lord Newby, Lord Judge, all presented in their own way the whole feeling that we all have of respect, of sorrow, of pride in what Her Majesty had achieved, but also the human side, which I think is also extremely important for us all to remember at this time. And I thank them for those comments, because I do think it was the House of Lords at its best and encapsulated all that we actually feel. I want to say just a few words from my own personal experience, because in 1997 I became the first woman to be appointed President of the Privy Council. It was indeed an honour. It was a strange event. They had to change the title because previously it had been Lord President, and I'm told that there was lots of discussions with the Palace and Cabinet Office as to whether that word, Lord, could actually be dropped. And indeed, the first time I met the Queen, she did actually comment on the change, and we had a nice exchange of views as to what was going to happen in terms of more equality in the future. She was very interested. But because I was President of the Privy Council, it meant that I had a one-to-one meeting with the Queen before each Privy Council meeting every couple of weeks for that first year. And during that time, I did get some insight into how, in fact, she did operate and what her attitude was. And I just wanted to make one or two comments following on from what others have said. Because the first comment I would make is the absolute professionalism and being on top of everything that the Queen exhibited. My noble friend Lord Morris mentioned this in terms of the Welsh affairs, and Baroness Benjamin has mentioned that the Queen had read every single newspaper. After each Privy Council meeting, we used to gather and have a cup of tea. And I have to say that I sometimes thought that Her Majesty knew more about the SIs that we had just passed than many of the ministers who'd actually been presenting them. She really did her homework indeed. And of course, mention has been made of the Queen's sense of humour. And that really was tested on occasions, and her straight face when one of my colleagues misread his instructions about kneeling at the first stool and taking the oath, and going to the second stool and kissing hands, and actually scurried across the floor on his knees because he was so in deference to the occasion. And I have to say it was one of the more left-wing colleagues, so that made it even more amusing. But although Privy Councillors were trying their best not to laugh, the Queen actually dealt with that situation calmly. And I think many people have heard the story about Claire Short when we had a Privy Council meeting and Claire was late, so she barges into the room in a flurry and then comes and joins us, and we carry on with the meeting. And then Claire's phone, which we're all told we must leave outside and be turned off, her phone goes off, and the Queen says, "I trust it wasn't anybody important." And we carried on with our proceedings. But there was another side to the Queen as well, because she could make her own decisions. When I was President of the Privy Council, it was the year of the 50th wedding anniversary of the Queen and Prince Philip, and we actually had a dinner in the Royal Gallery to commemorate that, a Privy Council dinner. I think some people here might have been present. The week before, there was a reception in Banqueting House at lunchtime, and the Queen went to this, and we had a Privy Council meeting shortly afterwards. And she commented to me that the occasion at lunchtime had been very relaxed because they'd got the speeches out of the way before they actually started the reception and going around and talking to people, and how nice and what a change it had been. So I said, well, why don't we do that at the Privy Council dinner next week? And she said, I think it's a good idea. I'll enjoy it much more if we've got the speeches out of the way. I have to say that when I got back to my office, the Queen's private secretary was already plotting with my private office to make sure that didn't happen. But in fact, the Queen had said it should happen, and happen it did. So she could intervene to make decisions. But the other point that I would like to raise is just the kindness that she showed to ministers with whom she was dealing. It's never easy when you are sacked from Cabinet to move on. But after I left office, I actually got an invitation 3 or 4 weeks later inviting me to tea. And it was almost like an HR redundancy chat, because there was somebody who was asking me about my plans, making suggestions, not just having a cup of tea. And then she went on to talk about my family and how they talked about it and all the rest of it. So it's not surprising that everybody saw how close she was to her family, because she understood how other people's family reacted to them in any set of circumstances. So I do think that this afternoon we have managed to capture the flavour of having such an astounding person as our monarch. And I have to say that at a time when the Constitution is, shall we say, challenged in some respects, to have had somebody there at the head of a constitutional monarchy has been a benefit to us all.
My lords, truly yesterday even the heavens cried, or as they would say at Balmoral, they greeted. My lords, I mention Balmoral because that's where I was lucky enough to be brought up for the early part of my life. And yes, Her Majesty was the Queen, but to me, she was a mother. To any boy aged 6, as I was then, and upwards, she was primarily a mother. She was a mother that drove her children over to play with us occasionally. She was a mother who behaved as every other mother that I knew did, my lords. And when she occasionally brought her children over, she sometimes joined in the game that we were going to play. And to me, she was just another ordinary mother as well as the Queen. But she was a mother that was also interested in other people's children. Most mothers didn't bother to talk to a 6 or 7-year-old, but the Queen did talk. And that was something that I remember very vividly, and the time that she was able to give to everybody and how she made you feel very special. A little later, my lords, I remember going to a small dance hosted by Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, and I managed to catch we were doing one dance, I managed to catch my mother's eye. That was a mistake, and I got one of those looks that only a parent can give their child. My sister and I were dancing a dance totally different to everybody else in the room. And there was that lovely hiatus, and I thought, oh, what's going to happen now? Well, the first thing that happened was that the Queen came over and said, "What are you dancing?" And my sister explained that it was a new modern dance that she'd just learnt in London. So the Queen said, "I'd like to learn how to do it." And very soon we got the whole room doing it. It was a slight change from Scottish reels, but my lords, I think that's an example of very much the human side of Her Majesty. My lords, I remember her love of the estate and the people that worked on it, and we've heard tributes to how she cares for people. I remember her concern for everybody on that estate. And I remember one particular conversation I had with her, and we were sitting there on the hill, glorious sunshine, and she said, "Malcolm, this is a very special environment. We have got to keep environments like this and our country, because that is what is important in the world." She was way ahead of her time in thinking like that, because that is a fragile environment that is subject to all sorts of pressures that we talked about only yesterday in this house. Nobody's mentioned her love of animals. She was always very knowledgeable and interested in her garrons on this. I'm not going to talk about her racehorses, but the garrons played an integral part in life on the hill at Balmoral, and she knew their pedigree, she knew what they did, and she knew them all by name. And if one was ill, she would be very concerned as to the future. And besides her corgis, she was absolutely brilliant with Labradors. It is astonishing when you see somebody who is naturally good with dogs working a dog. There's that invisible thread that you have to be able to communicate with a working dog. And the Queen had it in spades, and how this person could come onto the hill, take the dog off the keeper, but the dog knew exactly who was boss. Not the keeper, the Queen was boss, and the dog was doing exactly what the Queen wanted it to do. It was something very, very nice to watch, my lords, and showed her great abilities. My lords, there were obviously times, I remember, when as a young boy, you tend to forget that you are actually in the presence of the monarch, and I do remember the occasional proverbial clip round the ear by my father for some of the things I did, and I apologise for that, but I think that any youthful child would have done that. But, my lords, there were also times when she suddenly slipped away and to do something else. Duty called. And it was only much later in my life did I realise what that duty and that role was. And so many of your lordships have mentioned that, and I particularly commend the speeches of the front benches. I'm not going to say anything more on that. I'd like to thank you, ma'am, for all those wonderful happy memories and the great light that you shone in all our lives.
My Lord. My Lord. My Lord. Of myself and the wider Sikh community, I too would like to pass on our sense of loss and sorrow on the death of Her Majesty the Queen. Her passing marks a moment of great sorrow and reflection for us all. Her life, as has been said, was one of selfless service to her subjects and unparalleled service, conducted with both dignity and humility through her 70-year reign. I've had the good fortune of meeting the Queen on several occasions and being invited to lunch at Buckingham Palace, and admired her wit, wisdom, and depth of knowledge. I recall the privilege of accompanying Her Majesty during her first visit to a Gurdwara in Leicester in 2002. I remember standing up on the steps as the car drew up and the Queen got out, a little nervously. Then she saw me and said with a broad grin, "I know him." It's a measure of the high esteem she is held with in the Sikh community that in that small Gurdwara, after the visit, we needed to have a large truck to take away the many bouquets and posies of flowers. It was during her Golden Jubilee celebrations that she made clear she was the sovereign for all her people, and that our different religions show that God's love extends in equal measure to the whole of humanity, a resonant echo of Sikh teachings that show that the important commonalities between our different faiths. I have, my lords, been taking part in the annual Commonwealth service for many years, and on one occasion and 1 year it was suggested that the service moves away from Westminster Abbey, which allows contributions of different faiths, to another place of church which did not. The Queen very promptly and quickly said that if you do that, I won't come. Her Majesty's commitments to the service of others, contribution to society, and humility in all she did are qualities that Sikhs aspire to embody in their lives. Sikhs will always remember her with love and affection.
Deputy Lord Speaker, for the opportunity to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen today. And especially, as my noble friend Baroness Taylor said, I'm very conscious and mindful of the really powerful, heartfelt and sincere speeches that have led the debate today, and I'm sure we're all very grateful for that. Also, I know that all of our thoughts are with the members of the royal family at this time of deep sadness and loss, and I'm sure I join everyone in sending my condolences to them. Over my lifetime, the Queen has visited my home city of Leeds on many occasions. My memories go back, as so many have expressed, as a schoolgirl lining a route to watch the royal car pass. I have to say, I'll never forget the trauma of my sister losing her flag at the key moment as the car was just about to pass. In fact, I think she's still traumatized over 60 years later. Even at that very young age, I recognise the enormous significance of her visit and of her interest in our part of the United Kingdom. It was my great privilege 10 years ago this summer, as Deputy Leader of Leeds City Council, to invite the Queen and Prince Philip to launch the Child Friendly Leeds Initiative, a central pillar in the city's improvement journey in children's services. The Queen, at the same time, reopened the newly refurbished City Varieties. I'm sure you all know the venue with the good old days fame. We had a brilliant cast of young people performing fearlessly for her on the stage. My personal duties included escorting the Queen and Prince Philip from the building in a newly installed glass lift on the outside of the building. What could possibly go wrong? I have to say, I did feel some trepidation at the task, but both the Queen and Prince Philip put me at my ease instantly, and Prince Philip was particularly fascinated by the mechanics of the new lift. Sadly, I was unable to enlighten him on the finer workings of the mechanisms. We walked down to Briggate, the main pedestrianised shopping street in Leeds, and I will never forget the roar of delight that hit us as we turned the corner to find both sides of the street thronged with hundreds and hundreds of children from every primary school in Leeds. It was simply breathtaking. I saw firsthand how they both interacted with the children, and particularly how Prince Philip was assiduous in supporting the Queen so that every child felt included. It was a real pleasure to see them working so naturally and engagingly, talking to so many children and young people. I have never seen so many floral tributes, cuddly toys, you name it, all of the gifts that the children wanted to give to the royal couple. Those children and young people will never forget that day, and I know how much it has inspired them over the years. We will always remember the Queen's extraordinary sense of duty, her commitment to people and communities the length and breadth of the country, her depth of knowledge concerning organisations and backgrounds to events that she attended was simply astounding, revealing her intense interest in the people she was meeting. And I think it's this attention to detail that helps explain why she is so well respected and loved by so many people across the country. I'm grateful for the opportunity to say an enormous thank you for the Queen's life, for her service, her sense of duty, and her extraordinary contribution to public life across the world over the 70 years of her reign.
I had the honour to represent a beautiful part of Aberdeenshire for over 4 decades, and our communities have greatly appreciated throughout that time the regular presence of the Queen and other members of the royal family in, around and among us over so many years. In fact, it was no surprise to me when I travelled down on Monday to find that the Duchess of Rothschild, as she then was on the same plane. Of course, she only had to return 2 days later in sadness, but as Queen Consort. But that was not unusual on that flight. I remember the Queen's accession when I was a boy of 7, and in 1953, like so many others, watched the coronation of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth on a friend's newly acquired tiny black and white TV set, although 2 weeks later went to the cinema and saw it in full glorious Technicolor. 30 years later, I became an MP, and my encounters with the Queen and other members of the family, as is the case for many of us, became more frequent. I remember a number of royal visits and openings, but I also remember being part of the receiving party when the royal yacht brought the Queen to Aberdeen, Probably, I think, the last time the Royal Yacht actually came north to Aberdeen. Unfortunately, because of the fog, the yacht was not able to dock in the port, and the royal party had to come ashore in a barge or a launch. So when I was in the conversation at greeting, remarking to the Queen that it was a pity that the fog had prevented Britannia from docking, Princess Anne made the Queen laugh when she said, "Not at all," she said, "fog means flat calm." And subsequently, in many other occasions, but my wife and I were privileged to be invited to the only garden party, I think, that's taken place at Balmoral to mark the Queen's Golden Jubilee. And it was exclusively limited to the invitees being from the county of Aberdeenshire. Again, an indication of the connection between the community. The sun, I have to say, shone all day on Balmoral, despite the fact that heavy downpours and flash flooding occurred in nearly all the surrounding communities, which clearly proves the sun does shine on the righteous. I mean the Queen, not me. I recall an incident when I was on the International Development Committee, which I had the privilege of chairing, and we were visiting, I won't identify it, an African Commonwealth country, when one of the ministers leant across the table and said, "We're all loyal subjects here, you know." Now, a little bit quaint, but it perhaps encapsulates just how, during her long reign, the Queen personified a positive identity of what Britain and the Commonwealth meant to the world, and it rises far above the quality or the character of any government of the day. That is a huge asset to have. And I think it's why yesterday's news was greeted with tributes and genuine outpourings of affection from literally all over the world. And indeed, when anybody talks about the Queen anywhere in the world, there is only one Queen that they meant. We know that. I knelt before the Queen to swear an oath as Privy Councillor, Baroness Taylor did, and many others, and later to receive a knighthood when the Queen discussed my support for sign languages and communication support for deaf people, which she told me was very important and she valued. And it just indicates, whatever the topic was, she had a view and she had knowledge. At the last diplomat's reception that took place at Buckingham Palace, I wore full Highland dress because I had it and therefore didn't have to rent the other outfit. But the Queen stopped and admired it and commented, "It's lovely to see the kilt here," meaning in Buckingham Palace rather than elsewhere. And the Queen's home on Royal Deeside is just a few miles from our more modest home, and the presence of the royals is noted all the time throughout the year. Many local businesses have, by royal appointment, as suppliers to the Queen and now to our new King. And the privacy of the royal family is respected by the community, but their informal engagement with the local community is also valued. There are many stories of people seeing members of the royal family shopping in Ballater or being given a lift when caught in the rain while hiking around Loch Nagar or Loch Mick to find it was Prince Charles or the Queen or the Duke of Edinburgh who had picked them up. It's therefore perhaps fitting that the family gathered at Balmoral to say farewell to the Queen before the formalities of state mourning began. They have the sympathy and support of their local community, as well as the nation and the world. Of course, our sympathies are with them all. Our gratitude is to her. But now, for the first time in most people's memory, we say, God save the King.
My Lords, I begin, in accordance with the custom of my religious tradition, with an acknowledgement that as mortal humans, we submit to God's decree, and that from his judgment, whether that be for life or for death, there is no appeal. Baruch Dayan Ha'emet, blessed be the judge of truth. And as I say that blessing, I am taken to the last time I met Her Majesty, and I recited a different and special blessing, the blessing our rabbis prescribed to be said when meeting royalty. Baruch Shinatan Michvodo Lebasar Vadam. Blessed is he who has shared his glory with mortals of flesh and blood. And my Lords, the idea in that blessing is not the divine right of kings. It is not the absolutist notion that because monarchs derive their power from God, they cannot be held accountable for their actions. The blessing embodies a totally different idea, but it's a powerful one. It's the idea, as the Talmud puts it, that royalty on earth is to reflect royalty in heaven, that to be royal requires the highest standards and impeccable behaviour. And it's an idea, I suggest, that Her late Majesty exemplified throughout her long reign. Noble lords might be familiar with the Hebrew word mitzvah. Well done for doing this or that, you might hear somebody say, and then they'll add, you've done a mitzvah. You've done a good deed. But, my lords, a mitzvah is not a good deed which you do because you're in the mood or because the urge takes you. A mitzvah isn't something you do only and if you feel like it. The Hebrew root of the word mitzvah, its basic etymology, is the word tzav. And tzav means commandment or order or duty. You do a mitzvah not just because it's a good deed and not just because you feel like doing it. You do a mitzvah because it's your duty. Her late Majesty spent her whole life doing the right thing, and not just because she felt like it or because the mood took her. She spent her 96 years doing the right thing day in and day out of a sense of duty. It was a life, if I may respectfully say, of mitzvah, of acting out of a profound sense of personal duty and under the solemn oath to God which she took at her coronation. Now, in Hebrew, every letter also has a numerical value, and you can add up the values of individual letters to get the value of a word. And in one of those coincidences, which perhaps are not, the value, the numerical value of the Hebrew word tzav, the root of the word mitzvah, is 96. 96 years of tzav, of duty, and also of mitzvah, of doing the right thing, because that is your duty. My lords, tomorrow is Shabbat, and as we've heard from my noble friend Lord Pollock, in synagogues up and down the country, we will say the prayer for the royal family as we do each and every week. We recite that prayer immediately after the reading of the Torah, the 5 books of the Pentateuch from Genesis to Deuteronomy, which we read in weekly instalments throughout the year. We're well into Deuteronomy at the moment, and so the current annual cycle is nearly complete. But on the day that we finish Deuteronomy, we do something odd but important. We return to the Holy Ark, the scroll with which we completed Deuteronomy, but we immediately take out a new scroll and start reading again from the first chapter of Genesis. So on that day, the death of Moses, the faithful leader who had guided the people over so many decades, is immediately followed, a matter of moments later, by a new start, indeed a new creation, in the first chapter of Genesis. And so tomorrow, for the first time in my life, we will not pray in synagogue for Prince Charles, but for King Charles. I started yesterday as a Queen's Council, and I finished it as a King's Council. We've closed one book, a long and good book, which we've had with us for so many years, and we are about to open another. And as we all pray that God save our King, I will also pray that he too may enjoy a reign of mitzvah, of doing the right thing, for that now is his duty. Baruch Dayan Ha'emet, Yehei Zichra Baruch. Blessed be the judge of truth, and may Her late Majesty's cherished memory be a blessing for all of us.
Contribute to these speeches, recognising the value that Her Majesty the Queen has given this country. There are over 500,000 nurses in the UK, and she has met many of them. She has been patron of the Royal College of Nursing since 1953 and will be sorely missed. Her interest has been great. She's met many Florence Nightingale Foundation scholars. I'm president of that foundation. Many of those scholars lead our NHS trusts and community services. She's worked with the Queen's Nursing Institute and has always had a deep interest in nursing. She met so many nurses from so many different countries and backgrounds and faiths, and they all valued the discussions she had with them. Now, as I got more senior, I did meet her on several occasions, but what she wanted senior nurses to do was to introduce her to the people that were working on the floor or in the community, and obviously sometimes to patients. At the end of the pandemic, she said that she recognised that nurses had played a very, very important part in our pandemic response. But of course, over the years, she visited palliative care centres, children's centres. After the Manchester bomb, spoke to a variety of nurses and patients. And she also had quite an interest that I have in homelessness and how healthcare was delivered there. And that's been a particular issue that has now been taken up by His Royal Highness Prince William. But I also remind you how brilliant she was with people in distress. She coped with somebody breaking into her bedroom and kept them calm. That's quite a challenge. I join with other members of my profession in remembering a role model who took the rough with the smooth, was interested in all her people's welfare, and fair and polite to everybody she came into contact with. And I am just going to tell you that she doesn't know that it was me. But exactly 49 years ago, I was a second-year student at the Westminster Hospital. And on the whole, her staff and friends at that time were admitted to the Westminster Hospital. They weren't well. And I was working in theatre. And in theatre, if you'd been on night duty, you had to go down in the morning and collect the blood from the basement to bring it up to the theatres. But you had to do that by doing it separately, so you didn't muddle blood for different theatres. And there were only 2 lifts, and one was for emergency, and the other was for ordinary kind of behaviour. And we were told at 6 o'clock that nobody was to use the routine lift until 7. But I had the blood to collect. So I had several journeys down 8 sets of stairs, because theatre was at the top and blood was in the basement. And at 2 minutes past 7, I was on my last trip, and I thought, great, I can get into the lift. So I pressed the lift in the basement, and it opened, and there was our matron, whose name I can remember, and there was the Queen, who had overrun visiting a member of her staff. And I stood with these 2 pieces of blood in each hand, curtsied, kind of stood back, and out of the lift they got, and she just smiled at me, and so many of you have mentioned that smile. I spent the next 72 hours expecting to be called for by the matron. That didn't happen, and I'm pretty convinced it was because the Queen probably laughed once she walked away from me. I join with others in sending my condolences to His Majesty the King Charles III, his sons, and his wife, the Queen Consort Camilla, who I trust will support and comfort him during this time throughout his reign in the way the Queen was supported by Prince Philip.
Yeah.
My lords, I rise to speak from perhaps a unique perspective in your lordship's house. Almost all the speeches, the tributes to Her late Majesty that we have heard today and there have been very powerful and very moving speeches, have been tributes from your lordships who met Her Majesty. I never met Her Majesty in person, and so I thought yesterday, I don't think I will rise to speak in tribute to Her late Majesty. What can I say? But the more I thought about it, the more I thought, surely my perspective is actually somewhat more similar to the many millions of loyal subjects across the United Kingdom and other countries that have our sovereign as their head of state. Because, as my noble friend Baroness Benjamin said, when she was a child in Trinidad, she dreamt of meeting the Queen, and she never thought that would happen. In her case, as in the lives of so many of your lordships, you had the opportunity to meet the late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Exactly 8 years ago, I received an email to say that Her Majesty the Queen had agreed my title. It was the second Friday of September 2014. So there was a missive that had been sent thanks to Her Majesty the Queen. And my friends and relatives all said, "That's wonderful. You're going to be in the House of Lords. Does that mean you're going to meet the Queen?" Because there was an immediate assumption that if the monarch opens Parliament and if we see people who get MBEs, CBEs, DBEs, KBEs going to the palace to receive them from the Queen, then surely if you're getting a peerage, what higher honour could there be, that you would receive it from the sovereign. So I had to explain a little bit of the British Constitution and how, in fact, although the Queen makes her letters patent in order for us to be here, in practice, we don't go and kiss the ring or have any other direct interaction with Her Majesty the Queen. Like many children in the 1970s, and like the noble Lord Ahmed, I remember the Silver Jubilee. I also remember Virginia Wade winning Wimbledon. But I came from Liverpool, and like many children, I just went to a street party. My mother paid 5 pence every week for a collection so that I could go to a street party, and I got one of the commemorative coins, just like every child. But at a time in the 1970s, when this country still believed in deference, when you might have expected young children to look to Her Majesty the Queen, where across the Commonwealth people would have looked to the royal family. Fast forward 45 years, and the world has changed so fundamentally. As we've heard from my noble friend Lord Wallace of Saltaire, who was present at the last coronation, the country has become so much more diverse. It has become one of much greater diversity. We've heard from so many noble lords of different faiths, and the Queen has overseen that diversity. But the country itself has in many ways become much less deferential, much less interested, one might think, in pageantry. But my youngest godson is 3, and he and his brother like nothing more than singing what they call the Queen's song. That to them is what the national anthem is. Now, it might be strange. I don't know how many 3, 4, 5-year-olds like to sing their national anthem. This isn't a country like the United States where you're expected to do so. But for those children, but also for anybody under the age of 70, our national anthem has been wrapped up with the identity of Her Majesty the Queen. For all of us, we are going to have to think about what does it mean to have King Charles III. We're all going to have to get used to thinking about His Majesty the King. But one of the things that is so tremendous this week is the outpouring of grief in the country. This is a personal moment for the royal family, and like other noble lords, I send my most sincere condolences to His Majesty the King, to the Queen Consort and the rest of the royal family. but it is also a time of very heartfelt grief in this country and other countries where Her Majesty the Queen is head of state. She has been the most wonderful role model for those of you who met her and for those of us who never met her in person. We can only hope and pray that whereas Her late Majesty had a very short apprenticeship to be our Queen, her son, who's had a 70-year apprenticeship from the best teacher he could have had, will find the faith and fortitude to be as wonderful a monarch to our country as his late mother. I wish him well. God save the King, and thank you, Ma'am.
I haven't spoken in your Lordship's house for many years, but felt compelled to do so. And I'm glad I did. Much of what has been said about Her late Majesty and everything she embodied, I wish to associate myself with. I'd also like to echo the sentiments of the noble Lord Butler and pay tribute to the opening speeches by the front benches and many others today. It makes you proud to be a member of this House as you listen to the tributes and the contributions that almost everybody in this House has made to public life and the interaction they have had with Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty's life was a life that set us all an example. My time in this House, and it has been long, has been focused on equality. Many of you will know that. And the notion of equality and monarchy can be difficult to reconcile in the abstract. The most fitting tribute I can make to the late Queen is she made that reconciliation look easy. She was a great equaliser. She equalised in almost every room she stepped. Her sense of duty should humble us all. I have always been enamoured of the motto of the BBC. Nation shall speak peace unto nation. My Lords, Her Majesty was the personification of nation speaks peace unto nation. I mourn her passing. I celebrate her life with all of you, and I wish long life to His Majesty the King.
My Lords, I share something with the Lady Newen. I've never had the honour of meeting Her Majesty. I have the honour of being in her presence, though. I did not grow up in Britain, or indeed in a monarchy. Queen Elizabeth was not the daily background to my childhood and identity, as I know she was for so many of you in this House, in the nation and across the Commonwealth. In school, I was taught about the former Kingdom of Yugoslavia and its royal family, who had abandoned the country at a time of great difficulty in the Second World War, and whose supporters had been on the wrong side of history. Yet, as I studied the language and literature of this country at university, and then as I sought refuge here, the virtues and principles of Her late Majesty the Queen showed me a different idea of monarchy. The values Elizabeth II embodied, the values to which noble lords have paid tribute so eloquently, were the values I have come to associate with this United Kingdom, which is now my home. The sense of service which she so defined and defined her, and which she chose to emphasize as the fundamental principle of her reign, is an example and inspiration to all of us in public life. The Queen was reminded that across periods of huge change in politics, society, technology, there are values that persist. Through times of uncertainty or division, she was a unifying force. We could look to her for continuity, for an idea of how to act and how to serve. Her leadership was respected and admired across the world. As one former refugee from Iran, now serving in the United Nations, told me this morning, It doesn't matter where you're from, she was a point of light for us all. For the people of this nation, of the Commonwealth, of the world, the Queen represents an ideal of decency and quiet duty which offers hope and reassurance. For those like me, who came to this country as refugees and immigrants, the Queen brought us together. In our admiration and love for her, we became British. She was a lighthouse, guiding us through the darkness, showing by her actions how we might place duty and humility at the heart of our lives. So she will remain. My thoughts now are with her family and with His Majesty the King. Our pain can only be a shadow of what they feel, those who knew her best, who loved her first as a mother and a grandmother. I offer His Majesty King Charles III my loyalty and support, and pray for his long reign.
I too share the deep sorrow and grief felt throughout the nation, the Commonwealth and overseas for the passing of Her Majesty. Her devotion, her commitment, her strength of purpose were not only most remarkable, but sustained so magisterially throughout her long reign. I offer my condolences to His Majesty King Charles III and all the royal family. I was 22 years old on my flying training course when Her Majesty ascended the throne, aged 25. It has always been a mark of her greatness that she assumed her role and responsibilities at so youthful an age and in such full measure. My Lords, while attending the state visit of her parents to South Africa in 1947, she made that vow on her 21st birthday, already repeated today, that my whole life, whether it be short or long, will be devoted to your service. It was an admirable and most impressive pledge for a 21-year-old young lady. Indeed, it was my privilege to meet her for the first time very soon, just 2 months after she made that vow. Still a princess and attending one of her early royal and solar events. The occasion was the centenary celebrations at my school, Radley. The Archbishop of Canterbury had preached in chapel. The warden and others had made speeches of welcome and thanks. The school prefects, of which I was one, entertained the princess, less than 4 years our senior in age, to tea in our study. No masters were present. We had her all to ourselves. We plied her with meringues and biscuits and presented her with a box of chocolates. Radley Archives still hold the receipt, making clear that this sweet offering had cost all 15 of us not only 16 shillings and 8pence, but a whole week of our sugar ration. Also in this archive is a copy of part of a handwritten letter to a friend describing her day at Radley, and she wrote, I quote, "The tea with the prefects was very enjoyable, and certainly a great change from some of the rather dull teas one has on official occasions. This one couldn't have been more fun." She was well known for her sense of fun as well as for a sense of duty and responsibility. And of course, during my time at senior ranks in the armed forces, and even later, I had the privilege to meet Her Majesty on numerous occasions. She asked me personally, when Chief of Defence Staff, to Buckingham Palace, to brief her in 1991 on the ongoing operations in the First Gulf War. She was, as always, deeply interested in the performance of her armed forces. It is the greatest of blessings to have known such a charming and charismatic person. May she rest in peace forever and in our memories.
My Lords, I was born 2.5 years after Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth ascended the throne, and until yesterday, in common with the majority of people in this country, I had only known one monarch. For so many of us, the Queen alone represented what we think of and understand by the concept of monarchy. She was the Queen. Her reign was one of exemplary, selfless and faithful service, sustained by a profound Christian faith, a life of service inspired by following in the way of Jesus, the servant king. But it wasn't a slavish adherence to duty. Many people have commented on the late Queen's pertinent comments on visits, her informed observations, the real interest which she showed in people and communities. She engaged with these people and the communities on these visits for 70 years and more, and invariably left them feeling much better for having met her, a testimony to the gracious manner in which she fulfilled her role as our Queen. Much comment has also been made today and in many of the commentaries over the last 24 hours about the dramatic changes that have taken place in our country, in the world and society since she ascended the throne in 1952. Things which in that year would almost certainly were unimaginable. I recall reading somewhere that she was the first head of state at about the age of 50 ever to send what we now call an email. The Scottish Parliament probably was only a twinkle in the eye of some political activists, but as the noble Lord McConnell said, he recalled that visit she made to the Scottish Parliament sitting in Aberdeen on the occasion of her Golden Jubilee in 2002, when she gave so much encouragement to those of us who had been in there from the beginning and had taken some brickbats from the press, but she gave us a lot of encouragement in what we were doing. I also recall that when she opened the new Scottish Parliament on the 1st of July 1999, she referred to, and I quote, the pragmatic balance between continuity and change. And surely it was her ability to achieve and maintain that pragmatic balance over 7 decades, not least in political and constitutional relationships, that was one of the key hallmarks of her reign. I first met the Queen in Kirkwall in 1987 when she unveiled a new stained glass window in St Magnus Cathedral on the 850th anniversary of the cathedral's foundation. She referred to that visit when I last met her, less than 3 weeks ago. As a former moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland, a church in which she always showed a keen interest, I had been asked to preach the sermon at Sunday morning worship in Crathy Church, and the Queen had graciously invited me to spend 2 nights at Balmoral Castle on her beloved Deeside. No barbecues. It was a privilege to have had such quality time talking to her. Her mind was sharp. She had a keen interest in what was going on. And so I experienced the warmth of her personality, which so many people have talked about. And so she so readily put me at my ease. It was a privilege, too, to engage with close members of her family over those 2 days who also did so much to make me feel welcome. And it was them I've been particularly thinking about over these last 24 hours. The family to whom the Queen was a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, an aunt, a mother-in-law. And as we give thanks for the life of the Queen, a remarkable life of humble leadership and service, I know that we want to keep in our thoughts and our prayers her close family, especially His Majesty King Charles, for whom her death is so very real and so very personal. May they know the comfort which Jesus promised to those who mourn.
My Lords, it's not easy at this stage in your Lordship's proceedings to say very much that's new. But I want to echo, in particular, the words of the noble prelate who led our prayers and the noble Lord Judge in suggesting that our mourning for the longest reigning monarch in our history should be infused with a spirit of gratitude. For it is we, the people of the United Kingdom and of the Commonwealth, who are the beneficiaries of that sense of duty, of that devotion to service, and of that dedication to the well-being of her subjects, of which so many have spoken. And she applied those principles in practice in a way which provided inspirational leadership, without ever trespassing for a second on the realm of party politics. In the words of my noble friend Lord Forsyth, she never put her foot wrong. Much is said these days about soft power, the way in which a country can influence events without necessarily relying on military or even economic clout. It is impossible to exaggerate the extent to which Her Majesty influenced across the world a positive perception of the United Kingdom. She was soft power personified. Much has been said about the way she put people at ease, and I had the privilege, together with my wife, of spending a night at Windsor Castle when I was leader of the opposition. I was amazed to find in the library the trouble that had been taken to assemble a collection of objects which related to my constituency of Folkestone and Hythe, objects which I had known nothing at all about and which were quite remarkable. And perhaps the most telling example of the way in which she could put people at ease occurred when a friend of mine who had been subject to much trauma was invited to lunch at the palace, sat next to the Queen, and in the middle of the lunch froze. And the Queen sent for the corgis, and together they fed the corgis, and my friend unfroze and was able to continue the conversation. Much has been said about the way in which Her Majesty was regarded with such enormous respect and admiration far beyond our shores. And I finish with one reminiscence. I was in a Caribbean country when a new Governor-General had just been appointed. And the local newspaper published an article giving advice to the new Governor-General. And it said, "You will have many difficult decisions to make. And we suggest that when you're confronted with those decisions, you ask yourself one question: what would Her Majesty do?" My lords, we have lost a great monarch, a great friend, and as she herself described herself, a servant, our country's greatest and most faithful servant.
Very good.
My lords, Inna lillahi wa inna ilahi rajiun. To God we belong, and unto God we shall be returned. My lords, as a Muslim, these are the first sentiments that we utter on news of hearing deaths. So it was as her peers I learnt of her deaths and share these same words with my friends and family. My lords, I stand in deepest sorrow and share with all the condolences to His Majesty the King Charles III and Her Majesty's beloved family our sincerest sorrow and deepest sympathy. Being respectful of all eloquent contribution before me, I speak as her peer, a woman, mother, and grandmother in expressing my deepest gratitude for her lifelong services to our nation, the Commonwealth. Indeed, as the longest-serving woman leader of any nation, her presence will have inspired umpteen generation of younger women and emerging leaders in their communities and countries. We cannot underestimate the impact on the young of Her Majesty's encounter with natural ease just with Paddington Bear, but also her bus ride on a Peppa Pig bus book to Buckingham Palace. I can share with noble lords the endearment with which Her Majesty is held to my 7-year-old granddaughter, Iman's generation, who wants to meet Her Majesty the Queen on the next red bus ride. On a very personal note, I had the honor of receiving Her Majesty the Queen the very first time as the Tower Hamlets Deputy Leader during her visit to London Hospital. I had just given birth and left a breastfed baby behind. The royal visit was little delayed, and as I got a call, I stepped out of this huge building with a huge, heavy wooden door and shielded myself behind the entrance. And so, as I was there for literally a few minutes, the door flung open, exposing me with a little telephone to my ears. Nervously, I was just absolutely petrified. Her Majesty opened the door and said, "Who are you?" So I said, "Your Majesty," I courteous, and I said, "Your Majesty, I'm the Deputy Leader of the Council, here to welcome you, to receive you, and I'm really sorry. I had to step out because I have a screaming baby and a distressed husband." So she asked me, "How many children do I have? Is this the first?" I said, "No, Your Majesty, this is my fifth." She said, "For God's sake, tell him to get a bottle and feed him." So, remarkably, a few years later, in this royal gallery, when I was introduced as the first Muslim woman appointed by her in this house, in the royal gallery, she asked me if we'd met before. And I did, and I explained where we'd met her. And she said, "Where were the babies?" So I said, "Unfortunately, it's still with the same man." So anyway, the smile that I saw yesterday on television everywhere was exactly the smile that was so endearing and so loving. And it was almost as though you knew her, even though those moments were so little, so unimportant in that sense, in the greater scheme of things. My lords, I am thankful for this opportunity to express my humblest gratitude for Her Majesty's life of selfless dedication to all of her people. And as a mother, I feel confident that Her Majesty's teaching and indelible wisdom will indeed be imprinted in the footprints of His Majesty King Charles III. It's duty to all the country, all our country, as defender of all people, of all faiths. Long may he reign, and may Almighty God bless our Queen, eternal garden of peace, beside her beloved rock.
My lords, I've only recently come out of hospital, so I hope I can hang on to my stick and keep straight. But I particularly wanted to come to this debate, not particularly for I was going to say anything very remarkable, but I was going to listen to the speeches, and I think the standard of the speeches that I've heard as high as any that I have heard in this House over many years. I think I am the longest in time ago leader of the House of Lords. I wasn't the longest member of the House of Lords, but it was long ago that I was the leader. And I have enjoyed very much what I've heard today, and I'm not going to go into my share of reminiscences that I have. But there's one thing I just wanted to say, listening to the debate, which I think hasn't been emphasised sufficiently. And that is this: so many of us who have been ministers in the government have been the slaves of our red boxes for years. I don't know, I think 10 or 15 years I had to deal with my red boxes. But you have to imagine, Her Majesty dealt with them for 70 years. 70 years that she did that. And I think that a lot of what she managed to succeed and do in her life was because she was so well prepared for every event. Not only well prepared, but she also knew how to put it across in a way that didn't reveal that she might have views of her own. She put the thing across in a very important, impartial way. But I think above all of the things that, of the excellent debate we've had, the things that I thought perhaps wasn't emphasised enough was just what a lot of hard work she had to put up with over 70 years. And that's all I'm going to say today.
My Lords, on this saddest of time, I join other noble lords in sending sincere condolences to His Majesty the King and members of the royal family. This has been a very moving day because of the remarkable tributes that have been paid by so many noble lords, deeply emotional, reminding us all of the very real loss that our nation has experienced. Although a very strong nation will regrettably, for some time to come, find very difficult to come to terms with. So much has been said about Her Majesty, but I would like to make her late Majesty, but I would like to make two observations, one professional and one personal. Her late Majesty was patron of so many medical organisations, medical royal colleges, hospitals, and other organisations. And the Queen's example, her values, inspired the professions hugely, as we have heard from the noble lady, Lady Watkins. That inspiration was vitally important at many times, particularly so during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Queen was, from the very beginning of her reign, a patron of the King's Fund, and we in the Fund were deeply privileged to enjoy that patronage, which had a tremendous impact on the work of the Fund over 70 years. During that period, of course, things have changed tremendously. Life expectancies increased, the way that medicine and healthcare is delivered has changed substantially. The Fund was established in 1897 by the then Prince of Wales, later Edward VII, King Edward VII. At that time, to raise funds for the hospitals dealing with the poor in London. Of course, its purpose has changed substantially and over that period of time, but in 2008, the Fund was privileged to receive its royal charter from Her Majesty, which continued the capacity for us to pursue the work that was so strongly supported. That deep commitment to the work of healthcare professionals was not only reflected in support of organisations here in the United Kingdom, but throughout the Commonwealth, vitally important in ensuring that the values that Her late Majesty so clearly expressed and practised could remain fundamental to the practice of medicine throughout the world. The second observation, my Lords, I'd like to make is a much more personal one, and it reflects Her Majesty's deep commitment to the Commonwealth, and through that deep commitment and example, the opportunity that was afforded to so many from Commonwealth countries to come to the United Kingdom. Amongst those subjects who came from another Commonwealth country to settle here in the United Kingdom were my parents in 1961. And I remember growing up in the 60s and 70s how they were deeply inspired and moved by Her Majesty's commitment to the Commonwealth and all the peoples of the Commonwealth, and indeed those peoples who decided to come and settle here in the United Kingdom. It was a vitally important part of ensuring during that important period in our national history that subjects of all backgrounds had the capacity to make their contribution, to participate in the life of our country, and in the case of my parents, to contribute to the work of the National Health Service. A vitally important opportunity afforded by a monarch who understood the importance of the sensitivity, kindness and example that would ensure for integration of those from all over the world in societies and communities across our country providing the opportunity for them to make their contributions. I remembered all of this at a deeply moving moment in my own time, the day that I had the privilege to kneel before Her Majesty and to be sworn, to swear my oath of allegiance on becoming a member of Her Majesty's most honourable Privy Council. I was particularly nervous that day, but as noble lords have already indicated, any audience with Her Majesty was always attended by Her Majesty's determination to ensure that one was put at ease. But kneeling there, I was deeply moved because I understood that it was the values of Her Majesty, her example, and the work that the Queen had done over so many decades that provided the opportunity for my family to settle here in the United Kingdom, and the remarkable occurrence of my kneeling before Her Majesty to swear that oath. The fine example, the values of service, of duty, of commitment, always shown with kindness and thoughtfulness, are very powerful qualities that will live in the hearts of every one of Her late Majesty's subjects. God save the King.
My Lords, I'm pleased to follow the noble Lord Cacker, because actually I was with him on that very day, and when I too took the Privy Council oath. I start off really by saying how much I've enjoyed listening to other noble lords talk about our late Queen and the way in which she has served the nation. We've heard some really admirable speeches, as my noble friend Lord Wakeham has said. And I echo his admiration for her diligence in actually knowing what the issues are and being prepared to work to acquire that knowledge. Nobody can doubt that she has been a very hard-working and diligent monarch. And she has combined that with constitutional integrity, which has been vital for this nation and for the developing world and for the Commonwealth of which she has been head. Noble lords have mentioned human qualities, and I think perhaps that is an important dimension, because it is the way in which she's being able to relate to many noble lords here present who have had opportunities to get to know her or to work with her or to accompany her in particular activities. I don't know whether I should declare an interest, but I want to talk about my family horticultural business, because for 37 years we have in fact been the warrant holders as bulb growers to Her Majesty the Queen. Now, some people may say that's not a particularly a proud boast, but I personally take great pleasure from it, and it's preceded all this other stuff and red benches and all the rest of it, and it's probably more important in real terms than anything I've been able to do here, because although gardening does not compete with horses or dogs, it does indeed come a very close second, and you only have to go round the royal gardens of the royal properties of Balmoral, at Windsor, at Buckingham Palace, to get an idea of how seriously gardening is taken by Her Majesty. It's not just visits to Chelsea and things like that. But this has provided me with some common link, and perhaps I can end with a little bit of an anecdote of my political life, because I was both a Lord-in-Waiting, which was, for a number of us, a great deal of fun and enjoyable, although it involved duties, and I see colleagues who are indeed ladies in waiting at the moment here, they will know that it's a great honour, but it's also interesting. And one of the great things that the monarchy has done in this country has been to make working with it interesting and everybody feeling that it's a worthwhile thing to be doing. But obviously, when I first went along to see Her Majesty and the bulb connection sprang to mind, it served as a common theme. So we did talk about politics, of course, but we also talked about horticulture and the like. And there was a famous occasion when we had a visit from a certain important ally. In fact, it was my last royal duty. And we were part of the welcoming group at Buckingham Palace. I might say that the particular guest, the visitor, was extraordinarily diligent. So much so that the bandmaster was having to reprise the music played whilst he inspected the Guard of Honour, as he insisted on stopping about every other person and asking them where they came from and what they did and how long they'd been in the service or whatever it happened to be. But subsequently, the particular distinguished visitor also seemed to take an awful long time moving round in the normal reception area that we had. And Her Majesty said to me, "I think we're going to have to break this up. He's getting stuck." And of course, she was rather mischievous about this, but asked me what I thought we should talk to him about. And I said, "Why don't we talk to him about daffodils?" And of course, this particular president was not used to talking about daffodils. He'd never met anybody who knew anything about daffodils, and he certainly didn't know anything about it himself. He was much more interested in casinos and New York property development and things like that, if I might say so. Oh, I've revealed who it is. But never mind. The confidentiality of these speeches, of course, is well known. But I just felt it was evidence of her humanity. That the fact that the thing that probably helped her through the days of hard, dure work that she had to accomplish was the fact that she had a sense of humour, a genuine wit, and she was great fun for all noble lords here who've had anything to do with Her Majesty will know that to be with her was great fun. I wish the House comfort in its grief, because we're all upset at her death, and may the King live long.
My lords, I seem to be taking part in that bit of the proceedings where there are a lot of people who never had the honour of meeting Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth. But I, among others in our nation and beyond, have known her only as our singular sovereign. And I say that as a first-generation migrant to this country, coming from a republic. So my early experience was not of her as my head of state. In fact, for many years after I arrived here, I continued to be a Republican. But her example finally cured me of that heresy about 30 years ago. Her presence among Commonwealth countries has been remarked upon considerably today, and is one where there never was any doubt as to her status within that family of nations as its head. My first memory of seeing her was as a very young child, when she and the late Duke of Edinburgh visited what was then East Pakistan, today's Bangladesh, in 1961.
My late father, an army officer, and mother took us to Chittagong in a state of great excitement, as my mother was of her generation, I think born in the same year, and was incredibly excited to see the Queen. There was never any question of needing a name. The Queen in the flesh. She spoke beautifully, but for a child, more importantly, she wore a beautiful dress, and that sense of style stayed with her to the end. In more recent times, I saw her in operation in her beloved Commonwealth, serving, as I did, as a staffer in the Queensland Chogham of 2002. I see Lord Jay is not in his place. He was there as well. Slightly more significant role. It was a difficult one, coming after the 9/11 attacks, the problems of Mugabe and Zimbabwean democracy, the expulsion of Pakistan after the Musharraf coup, and there was a general sense of crisis. I said to my boss, who was a veteran of those meetings, "Oh my God, does she really need this on her plate?" To which his reply was, "My dear girl, the odd coup or two in between these meetings wouldn't even cause her to blink. She's seen it all." My lords, a lot has been said about her, Queen Elizabeth, the late Queen Elizabeth's personal qualities as our sovereign. But I also want to pay tribute to her deep knowledge and understanding of complexity. After we, as a country, experienced the financial crash, the global financial crash of 2008, there was a furious debate raging about all the assumptions that underpinned financial markets in capitalism. She asked to meet a bunch of senior economists at the London School of Economics, my alumnus. Nobel Prize winners were lined up wall to wall. And after listening to the great and the good in the world of economics, she asked the simplest of questions. Why didn't you see this coming? This was a question being asked up and down the land in every house. She was always ahead of the game, my lords. Earlier tributes this morning spoke to the faith in her life, of the umbrella that the Church of England holds up on behalf of all faiths in our country. As another person from the Muslim world, the service that Queen Elizabeth represents and that King Charles has so clearly articulated that it is his wish to continue to do, will sustain all their subjects in the weeks and years to come. I'm confident, my lords, that we are, in our sorrow, one indivisible United Kingdom, irrespective of race, religion, or creed. All of us mourn her passing. Our thoughts and prayers are with King Charles III and the wider family.
My Lord, it's truly humbling to take part in this debate after so many eloquent speeches from those who have known Her Majesty, Her late Majesty, so well. But I wanted to pay my own short tribute to a woman who has influenced so much of my life. I suppose my most solid connection with Her late Majesty was the fact that I was born in the very same hour as her eldest son, our new king. I don't remember the occasion particularly well, but the birth certificate bear this out. And I do remember as a young boy looking at the back of my pale hand and seeing these blue veins, these very blue veins on the back of my hand, and wondering, just wondering just a little bit, what if? But fortunately, you and I have been spared. Our late Queen came to us as a shy young woman, and left us as the greatest of queens, to stand alongside, perhaps even a step above, Victoria and the first Elizabeth. A queen, a monarch, a woman, a wife, who loved but one man ever, and who herself was loved by millions. She led us from the extraordinary and historic journey from an aging and ailing empire to the enduring friendships of Commonwealth, about which we have heard so much. A woman who placed duty first, second and third, and who began it all again every single morning. That sense of duty and dignity, that unflappability and personal courage and wisdom, that love of Marmite sandwiches, and, oh, that smile, even shouts of joy. Yes, she loved her horses, and winning. She was no pale functionary. She was an example of selfless leadership. And we could have done no better. She was an example to us all. She was a golden thread that ran through the tapestries of our lives, the sinews that bind this nation together, bonds not of fear, that is the prerogative of leaders in some other countries, but bonds of affection, of devotion, bonds which had tens of thousands of us pouring towards the palace, not waving machine guns and severed heads, but waving banners, shouting not chants of revolution, but songs of joy. Waving banners telling her how much we were devoted to her, how much we loved her. And love, that little word love, is something which keeps cropping up in the discussions that we have about Elizabeth. And how we rejoiced at her many jubilees. What fun we had, as other nations marvelled and quietly envied the very British secret that was Elizabeth. And so, my lords, the torch is passed to another generation, whose sorrows today we share. We send our commiserations to our new King, Charles III, and his Queen Consort, Camilla, and to the entire family. We thank them for sharing with us the long, long life of such an extraordinary lady. We will bury her not only with sadness, but also with unquenchable pride and endless gratitude. Thank you, ma'am. The Queen is dead. Long live the King.
My lords, I rise to salute Her Glorious and Beloved Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. Given her age and her recent frailty, we have all, I am sure, imagined this day. But in its awesome realization, I think we find it almost unimaginable and wholly surreal. We are, as a nation, bereft, with tears flowing unexpectedly and a peculiar ache of loss. Her Majesty reigned for so long that this time feels unprecedented to us all, but of course it is not. I speak not to offer any personal anecdotes. Like Baroness Smith, I never met her personally, and we have heard so many warm and wonderful reminiscences. Rather, I offer the House context in my role as the Earl of Devon, a title with a particular affinity with our female monarchy. The title was created by our first and often forgotten female monarch, Matilda. She was granddaughter of William I, whose reign was cruelly usurped on the death of her father, Henry I. The first Baron to raise his standard in her support was Baldwin at Exeter Castle. For his unwavering support of the right of a woman to reign, he was created Earl of Devon in 1142. Our second, unfairly maligned female monarch was Queen Mary. The Earl of Devon, her cousin, protested her parents' divorce and the young princess's own unjust disinheritance. He was attainted and beheaded by Henry VIII for his devotion to female monarchy as a result. That Earl's young son grew up prisoner in the Tower until Mary's eventual succession, at which point he was released recreated Earl of Devon, and carried the sword of state at her coronation. My lords, it is that title that I bear, and while the principles of inherited duty may be contentious outside of the royal family, I am proud to speak on behalf of a family that served Matilda and Mary and each of our subsequent female monarchs, thankfully without a beheading for some centuries. It has been an enormous privilege, my lords, to add my little part to that tradition of service to female rule. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth now takes her place, as just stated, amongst the pantheon of our greatest queens and kings. It is not for us to determine her exact position therein, but we can be sure history will find her an exalted place. The sheer sweep of time over which she has presided and the humanity, the very humanity with which she did so, has made sure of that. My lords, this swift canter through history also reminds us that it is now for us, the long-serving House of Lords, to support our nation in the traumatic passage of its sovereignty from Queen Elizabeth to His Majesty King Charles III. We have indeed done this many times before, but it will not be easy. While this time provides us the important opportunity for reflection on the nature of our Constitution and the role of our monarch, I fervently hope we do it many times into the future and with Her Majesty's shining example to light the way. My lords, in conclusion, I offer a few words as a Devonian. The county is proud beyond measure that it was in Dartmouth that Her Majesty first met her beloved Prince Philip, a moment from which sprung Her Majesty's important role as spouse, mother, grandmother and great-grandmother to so many and indeed to the nation. And my lords, finally, I want to welcome her grandson, Prince William, now styled the Duke of Cornwall, to his ancient role within the Southwest Peninsula. As a neighbour, I look forward to supporting his efforts to steward our glorious natural capital in his father's eminent footsteps, and also to debating with him the appropriate construction of a cream tea. God save the King and his whole family.
My lords, I arrived as a young boy to the United Kingdom from the Gold Coast in June 1952 to a country preparing for a coronation for Queen Elizabeth II. Today, 70 years later, we're preparing for her funeral. I would like to acknowledge the Queen's leadership and contribution to the Commonwealth, and Ghana in particular. Ghana, as the first British colony to gain independence in 1957, invited the Queen in November 1961. She had been invited before, but was pregnant with Princess Anne at the time. 1961 was a time of political turmoil in Ghana, and a bomb had damaged the statue of Kwame Nkrumah. The Queen shrugged off advice to cancel the trip and made a successful tour of Ghana, steadying nerves and ensuring that Ghana, later to become a republic, remained in the Commonwealth. At the state banquet, Nkrumah toasted the Queen by saying, "The wind of change blowing through Africa has become a hurricane. Whatever else is blown into the limbo of history, the personal regard and affection which we have for Your Majesty will remain unaffected." When the Queen danced with Kwame Nkrumah, it was seen by many as a symbolic moment in the history of the Commonwealth. That visit was instrumental in keeping Ghana within the Commonwealth. The Queen's admiration for Ghana continued, and when President John Kufuor was invited to a state banquet at Buckingham Palace in 2007, I was privileged to be invited as the President of the Royal College of Surgeons. After the formal dinner, I chanced to have a conversation with the Queen. I began respectfully, "I suspect, Ma'am, you visited most of the countries of the Commonwealth. she fixed me with a look and said, "No, all of them." That put me in my place. But it was said with a knowing smile which quickly put me at ease. So much so that I was probably the last to leave that evening. My lords, we've heard much today about the Queen's contribution to these isles, but we should not forget the enormous contribution she made to the Commonwealth, keeping it together and relevant to Britain when others would have had it otherwise. The Queen will be remembered not only for the service to this country, but for the service she gave to the Commonwealth.
My Lords, there was a conversation that took place many, many years ago amongst a group of neighbours. It happened in my grandma's house, which was Coronation Road in a mining village in Scotland. And the discussion was about the Queen Mother. I think there had been some controversy of some kind in the newspaper. And my grandmother was sitting, being part of this conversation, passed the comment at one point, and she said, "Well, I don't know. I only met her the once." And that phrase, "Well, I don't know, I only met her the once," has kind of passed into my family thing. Today, lots of people have talked about how they met the Queen, and I have greatly enjoyed the insights and the anecdotes. I'm in different class. I think I'm glad that I never met the Queen. And I think I'm glad because of a particular incident. In what we will now have to call the King's Robing Room, and it will take us a little while to get around that. Noble lords will know there are the two brass, the two figurines of the Queen and Prince Philip. Longer-serving members of the House might remember when the Queen and Prince Philip came to the occasion when they unveiled those artworks. And it was the first time, then Black Rod did a very, very insightful thing. A very, very appropriate thing. He invited very long-standing members of staff, some of whom did jobs that were not particularly glamorous, and some of whom had never really been up on in this part of the building. But they were long-serving, and he invited them to be part of them, part of the event. And so it was that Her Majesty said to Peggy, who longer-serving members of the House will remember, was the person who ran the Peers' guest room and had done so for over 30 years. The Queen asked her what she did, and at that moment, Peggy had no idea. She couldn't say anything. And this is clearly something that happened to the Queen all the time. And the Queen said, "I'm sure your colleagues think you are admire your work tremendously," and walked on. I think if I'd met the Queen, I might have found myself in the same position. So I'm glad that it never happened. But what I am also glad about is to have the opportunity to register the fact that one of the Queen's greatest achievements was her recognition of people who work for charities, all sorts of charities. And she recognised them in all sorts of different ways, not just the bestowing of honour, not just being patrons, but inviting people who never imagined it would happen to them to go to a garden party and feel like $1 million for a day. That was a truly amazing thing. I have to say, as somebody who worked in charities, it's something that she has passed on to the rest of the family. Involvement with the royal family as a charity it's not the easiest of things because they have got the most encyclopedic knowledge and historical knowledge of charity. So if you are going to talk to any member of the royal family, but particularly the Queen, about being a charity, you need to know your stuff. You really do, because she's a very, very exacting patron. But she is tremendously thoughtful, and also, I think, the most famous member of the Sandringham WI, and therefore knows charities from the bottom to the top. And I want to just add one further thing. Those of us who come from the LGBT community have really, really appreciated over the past 20 to 30 years, the way in which the Royal Family and Her Majesty have honoured our charities and leaders of our community. It's not always been easy, but the fact that the Royal Family, led by the Queen, but also King Charles and the Princes, have done that for us as a somewhat marginalised group is really important and means a lot to people who, like me, will probably never met the Queen and may never meet a member of the Royal Family. But the fact that they recognise and honour us is very important. And I think it's a signal to all the other minority groups in this country that we're all important as her subjects. And that's perhaps a little bit of her magic. I just want to add one in discussion. I used to work for Age Concern, and there was a period of time when it was extremely cold, and there was a great deal of public debate about pensioners in the middle of a very, very cold winter not being able to keep warm, and we had peels and so on. There was one particular donation that went to pensioners in a very poor part of London, and it went on the basis that they should never know who it came from or on what basis it was made. But there were some wonderful, wonderful bed sheets and blankets that went to people who really, really needed it. I don't imagine they know where it came from, but to those of us who did, that, I think, taught us that she did understand charity to its absolute core.
Yeah, very good.
My Lords, I'd like to start by first paying tribute to all noble Lords' speeches, but particularly to the speeches of the front bench when they started this afternoon. I've had the privilege of meeting Her Majesty the late Queen when I was also made a government whip and became a Baroness in waiting. And I must say that for all of us who meet Her Majesty for the first time, it is one of the most daunting, most frightening experiences, especially when you are asked to curtsy. And I did say to the then Chief Whip, Joyce Ainley, I'm not sure my dodgy knee will allow me to get back up if I do that curtsy. May I just do a quick bow? And Chief Whip at the time said, I'm sure that will be fine. Because, as all of you noble lords know in this, I'm constantly hurting my ankles and knees. But it was going in and meeting somebody who knew how to put you at ease straight away. And her conversations around India, because she obviously knew I was of Indian origin, it was just fantastic to be able to not have to start the conversation. She so warmly started it herself. And in that tribute, last night, as we heard of the news that Her Majesty was not well, and then, of course, the saddest of saddest news is I was getting messages and phone calls from across the world. From India, I was getting messages from Africa, and I was getting messages from the Middle East, all saying how sad they were at hearing the news that we were all going to have to come to terms with. And that, to me, really did demonstrate how far Her Majesty's reach was. And I couldn't imagine for one moment that the hurt and the grief and the mourning that her family must be facing today, because not only do they have to mourn, but they've also got duty to perform. And so my heart just went out to them, and I picked up the phone to my mother, and I said to my mother, because my mother's one of the biggest royalists ever, and I said to her, Mum, have you heard? And she said, just put the phone down. I just need a few minutes to absorb what I'm listening to. And I think that was all of us last night. We were all just trying to absorb what, of course, we all know is going to happen, but I don't know why we all just felt Her Majesty had this magic power that she was always going to be with us. And her visits to my home city of Leicester, I was reminded by many of the community groups last night to make sure that I mentioned Leicester and her visits to Leicester, and how they all loved her and when she visited, and how each and every one of them who was involved in those, whether they were from the charity sector or whether they're from the local communities, how she made each and every one of them feel so, so special. And I just hope that even if I can be a tiny bit in the shadows of the public service that Her Majesty was able to deliver, that to me will be a great achievement over my lifetime. We will all mourn her, and we will all, of course, in your Lordship's house, play our role in making sure that we are the biggest support for King Charles III. As we all come together, we'll have to come together to heal and offer strength to each other and to Her Majesty's family. But I want to end by just saying, as one of my community leaders asked me to say, they said, please end by saying, Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. And in Hindi that means peace, peace, peace. May Her Royal Highness, Her Majesty the Queen, rest in peace.
I came here this afternoon not intending to speak, but listening to other noble lords, I felt inspired to speak, although I think in breach of a convention of the House, the words will not predominantly be mine. They are the words of my maternal grandfather, Sir Alan Lascelles, Tommy Lascelles, Her Majesty the Queen's first private secretary, and her father's private secretary for nearly 10 years. And when my aunt died last year, we found in her papers a very short memoir of his, written in 1960, with his reminiscences of both knowing Her Majesty as she grew up and also working for her. And I just thought, I hope your lordships will bear with me if I quote two quite short sections. One because of its resonance for today or particularly tomorrow. At the time of the King's death, he wrote in February 1952, she was in Kenya. She returned as Queen, and for the moment she stepped out of the aeroplane which brought her home. She assumed the responsibilities of her new position with a calm dignity that filled us all with admiration. In all my life, I can recall no more moving incident than her entry into the crowded throne room at St. James's Palace for the Accession Privy Council. There were, I suppose, over 100 of us Privy Councillors assembled. There was not one who was not stirred to the point of tears by the sight of that slim figure in black, moving quietly to the throne, and by the sound of her unfaltering musical voice as she read the message to us. Although His Majesty King Charles may have had rather longer to prepare to assume his role, I suspect he may be feeling as nervous this evening as Her Majesty did all those years ago. And then if I just finished with the summary that Tommy Lascelles wrote. There's a wonderful passage describing her relationship with Sir Winston Churchill. But he goes on, her relations with other ministers were always easy. I never saw any sign of her having found an audience, ministerial or otherwise, a trouble. To her secretarial staff, she was an ideal chief. Her father habitually suffered from violent storms of temper, a trait that was probably hereditary. I never knew the Queen to be even mildly cross, or outwardly, at any rate, ruffled by any contretemps or piece of bad news. Her serenity was constant, her wisdom faultless. On the whole, I consider her the most remarkable woman I've ever met.
My deepest respects to the extraordinary life of Her Majesty the Queen. Her unstinted support and knowledge of the sporting landscape was formidable. She always asked gently challenging questions about personal performances and the team. None of the bland, are you happy you won or sad you lost? But she made everyone feel special and cherished, regardless of their performance. In my career as an athlete, I competed at 3 Commonwealth Games, and the Queen attending either the opening or closing ceremonies or events, provided the magic fairy dust for the event. More than the athlete parade on home soil, her speech was the moment that the Games began. She was the guiding light that we wanted to live up to. In 2002, at the Games in Manchester, who can forget Kirsty Howard and David Beckham handing over the baton to the Queen? And the Queen's baton relay this year was an amazing event. Thousands of people took part, and many more thousands came to watch, sometimes waiting for hours on a little part of a road just to see it go past. But listening to some of the stories of how the individuals came to be nominated was moving and emotional. But they all shared one thing, their pride in being part of something that was special, and they felt a connection to her. But who can forget the wonderful way in which she arrived at the opening ceremony of the London 2012 Games? You see, because before Paddington, there was James Bond. It was such a closely guarded secret. All I knew was that we had to wait and see. I was in the stadium on that night, and I remember sitting in a crowd of 60,000 people as that moment of realisation dawned. That looks a bit like Buckingham Palace. That is Buckingham Palace. That looks a bit like the Queen. It is the Queen. And when the moment she turned and said, Mr. Bond, the atmosphere was electric. No one was prepared for the helicopter or the parachute jump, but it showed an innate sense of humour. But before that, a few years before that, was the bidding process for the 2012 Games. And I believe the Queen had an enormous impact on that. As you might imagine, there are many rules for the bidding process for the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and the Evaluation Commission is only allowed to attend one reception. Other cities, 4 other cities bidding for the Games, did huge, grand receptions with hundreds of people. But it was always London's intention to do something different, and the Queen hosted an intimate dinner at Buckingham Palace, and I was privileged to attend. It allowed the Evaluation Commission some time away from the public eye, and myself and others who were part of the bid believed it played a significant role in the eventual victory. But her commitment to sport is not just about attending events. After major games, after Olympics and Paralympics, receptions were held at Buckingham Palace that all team members were invited to, and other members of the royal family were there. After one such reception after the Sydney Games, I was introduced to Her Majesty. And my mother was initially just delighted, because the day after, there was a picture published of me in a national newspaper of me and the Queen together. And so my mother looked at my shoes. Well, purple boots. And my mother deemed them entirely unsuitable, and robustly told me how unsuitable they were. At the end of my telling off, she said to me, "What will the Queen think of me because you wore those shoes?" There are times when there's simply nothing to say except sorry. Except I said, "I don't think the Queen's thinking of you." My dad shook his head, walked away from me and said, "You're on your own with that one." Because actually, I didn't want to disappoint either my mother or the Queen in equal measure. And there are many lessons we learn in life. The lesson I learned from that is sometimes you just need to learn when to be quiet. But a couple of days later, my mother decided to forgive me and very proudly showed anyone who wanted to see, and many who didn't, the picture of me. But actually, with the offending boots folded out of the picture and a hand covering them, I'm not sure that anyone else actually noticed that I was wearing those boots. But the Queen's presence at sporting events, or indeed any event, simply raised people's spirits. And at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham earlier this year, it was an amazing event. And many athletes would have wished that she could have been there, but sadly it was not to be. But everyone understood why. However, the then Prince of Wales did a sterling job, balancing ceremony with compassion, and set exactly the right tone for the successful games they came to be, which the sporting community will be ever grateful for in difficult times. It meant so much to everyone. Long live the King.
My Lords, so many good things have been said this afternoon about our late and wonderful Queen, and there have been some really uplifting speeches, which we just heard one just now, but there have been many others. But I want to concentrate just on one aspect of the whole wonderful story. The Queen was the founder of the modern Commonwealth. There have been lots of references to her famous 21st birthday dedication of her whole life and efforts to what later became the Commonwealth. And we've had it's been quoted here and quoted in broadcasts many times. And I just have two further quotations and insights from Her late Majesty to add in making my feelings understood. The first, 62 years after that dedication, after the 21st birthday, the first quotation from Her Majesty was, "The Commonwealth is in many ways the face of the future." That came out of her Christmas broadcast in 2009. I repeat, in many ways the face of the future. And the second, my lords, was when she observed only a few sad months ago, and I quote, "Today it is rewarding to observe a modern, vibrant and connected Commonwealth that combines a wealth of history and tradition with the great social, cultural and technological advances of our time." My lords, ponder on those two statements. I say, what prescience, what insight that shows into the 21st century that we should all have been sharing and following much more closely. Because, my lords, it is our membership of this giant network of, at the start, 8 nations, 56 now, and several more wanting to join, as the world switches increasingly to Asia and Africa and to an entirely different international order from the last 60, 70 years, it's entirely that which gives us back our strong role and purpose and direction, and, if handled wisely, our advantage and our exceptionalism. That is what I place at the centre of my thoughts at this sad time. For me, my lords, for all the constancy this reflects over the past Queen's long lifetime, for all the understanding of the future, well beyond most of those around her, for this insight, for this wisdom, we must now, I believe, give deep thanks beyond words and wish King Charles all the strength and good fortune in the world to follow his mother's footsteps. I believe he will do well. He is the best prepared new monarch in our history. Long may he reign.
My lords, like millions of others across the globe, I was immensely sad to learn of the death of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. I've just travelled up from Worcester, and lots of people are gathering at the cathedral to pay their respects, as they are at other parish churches. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of all the people of Worcestershire and Dudley, the Diocese of Worcester, in saying how desperately sad we are about this news. In my tribute to her, though, this afternoon, my lords, I'd like to refer to my particular place in the royal household. For some 10 years, I have been privileged to be the Lord High Almoner to the Queen. It's a rather esoteric title for an ancient role. Cardinal Wolsey was one of my predecessors. Traditionally, he didn't come to a very good end. Traditionally, the almoner has been responsible for all the monarch's almsgiving. Nowadays, my duty is to take overall responsibility for the Royal Maundy Service. At the Royal Maundy Service, as your lordships will well know, the same number of men and women as the monarch's age, so 96 men and 96 women this year, are awarded the Maundy money in recognition of their exemplary Christian service over a long period. And I was very moved to be able to accompany Her Majesty the Queen someone who's given exemplary Christian service for her lifetime herself, honouring those who had done the same. It seemed to me that as they looked into one another's eyes, they understood one another and what made them tick. Her Majesty took the Royal Maundy service very seriously. I think that's because it symbolised what motivated her. She served because of her faith in Jesus, who came not to be served, but to serve. And in doing so, she was an inspiration to millions around the globe. The Royal Maundy service is a very serious matter, but by the constant twinkle in her eye and that radiant smile, the Queen managed to put people at their ease, immensely nervous though they were. I told them beforehand that they should just say, "Thank you, Your Majesty," or "Thank you, Ma'am," as the Queen approached them, and then give a bow. But one year there was a woman who couldn't resist thrusting a pot of marmalade into the Queen's hand as a sort of return gift. As you can imagine, the Queen dealt with that unexpected development with great aplomb. All of those who were privileged to know Her Majesty can attest, not only was the Queen a fount of wisdom, she had a great sense of humour and fun. Only latterly did James Bond and Paddington make that plain to everyone. This is a time of deep grieving, but the Queen was a person of profound Christian faith, who believed in a God whose love is stronger than death. 16,000 Anglican parish churches and cathedrals, as well as other places of worship that have symbolised that Christian hope for centuries, are now open for people to give thanks, reflect, and pray. As we give thanks for the life of this most remarkable monarch and wonderful woman, and commend her to the God in whom she believed, I pray that we shall all come together as a nation as we honour her. That would surely be the most fitting tribute to our late beloved Queen, who was, through her faith and service, the glue that held us all together. We pray too, as we do so, for His Majesty the King, for him to be given the strength and grace that he needs as he takes over the reins of the monarchy. God save the King.
My Lords, I too offer my deepest condolences to the royal family on the passing of Her Majesty the Queen. My family and I will join millions of people in praying for them during this difficult time. There's a simple reminder all Muslims say out loud when someone passes away. Inna lillahi wa inna ilahi rajiun. We come from God, and to God we should return. All day I have been receiving messages from friends from all over the world offering condolences on Her Majesty's passing. It is touching to see just how much love there was and will always be for Her late Majesty. In Singapore, for where I am the Prime Minister's trade envoy, Parliament will observe a minute's silence and flags will fly at half-mast. Such is the sentiment across the Commonwealth and beyond. Rarely has one person meant so much to so many people. My Lords, when I was born, Her late Majesty had already reigned for 30 years. Personally, today, I feel a great sense of gratitude to Her late Majesty. I'm grateful for her tireless service to our country up until the day she passed, for her love, for her selflessness, for her great spirit, and for being the flag around which we all could rally at the hardest moments. She embodied our history, our values, and what it means to be a servant of this great nation. I wish His Majesty the King the strength and fortitude in building on his mother's legacy and forging a legacy of his own. Long live the King.
My Lords, I was in Boston yesterday, and lunchtime, Boston time, I came out of a meeting with one of my Harvard Business School professors and saw my phone and saw and heard the sad news about Her Majesty. Some of my earliest memories, going back to my childhood, are seeing the photographs that are in our house in India to this day of Her Majesty the Queen, His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh, on their state visit to India in 1961, when President Rajendra Prasad was the President of India, and my father, at that time, Captain Bilamoria, was the senior ADC to the President of India. Little did I know that years later would I not only be privileged to meet both of them, but to get to know both of them. And what I saw was a couple who were devoted to each other. Her Majesty the Queen was absolutely devoted to His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh, and likewise. A few years ago, His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh came to visit the Zoroastrian Centre in Harrow, and I accompanied him, and we went up to the prayer room, and we had to take off our shoes, and we came out of the prayer room, and we were both sitting down next to each other, putting our shoes on and tying our laces. And he said to me, "Do you know, I've had these shoes from the day I got married." Such is the sentimentality between this couple. And we've heard from Lord Howe, Her Majesty was not just the Queen of the United Kingdom, she was head of the Commonwealth. A Commonwealth of countries of 56 countries. Voluntary. Not one of those countries has to be a member of the Commonwealth. They do it out of choice. And she was not just the figurehead, she was the leader of this array of nations, from giants like India, 1.4 billion people, to tiny Caribbean countries, making up a third of the world's population. And we heard from the Noble Lady Baroness Ray Thompson about the Commonwealth Games just now. I'm privileged to be Chancellor of the University of Birmingham, and I was there on the 7th of October when Her Majesty drove up in front of Buckingham Palace, in the courtyard in front, stepped out and handed over the baton to the first baton relay holder, and it went all around the world across all the Commonwealth countries and territories. Prime Minister Liz Truss described the Queen as a rock of the nation. 7 decades. You know, republics don't have this advantage that we've had. Presidents change regularly. We've had somebody, that continuity, for 70 years, but not just continuity, but somebody who's been apolitical, somebody who's been objective, somebody who's been completely independent. And she cared for Great Britain, she cared for Northern Ireland, she cared for the Commonwealth. Her stamina, of course, is legendary. I remember the state visit of the President of India at Windsor Castle, and it was late into the night after the dinner, and it was a post-dinner reception, and suddenly I was summoned by the master of the household saying, Her Majesty would like you just to accompany her for a while, please. So I went up to her and I said, Her Majesty, well, where is the President? She said, well, she's retired. She and her husband retired. The Queen stayed on till past midnight, meeting visitors. Fast forward, a few years ago, the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh came up to Birmingham to open up the new street station. That's a big enough thing in itself. From there, they came over to the University of Birmingham to open the new dental centre at Pebble Mill. Not only did she open the dental centre, they stayed for lunch, spent the whole afternoon, and went back. I mean, it is absolutely remarkable. And how wonderful that we have been able to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee. This year, I was proud to be a member of the committee at the Royal Windsor Horse Show. And on the final night, Her Majesty always comes to attend the final night. And we were warned she may not come. And if she comes, she may only come for a few minutes. She has not been well. If you remember, she missed the state opening of Parliament just before that. You know, we were all seated at 8 o'clock, and she walked in on time for the show to start, and she stayed the full 2 hours, clapping, smiling, laughing, enjoying every minute, and didn't stop there. She then walked, got into the Range Rover, and did a whole lap of the arena, waving to everyone who was there, and left at past 11 o'clock. So, look at this. Today's Prime Minister Liz Truss Winston Churchill, her first Prime Minister, was born 100 years before Liz Truss was born. It is truly remarkable, and I've been proud to be a Deputy Lieutenant representing Her Majesty in Greater London. I was appointed on 9/11, 2001, when I was still in my 30s, and I remember the Vice Lord Lieutenant at the time, just after Sir Michael Craig Cooper, told me a story of accompanying the Queen, and she was going through crowds and stopped in front of a teenage girl, and the teenage girl curtsied, and at that moment, the teenage girl's phone rang. And the Queen said, "Maybe you should answer that. It could be somebody important." And that was her sense of humour. I remember sitting opposite her at a lunch at Buckingham Palace, and the famous stories about the corgis, and the corgis were there sitting around her, and one of the butlers, the waiters, walked behind her. She didn't see this happen, and he tripped over one of the corgis, and it was in slow motion out of a comedy movie, and somehow he managed not to drop the tray. So we love Her Majesty the Queen. The world loves Her Majesty the Queen, and as she says, the price of love is grief, and we are grieving, and we received messages from all over the world. I've received messages from the Middle East, from India, from America. We thank Her Majesty. My mother, who I spoke to this morning in India, said, "What a dignified woman." And she was majestic, she was magisterial, she was a true leader. She was an authentic leader, she had the abilities of a leader, and she had the empathy of a true leader. She really cared. She was the queen of all queens. She was the monarch of all monarchs. She was not only the most famous monarch in the world, but the most respected by miles. And I've said this time and again, the United Kingdom has one of the strongest combinations of hard and soft power in the world. And you know, of that soft power, number one for us has been the luckiness that we have as a country to have had Her Majesty the Queen, our strongest element of soft power. She has been the most priceless asset our country has had. So His Majesty the King Charles I, has not just got a hard act to follow, he's got an impossible act to follow. And yet, I hope and I know that looking ahead, like Isaac Newton, he will be able to see, he will be able to say that if I can see further, it's because I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, and of one giant in particular. So, Your Majesty the Queen, we will miss you, but your inspiration will live on with us forever. Our heartfelt sympathies and condolences to His Majesty the King and to the royal family. Long live the King, King Charles III. Long may he reign.
The scale of technological progress achieved during Queen Elizabeth's remarkable reign was exceptional. But as the noble Baroness Lady Benjamin reminded us, so too has been the change in social attitudes and values. For as the noble Baroness Lady Amos said in her powerful speech, the Britain the Queen leaves behind is so different to the Britain of the beginning of her reign. Indeed, the very idea that even in the middle of her long reign, she would have made someone like me, with a severe disability that also affects my ability to speak, a member of your Lordship's House, I find it inconceivable. The fact that I am speaking in your Lordship's House today compels me to reflect that surely the richness of her legacy that she has bequeathed to us can in part be seen in the far more diverse and inclusive society she so gently nurtured. For me, one of the most visible signs of that deep personal commitment to all of her people was her unstinting support for Matability, the charity co-founded by my noble friend Lord Stirling of Plaistow. I will never forget the occasion on which I was presented to Her Majesty at Windsor, where she very kindly hosted an event for Motability as its chief patron. It was a chilly spring day as we gathered outside, yet she spent over an hour greeting and speaking to all of us. For someone who grew up in an age of discrimination, some of it state-sanctioned on grounds of sex, race, disability and sexual orientation, her capacity to reflect evolving attitudes and subtly, but no less powerfully for that, embrace diversity and inclusion, was extraordinary. As my noble friend, the Lord Privy Seal, said in his profoundly poignant opening remarks, she was the queen of everyone. As others have also said, she was a monarch of great courage as well. My lords, as we reflect on the stresses and strains of our troubled world, I'm sure she would want us, as her beloved people, to draw strength from the fact that she served us, cared for us, and led us through incredibly tough times, not least during the pandemic. Throughout, she always projected a supreme confidence that the resolve, the resilience, and the resources of the diverse peoples of her United Kingdom and the Commonwealth would see us through to better times. The Queen was a personification of public duty. Our duty is to live up to her example and, as she did, continue to nurture a more diverse and inclusive society to the benefit of us all. His Majesty the King, as the Prince of Wales, has already shown his long-standing commitment to diversity and inclusion through the wonderful work of the Prince's Trust and his support for interfaith initiatives. He deserves our fulsome support. That would surely be a fitting tribute to sustain her legacy. May she rest in peace.
My lords, I rise to add my grateful thanks and tribute to Her Majesty the late Queen. And I raise these points both professionally and at a personal level. She has always been professional in the delivery of her duties and responsibilities, and it is wonderful to see how much she is recognised across the whole of the world. 70 years ago, I stood with my parents in Birdcage Walk to watch the coronation procession, and I can well remember that to this day. Little did I know I was witnessing the beginning of a reign of 71 years by such a wonderful and human queen. At the tender age of only 18, the Queen committed herself to her duty and to strike all the action that has come since she had committed to the standards all those years ago. A mere 67 years ago, the Queen also opened the science building at my school, Brentwood School. How many other enterprises have been supported thus by the Queen? Very many. While I am sure Charles III will make an excellent king, I am saddened greatly by the parting of my Queen. She has left us a wonderful person. We will not see her like again.
My lords,
So much as... Oh, I'm sorry.
My Lords, I hope the House will allow me to begin by saying how much I appreciated the opening speeches by the Leader of the House, Leader of the Opposition, Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Convener of the Crossbench Peers, and the Right Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, who I thought made a collection of remarks that have set the tone for today's debate. And I have also listened to some wonderful tributes from other members throughout the day and the afternoon, and I think today's Hansard will be a remarkable document and a testament to the person in whose honour we are holding this debate today. I remember, as many members will, when I lost my own mother. And it's a very difficult thing to lose one's own mother, and therefore my sympathy personally goes out to the King, from whom we will hear from shortly, and his family, because of the loss that they are suffering now. But of course it is, as others have said, combined with the duties that now fall upon the new King. Now, I'm one of those members in this House who didn't meet her. I'm not going to claim I met her. I was in close proximity with her on more than one occasion. I was at the investiture when she gave my wife an OBE and so on, but I'm not going to claim that I had any personal conversations with her. But nevertheless, I recognise the enormous importance she had to the lives of people in this country and the impact that she had upon them. I'm sorry in some ways that my own dad is not here to make a speech about his relations with the Queen, because he certainly had many stories he could have told, including his rather successful attempt to cut her head off, not in any physical sense, you understand, but in relation to the British stamps. But you can read all about that in his memoirs. I'm one of those who, the more I think about it in the last 24 hours, I think it was no coincidence that we saw her fulfil the one last constitutional duty for which only she could fulfil on Tuesday in appointing the new Prime Minister, and then find, sadly, that she became very unwell and died shortly afterwards. I think myself that she knew, as we all did for weeks, that she had this duty ahead of her, the appointment of a new Prime Minister, and I think she held on to fulfil that duty, which was absolutely typical of everything I've heard anyone in this chamber say about Her Majesty in the 70 years that she reigned. So, as I say, I don't think it was a coincidence that she lived long enough to do it. I also think she's a supreme example of a successful constitutional monarch for which we should all be very grateful. And when people look back over the years of her reign, this country has moved, as has been indicated by others, from a position where we were still an imperial power. We had an element of what you might call hard power, and over the decades it has been transferred into soft power, and she embodied that in a way that is going to be very, very hard to follow. However, her death is still a shock, and I think for many people it will continue to be so. When we hear from the new King in a moment, it'll begin to bring itself to bear on people's lives. But I do think there's a great deal to celebrate. And we all know that she lived to see an absolutely unrivaled Platinum Jubilee celebration. Although she wasn't able to take that much of a part in many of the events, I think the country and the nation and the Commonwealth has had a chance to say thank you to her. And her own contribution to it was, in a way, to live to see it unfold in front of her. But now there is still a great deal of mourning. And I want to end by saying this. Reference has been made to the remarkable interviews that she did give when she was younger, and her pledge to serve her country and the Commonwealth, whether my life be long or short. Well, it turned out to be remarkably long, for which we're all very, very grateful. But, my lords, she served her country as she promised to do, and she fulfilled her promise. And you cannot ask for more than that, and I don't think we will see her like again in our lifetime.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord, and so much has already been said this afternoon. But at a time of grief, I think it is better for all of us to say something, and our new King, in his message yesterday, did say that he would draw comfort, and the family would, from all the sentiments of loss and mourning and gratitude that people would express in the coming days. We have heard many fantastic and moving speeches, and it's been a privilege to be part of your Lordship's house today to listen to them. I just want to offer three brief thoughts. As already mentioned, and as the noble Lord has just captured, the Queen's last service was to invite her 15th Prime Minister to form a government. Her face in that picture was still innately curious, and to have that level of curiosity at the age of 96 after everything that the Queen had seen was truly remarkable. And her curiosity was also captured, as we heard earlier on, in that very simple question to those city financiers after the 2008 financial crash. Why did no one else see that this was going to happen? What a good question that she asked on behalf of so many of her subjects. The second we've heard is that for those who encountered her in the flesh, it was an unforgettable experience. I think she herself said that for those who were just going to catch a glimpse, she deliberately wore bright clothes so that she couldn't be missed. And I think whatever we might think of His Majesty's wardrobe, he's unlikely to be wearing that rainbow of colours that we had got so used to. As we've heard, in 2012, the Queen visited with the new Duchess of Cambridge and the Duke of Edinburgh, Leicester. And it was a huge honour for the city and the county for that visit to be the first visit to the city in the Diamond Jubilee year. It caused great excitement, but for me, the tip that I took away, having watched Her Majesty during the lunch, was that it is acceptable to open your handbag, get out your lipstick and put it on after the lunch. And that was actually something that I have taken and told many people in the past, and they have found it a great insight as to what was in the handbag, apart from marmalade sandwiches. We've also heard from Baroness Barker a story of somebody encountering the Queen and not being able to speak. Well, in my case, when I was appointed to the Privy Council, I forgot to breathe, and as the black spots appeared in the periphery vision, I suddenly realised that I had actually stopped breathing as I was so close to my monarch and was observing her in close quarters. We've also heard about the kissing of hands, and whilst one is not meant to go into the details of Privy Council experiences, I think it's fair to say that however experienced in life you are, that ceremony of kneeling and kissing your monarch's hand is probably the most agonising kiss that you will ever make in your lifetime. The third thing is that the monarch, the Queen, was our voice of stability at key moments. We've mentioned her Christmas afternoon broadcasts. Of course, after the death of Princess Diana, when the country needed a moment of stability, it was her who invoked that phrase, "Grief is the price that we pay for love," which I think is worth remembering today. And of course, she was asked to speak in spring 2020 when the COVID pandemic had struck with such ferocity. I have no doubt that His Majesty the King will provide that stability and that our thoughts and support will be with him over the coming days and months as he takes on his new duties. In many ways, we began to see that transition of power when the King was at the state opening of Parliament in this House just a few months ago. But as we've already heard, all of these events will be much more of a shock for everyone at every level of society and everywhere around the globe than most of us would have expected. God save the King.
My Lords, today as we pay tribute, having been led so sensitively and eloquently by our front benches, we must remember that Her Majesty was patron of over 600 charities, and each felt they were unique to her. Hospices and hospitals benefited greatly from her support, and she lifted the morale of everyone, even the sickest person. And then we saw that she herself lived fully and with her uniquely great dignity until death took her. My Lords, the Chartered Society of Physiotherapy had the honour of having Her Majesty as our patron since 1953, its charter having been granted by her grandfather, King George V, in June 1920. Every year of those 69 years, she sent her official royal greetings to our members to mark our AGMs. In 2020, the centenary of our charter, she particularly noted the vital contribution of physiotherapy staff in response to the COVID pandemic. Every year, when as President I read out the message, the uplift in the room was palpable. It was affirmation by her. Affirmation as physiotherapists focused on the service to the health of the nation, her subjects, and all felt and indeed knew that she deeply appreciated their role. Every event Her Majesty attended created treasured memories for all who were there. Every year, many enjoyed the honour of a lifetime, an invitation to one of the Queen's annual garden parties, and some received honours in recognition of the impact of their work. Her commitment to her citizens across the Commonwealth of Nations, as we've heard so eloquently, was evident throughout her long service, unwaveringly dedicated to all her subjects, which provided stability during many turbulent times. At the launch of the Commonwealth Tribute to Life recently, a memorandum of understanding across the Commonwealth, the friendship and support that she inspired was palpable across the transplant professionals in the room. But, my lords, I saw Her Majesty's concern for each person when I attended Sunday service at the Royal Chapel of All Saints in Windsor Great Park. Suddenly, one of the choir boys was taken ill. And after attending to him, and he did seem rather ill, I stood outside rather than disrupt the last minutes of the service. At the end of the service, Her Majesty came towards me and inquired with great concern in her kind blue eyes as to the welfare of the child and whether he would be all right. Her sensitive concern overrode all other duties in those moments. My lords, her corgis were also an important adjunct to her quiet sensibility. David Knott, the trauma surgeon, described how half a dog biscuit discreetly handed to him to give a corgi under the lunch table helped him recover his composure as the post-traumatic stress of Aleppo overwhelmed him. Our deepest sympathy and sincere condolences are offered to all the royal family, as the whole nation shares in profound grief and treasures those moments, some longer than others, where their lives were touched and enriched by our amazing Queen. My very first memory is of watching her coronation on our neighbour's first TV, and we all have our lifetimes of memories of Her Majesty to treasure, as if she was our own much-loved mother or grandmother. And now, in deepest sympathy with all who love her deeply, particularly her family, we pledge our commitment and our allegiance to His Majesty, King Charles III.
My Lords, what a wonderful note on which to end this session. We are going to, as I said earlier, adjourn for the period of the King's address, and I'm suggesting, given that timings are not entirely certain, that we resume tributes not sooner than 10 minutes after the conclusion of the King's address.
The question is that the House do now adjourn until not earlier than 10 minutes after the conclusion of the King's address. If I got that right, my lords, as many as are of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it.
sitting beside the secretaries in our case. And she's one of the dignitaries here, as most of the words we can't hear. The main one to the commanders here, the Speaker of the House of Commons, Cartman, the Lord Speaker, Lord Paul is also in this place. But it is largely a congregation of Londoners, mainly and watching, who simply decided that they wanted to come. And Roya, I think that expresses the nature of the service, of the kind that, you know, the Queen tried to represent. The senior figure in the naval states. thanksgiving for the life of the Queen. The congregation stands. And now the Dean is here, the congregation sits, and we await His Majesty, the King. An atmosphere of expectation in this great space under the wonderful dome, which of course looms over the city of London and is such a symbol of its continuity. The Dean of St. Paul's.
Welcome to St. Paul's Cathedral in London, as we gather together this evening in sadness and in prayer following the death of our Queen. Our service will include readings and hymns, anthems and prayers, a reflection. But we begin at 6 o'clock, together with the people of this nation and of many nations, by hearing a message from our new King. In the stillness of this sacred place, where worship has been offered for over 1400 years, we now wait in prayerful silence.
I speak to you today with feelings of profound sorrow. Throughout her life, Her Majesty the Queen, my beloved mother, was an inspiration and example to me and to all my family. And we owe her the most heartfelt debt any family can owe to their mother, for her love, affection, guidance, understanding, and example. Queen Elizabeth was a life well lived, a promise with destiny kept, and she is mourned most deeply in her passing. That promise of lifelong service I renew to you all today. Alongside the personal grief that all my family are feeling, we also share with so many of them in the United Kingdom, in all the countries where the Queen was head of state, in the Commonwealth and across the world, a deep sense of gratitude for the more than 70 years in which my mother, as Queen, served the people of so many nations. In 1947, on her 21st birthday, she pledged in a broadcast from Cape Town to the Commonwealth to devote her life, whether it be short or long, to the service of her peoples. That was more than a promise. It was a profound personal commitment which defined her whole life. She made sacrifices for duty. Her dedication and devotion to sovereign never wavered, through times of change and progress, through times of joy and celebration, and through times of sadness and loss. In her life of service, we saw that abiding love of tradition, together with that fearless embrace affection, admiration, and respect she inspired became a hallmark of her reign. And, as every member of my family can testify, she combined these qualities with warmth, humour, and an unerring ability always to see the best in people. I pay tribute to my mother's memory, and I honour her life of service. I know that her death brings great sadness to so many of you, and I share that sense of loss beyond measure with you all. When the Queen came to the throne, Britain and the world were still coping with the privations and aftermath of the Second World War, and still living by the conventions of earlier times. In the course of the last 70 years, we have seen our society become one of many cultures and many faiths. The institutions of the state have changed in turn. But through all changes and challenges, our nation and the wider family realms, of whose talents, traditions, and achievements I am so inexpressibly proud, have prospered and flourished. Our values have remained and must remain constant. The role and the duties of monarchy also remain, as does the sovereign's particular relationship and responsibility towards the Church of England, the church in which my own faith is so deeply rooted. In that faith and the values it inspires, I have been brought up to cherish a sense of duty to others and to hold in the greatest respect the precious traditions, freedoms, and responsibilities of our unique history and our system of parliamentary government. As the Queen herself did with such unswerving devotion, I too now solemnly pledge myself, throughout the remaining time God grants me, to uphold the constitutional principles at the heart of our nation. And wherever you may live in the United Kingdom, or in the realms and territories across the world, and whatever may be your background or beliefs, I shall endeavour to serve you with loyalty, respect, and love, as I have throughout my life. My life will of course change as I take up my new responsibilities. It will no longer be possible for me to give so much of my time and energies to the charities and issues for which I care so deeply. But I know this important work will go on in the trusted hands of others. This is also a time of change for my family. I count on the loving help of my darling wife, Camilla. In recognition of her own loyal public service since our marriage 17 years ago, she becomes my Queen Consort. I know she will bring to the demands of her new role the steadfast devotion to duty on which I have come to rely so much. As my heir, William now assumes the Scottish titles which have meant so much to me. He succeeds me as Duke of Cornwall and takes on the responsibilities for the Duchy of Cornwall, which I have undertaken for more than 5 decades. Today, I am proud creating Prince of Wales to Whistle Cumber, the country whose title I've been so greatly privileged to bear during so much of my life and duty. With Catherine beside him, our new Prince and Princess of Wales will, I know, continue to inspire and lead our national conversations, helping to bring the martial to the centre ground where vital help can be given. I want also to express my love for Harry and Meghan as they continue to build their lives overseas. In a little over a week's time, we will come together as a nation, as a common and indeed a global community, to lay my beloved mother to rest. In our sorrow, let us remember and draw strength from the light of her example. On behalf of all my family, I can only offer the most sincere and heartfelt thanks for your condolences and support. They mean more to me than I can ever possibly express. And to my darling Mama, as you begin your last great journey to join my dear late papa, I want simply to say this: thank you. Thank you for your love and devotion to our family and to the family of nations you have served so diligently all these years. May flights of angels sing to thy rest.
My Lord, the House will now resume.
My Lords, it was profoundly moving to sit together in this chamber and listen to His Majesty the King speaking to the nation and Commonwealth of his profound thanks to his mother, Her Majesty the Queen, the late Queen, and of his commitment to follow her example of selfless service. That resonated deeply. As I was travelling here today, I wish to share two conversations. One was on the Underground, when someone looked across and said, "You must be busy at the moment." And guessing what this was leading up to, I said, "How is the news of the Queen's death affecting you?" He said, "I've just been with my mum, who came to this country 70 years ago. She is now 74. She has only ever known the Queen, and she is devastated. I, too, am full of sorrow." And on we talked. And then, to get here in good time, I hopped into a black cab. And the cab driver, when he knew where I was going, also put two and two together, dropped me off, and he said, "That one is on me, Father." We are all sharing in this. And so it is. The tributes paid in this house and in the other place have rightly dwelt upon both personal reminiscences and the place of our late sovereign in the life of the nation. I too, like my fellow prelates, have made my way to Sandringham in the depth of winter. Like them, I have both made my homage in due time and faced the Supreme Governor of the Church of England across a jigsaw puzzle. I have had my sermon judged and been put at my ease in spacious hospitality. We have, my Lord, since the news yesterday, been thinking deeply about what we knew of Her late Majesty in the light of our loss. I have one particular observation to make. As your Lordships know, my diocese covers the boroughs of South London and East Surrey. And near where I live is the magnificent edifice of Streatham Public Library, to which was added in 1912 a truly splendid clock by public subscription in memory of the late King Edward VII, who died 2 years previously. A little further, again by public subscription, is a monumental statue of the same king at Tooting, Broadway. I mention this because both stand out and both were by public subscription, and thus reflected the sense of people of the day as a tangible means of expressing thanks and making their own tribute. I wonder what we might say and do in response to the life of our late Queen. My Lords, there are many tangible tributes we may make in the coming months and years to Her late Majesty the Queen. But I think one of the greatest tributes would be to take to heart the sense of vocation and service she embodied in her role. In an age where politics is dominated by great parties and economics by great corporations, is it not salutary that even those who wield political and economic power are in some sense accountable and defer to someone who personifies the unity and well-being of the nation, and in that person to find a pledge of lifelong service and integrity, one that is not shouted out, but lived out year after year. One small anecdote. When my late sister-in-law, who was profoundly deaf, accompanied me during my time as Bishop of Woolwich, with the Royal Artillery moving from Woolwich down to Salisbury Plains, Her Majesty the Queen was there for this occasion. And she spotted that my sister-in-law was wearing a Duke of Edinburgh gold badge. And she went up, and as soon as she realized she was deaf, her face lit up, and non-verbal communication took place that was of the deepest and most wonderful level. And my sister-in-law felt that she had had a wonderful conversation with the Queen not least saying about deafness in her own family. And I think her capacity to reach out, particularly to those who live in this life with great challenges, with disabilities, with learning difficulties, and with many other challenges, was a real hallmark of her own integrity. My Lords, Her late Majesty the Queen spent her long life in service with an uncomplaining dedication that she derived from her pledge to us and her duty to God, who called her to be our Queen. And so in audiences and walkabouts, at her official boxes, in correspondence, at investitures, before military personnel, before crowds, at great national occasions, in countless private moments, in numerous personal kindnesses, and in her prayers, she did not fail us. May we, my Lords, embody these standards in the vocation we have been given. That would be a fitting tribute. Thanks be to God. God save the King.
My Lords, once Nelson Mandela said, and I quote, "What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we lead." I was sorry to hear that the Queen died yesterday. She was an extraordinary woman who fulfilled her destiny with dedication, dignity, and grace, using her power behind the scenes as a cohesive force, bringing people across the globe together with overall perspective of future unity. In challenging times, she was a rock, which our Prime Minister also mentioned yesterday in her speech. Today marks the end of an enormously long Elizabethan era. Like me, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was born into a world where the British monarch was Emperor of India, but it fell to her, coming to the throne 5 years later. To embody that transition into a post-imperial world, and there can be no greater tribute to her than the heartfelt outpouring of love and gratitude expressed by the leaders of Commonwealth countries all over the world since Her Majesty passed away on Thursday. The transition has been different for every country, but it was the Queen's unfailing spirit of service and humility that allowed even the most painful of memories not to stand in the way of forging new relationships. I had the honor to meet Her Majesty twice. Once at the opening of the GLA building, where I have a beautiful photograph with her, and on another occasion at the opening of Barnardo's new offices as a Vice President of Barnardo's. I was completely taken back as both Her Majesty and the Duchess of Cornwall, now the Queen Consort, wanted to hear about my charity for widows. In 1997, 50 years after India gained her independence, it was my privilege to organize the British Indian Golden Jubilee Banquet in London, at which King Charles III, then of course the Prince of Wales, quoted the Vedas and expressed his thanks to India for his civilizing influence on Britain. It was a moment that symbolized the transformation that had taken place from imperial power and subject nation to the familial ties of equals. The enduring strength of those ties between the world's fifth and sixth largest economies was illustrated again yesterday when the Prime Minister of India recalled Queen's warmth and kindness. Many tributes have alluded to the Queen's greatness. To that I would add my voice by saying that the greatness of Queen Elizabeth lay not in harking back to the days of empire or in asserting dominance over others, but in the service and humility that characterized her reign and opened the door to new beginnings. I pay tribute to her late Majesty for the contribution she has made, which has undoubtedly made the world a better place than it would otherwise have been. It is her legacy that in an increasingly uncertain world offers hope for the future. I know the Queen's love for India and for the Commonwealth was fully shared by her eldest son, King Charles III, and that he will seek to build on that legacy. God save the King.
My Lords, may I start by saying how much I've appreciated the quite admirable tributes from across the House that we've heard today, and I just wish to add my wish to be associated with them. I think, and also could I just say, what a privilege and an honour it was to be present in the chamber with other noble lords and staff as King Charles III made his first address to the nation. It was really quite a moving occasion. I think we can all agree that as tributes go, this one to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II writes itself. She was a quite remarkable woman whose life of service and duty was lived in the full glare of public life in exemplary fashion. She dealt with the numerous challenges that arose with admirable fortitude and dignity. She was never haughty, never unkind, never condescending. Although, judging by anecdotes from noble lords today, she seems to have had ample opportunity to respond in such a way on several occasions, I think. My lords, I never met her, but I wish I had. Nevertheless, her passing has hit me hard, and it's very emotional for me and for the multitudes of her subjects from all corners of the world who also never met her, who nevertheless have come to royal palaces just to be there, to remember her with love and to pay their respects. Now, I wish to speak today as one of them, on their behalf, if that's not too presumptuous. My lords, I come from an immigrant family from Pakistan as a part of the Commonwealth. In us, she inspired feelings of loyalty and respect, and our love. She garnered the gratitude of the people of the Commonwealth who came here to build a new life. Her example in greeting leaders of all countries of the Commonwealth with respect and dignity was an example to other leaders in our communities, and indeed to ordinary people in their dealings with their newly arrived different neighbours. Not only that, but she took the trouble to travel extensively to Commonwealth countries and accept their hospitality. She will have known that in many parts of the world, to be a guest is to confer a great honour on your host. We immigrants may have felt the antipathy of some towards us, but it was always a comfort to know that the Queen pointed to the way of decency. My lords, it's no accident that so many of us So many of those who have wanted to be at one or other of the royal palaces are from the Commonwealth, because for them she was their champion and they loved her for it. And that love seemed approved by the heavens as the rainbow shone forth over Windsor yesterday evening. Her faith guided her throughout her life, and it was a privilege indeed to swear allegiance to a monarch who valued faith, a monarch who will be deeply missed by her family, to whom I offer my deepest condolences, in particular to King Charles and his Queen Consort, Camilla. I look forward to swearing loyal allegiance to King Charles III. God save the King.
Yeah. My Lords, can I start by saying how much I appreciated the remarks of the noble Lord, Lord True, and my noble friend Baroness Smith, which opened this debate, and how wonderfully moving they were. Like many noble lords, last night I spent the evening, of course, glued to the television and exchanging messages with family and friends, and like many other noble lords, puzzled as to why I felt so discombobulated and why I felt so odd, and why and it was an experience we all seem to have been sharing. I'm just going to stop this phone from buzzing like a bee behind me, pardon me. And it possibly is because I was born in the year that the Queen came to the throne. I am 70 in 6 weeks' time. Possibly because of that. Thank you very much indeed. But actually, I think it was mostly because we were all witnessing something seismic and a huge shift in our civic infrastructure and our life in the UK. And we all have to come to terms with that. And we in this House have to work out how do we support our nation in getting through this period of time. I am a member of that elite group, I'd like to think, of noble lords and baronesses who were baronesses in waiting. And I'm wondering, actually, several baronesses in waiting are here and have spoken, whether or not we should form a group of former baronesses in waiting group, sort of fibbywig, possibly we'd call it. Most of us had to be taught how to curtsy, because actually, of course, if you don't get it right, you fall over. And in my case, it was a lady in waiting, just before the audience, which we all have to have before we can undertake the varied duties of being a baroness in waiting. Now, I have not a huge recollection of the conversation of that audience because there were several of us and it actually was a bit terrifying. However, in the course of that conversation, I mentioned to Her Majesty that the week before I had been to Poundbury in a sort of coach trip of parliamentarians to Poundbury. And what I saw a glimpse of when I said that was a mother who was really proud of her boy. She was really proud of the work that our now new head of state was doing in Poundbury in its early days. And of course, the duties that we were to undertake were very varied. And in my case, they included accompanying Her Majesty to Parliament for the state opening of Parliament in December 2009. I underline the word December, in an open carriage, with Her Royal Highness Princess Anne, who I have to say I thought was going to turn blue with cold during that moment. And we also had to do things like attend diplomatic balls and other duties, of which I'm a mill worker's daughter from Bradford. And I experienced these things with wonder, with perhaps some terror. But like others in the House, I experienced also the warmth and humour of Her Majesty and other members of the family, which turned those into very valued and treasured experiences. As our new head of state, King Charles, said in his address tonight, that he will have to leave behind many of the causes and organisations to which he has poured his time and passion for decades. To young people, to the unemployed, to the environment.
And I have to say, I hope that many of these progressive causes will not fall by the wayside. I was very pleased to hear His Majesty's assurance that these will be picked up and support for the businesses, the charities, the social enterprises and the many causes will continue. So I just want to say His Majesty finished on a point of hope in his remarks, and I think we just need to say onward and upward from now on.
My Lords, I feel distinctly underqualified to offer my tribute today, particularly in this august company, but I feel very humbled that we have the opportunity to do it. And like the noble Lord Viscount Stansgate, I wish my father was here too, because my father was very involved in horse racing throughout his life, something that we know the Queen absolutely adored and was unbelievably knowledgeable about, that my father could attest to. And as a result of hanging on to my father's coattails, I was extremely fortunate in my early 20s to have the honour, really, of my life. I have to say it was almost more of an honour than when I was brought into this place, because I was invited to stay at Windsor Castle for the Ascot week. And as a young 20-year-old, you can imagine, my mother packed my suitcase, made sure I knew what to do. Yes, I could curtsy because my ballet training had helped with that. But I was sent off with many lectures about don't you dare put a foot wrong and let us down. And I have to say that Her Majesty, from the moment I walked into Windsor Castle, could not have been more kind and wonderful a host to this nervous young girl. And even when I forgot basic things like my race glasses, which is pretty essential to take to a race meeting, and I was running down those very long corridors because you're all under a great timetable, thinking, have I got time to get them before we're meant to be in the cars and all the rest of it? She saw my problem and shuggled me along and said, no, off you go, you know, take it, go in front of me. And I also experienced the deep disappointment when, you know, as you went up the race course, which was amazing, and there were school children lining the route waving at you, and the deep disappointment when it got to the carriage I was in, right at the back, that they were thinking, who on earth is that? But that's not really what I want to pay tribute. As the leader of a charity, I really want to say thank you and to note Her Majesty's enormous contribution to civic society and charities. As I think has been said, she was patron of over 600 charities. And actually, the Royal Family website notes that over 3,000 charities have a member of the Royal Family either as their patron or their president. Now, these charities are throughout the UK. They cover all aspects of life, from health, from disability, education, the arts and sport. And this is tireless, not glamorous work. The visits that the Royal Family make to charities make a huge difference, not only to the organisations themselves, highlighting some really important, sometimes not very fashionable issues, but the people we support, our beneficiaries. It is a highlight. Nobody ever says no to come to meet, in my experience, to meet a member of the Royal Family. But I think it also it highlights the importance of the Royal Family, because that's an awful lot of organisations. And as we heard in His Majesty's address earlier, he won't be able to carry on the work that he's done. And therefore, I would like to thank the wider members of the Royal Family who support this work and have supported the late Queen up until now, because any organisation I would consider is fortunate to have a royal patron. I've got two other things quickly that I want to note. Secondly, Her Majesty's love of Scotland. It was a love by heritage but also by experience. And I think that the fact that
she died at Balmoral, and that we now have all the things in Scotland in the coming days is a wonderful to note that love of Scotland. As somebody said, she was a unionist to the end, and her most political statements were in the Silver Jubilee and before the referendum about the importance of the Union and all 4 nations of the United Kingdom. And finally, service, we've heard many people speak of her service and it being a personal service, but it's also a personal service from us to our monarch. The last time I was in the same vicinity as her, if you like, was in July in the Palace of Holyrood House, where there was a redendo by the Royal Company of Archers, who are the Queen's personal bodyguard in Scotland. They are all volunteers, they are all amateurs. And my husband happens to be the adjutant of the Royal Company of Archers, and they were organising a redendo, which I had never heard. I did not know what a redendo was, and I was put in my place by my husband, because what it was to mark the 200th anniversary of the forming of the Royal Company of Archers. It was the one event of the week that wasn't about the Platinum Jubilee, and it was an opportunity for them, after 200 years, to say thank you. Thank you, Your Majesty, for allowing us to be your personal bodyguard. She was on absolutely tremendous form that day, and 324 volunteer amateurs really turned up and put on a fantastic parade that made her smile light up. And I just want to note the Captain General's words on that occasion in his speech to the late Queen. He noted that in their 200 years, the Royal Company of Archers had served 8 monarchs, but over 1/3 of their history was serving her. It was a privilege to thank her. Our new king ended his remarks that that she was a life well lived. Well, it was a life well lived, and like the Archers at their redendo, I would like to say thank you too.
Several months ago, I rang and had a chat with Helen Cross, who is the personal private secretary to the Queen. And I reminded her that over 10 years ago, we had done something of a similar nature, and I wanted to know whether the Queen would be in favour. And what this transpired was as follows, that you have all the palaces of the monarchy, but you have many, many people there, like the gardeners, the sous chef, the chambermaids, and all others all over, that hardly actually have even met members of the royal family, but certainly have never been involved in a major gathering and to do something which they might really enjoy. So last time we did exactly the same. She went to the Queen, and the Queen was very much in favour, and they had a ballot. And the ballot was amongst all the members of all the people working for the palaces, the lot, but not at a high level, people who were doing the down-to-earth jobs. Yesterday was the day they came to come on board and to visit Gloriana, the Queen's row barge, at Chelsea. And we had a great turnout, and the Queen's royal barge master and all of our watermen rowed her. And they all had a turn inside it, and we got together, they exchanged views. I met somebody from Scotland, and he was very much involved in any of the shooting and the bird life up there. And he said he's never been to London before. And then you're speaking to the gardener, and he's explaining that how the earth is very different for planting plants in Kensington as it might be in London. And I have to say, it was a hugely wonderful get-together. Two of the seniors who accompanied them came over to me and said, "Would you mind if we leave early?" And I said, no. I said, I realise that there's been some news coming out. So he said, well, we've really got to get back because there'll be a lot of communication. And I couldn't help thinking to myself, when all those people went home, they said, wonderful, they were grateful, I thanked them on all our behalf for coming, and what did they go back to? To find that the person that they loved had died. I have to tell you, it was quite extraordinary. But then, on our own front, we had to decide regarding Gloriana, which is the Queen's row barge. And obviously, with what has transpired, there's various things we have to do. I mean, for argument's sake, you have to get the flags down. You have to put all the black satin over it. And this morning, very early, 6 o'clock, we got the whole thing together to go down the river, accompanied by the police, in order to get her back in readiness for the rest of what is going to transpire. I personally have had the honour and the pleasure of running the Silver Jubilee, the Golden Jubilee, most of the Diamond Jubilee, and the most recent one, the Senior Advisor, but we took part in many areas as to what's transpiring. And I have to say that it was quite extraordinary, the reaction, and how the most important of all of them were the street parties, how people actually got together. If I think of anything which really mattered, it was that. It might amuse you, there was an occasion when Robin Jambrin, Lord Jambrin, he said to me, we're coming up now to that major concert in the palace, as you might remember. And that was in the Golden Jubilee. And he said, I think you better come along and have an audience with the Queen to put her in a picture as to how it's going and where we're going it. And he said, I suggest you come after 9 o'clock, because that's when they're going through the red boxes, etc. So if you could be there just before 10, then perhaps we could do it. So I arrived at that time, and I came in, bowed, everything was in that form, and I thought, right, we were set to talk about it. And the Queen got up, said, no, I want you, come over to the windows. And I looked out the windows, and of course, they had JCBs and everything, digging up the gardens, taking so much soil out. I cannot tell you what was going on in the gardens. And she was saying, she was so upset, she was saying, they're ruining the gardens. I said, well, I think they'll probably get them back in a reasonable state afterwards. But in actual fact, it was just a great pleasure and honour to be in that position. And also I had the pleasure, of course, at P&O and Cunard, when she came many, many times to her life for naming of some of the great ships. Perhaps most important, as far as I'm concerned, which my noble friend has already referred to, was Motability, which I co-founded with the late Lord Goodman. And the Queen became, very early on, the chief patron. But I know she's president, has been of umpteen charities, but for some reason, and I think you all have really spoken about how she is as a person, she really did get heavily involved and extremely interested in anything to do with the disabled and, of course, the veterans. And at that time, it was an idea when he had one car. 45 years afterwards, 6 million cars out, 700-odd thousand on the roads as we speak today. And I'm sure that her involvement gave us lift and a standing to those millions of families and their friends, and the disabled, of course, to put them on the road to freedom. And I've always felt that this is something which we all feel has been absolutely special. Coming up to the last couple of points, the one pleasure as well with our King is he loves classical music, which is very much part of my life. and opera and ballet and all those areas, etc. And so I'm quite sure that quite a lot which will be happening will be including that in a very major way, which gives me a huge personal pleasure. May I suggest, my lords, to finish, that what tribute would be the best for all of us to give in the memory of this wonderful person with this huge sense of duty. When we put the oath here, the oath is to serve, which is what she did all her life. I think the greatest long-term legacy that we can give her in her memory is for us, parliamentarians, to regain the trust of the people of this country. God save.
My lords, I rise to add my very personal thanks to our beloved late Queen Elizabeth II. Her love of this nation and all the people in it, and all the societies, particularly the voluntary sector, about which noble friends have spoken already tonight, is so profound. Nobody will ever count what she has contributed to the growth of voluntary activity in the United Kingdom. We are in fact much envied by many countries abroad for that. And when the Lord Bishop of Southwark was speaking about the volunteering that has to go on, I kept thinking of all those little incidents that the Queen had monitored and made note of, and often referred to in other circumstances in order to encourage more people to be involved as volunteers and in service. So if there is one thing I thank her for above all else, it's her encouragement of people to be involved with their communities. It has been for me a very special privilege to spend numerous moments with Her Majesty during my 18 years as a minister in 3 successive government departments, and indeed since that time. But I think above all, it was in the Foreign Office, and then when I took on development matters as well, that I began to see her more frequently, because so many of the things in which I was involved were loves of hers and of the late Duke of Edinburgh. It wasn't just development, it was also the Commonwealth. Many references have been made to the Commonwealth, but I think that the sheer fact that in addition to the 56 member nations of the Commonwealth today, there is a queue of countries wishing to join the Commonwealth, which we should be working hard to develop. And I am certain that His Majesty King Charles III will want that to be a feature of our government going forward. In my many contacts with Her Majesty, there have been 2 particular incidents in the island of Dominica, which was looked after as Prime Minister by Dame Eugenia Charles. Now, there's probably hardly anybody here who will remember her, but she was a very determined elderly lady, and I was to be the minister in attendance when the Queen went to meet with her. And Dame Eugenia was absolutely certain that the tea service she had on her cupboard, which she pointed out to me only she could clean, I had a slight raised eyebrow when I looked at it, but never mind, should be used when the Queen came for tea. Well, all went well until the tea came in and Her Majesty was offered her cup of tea, but she decided that she didn't want one at that moment, and that is often too many cups of tea on tours are things that ministers regret. I'm sure Her Majesty regretted it many other times too. I was left to make a diplomatic bridge between the Prime Minister of Dominica, who wanted to use the tea set, and the Queen, who had not given her the tea set. Such is the life in the Foreign Office sometimes. But there are other situations, and on that very same Caribbean visit in another island, I nearly fell down a hole outside a church into which we were going. I was following Her Majesty along, and a piece of plywood had been put down which was not a perfect fit. Needless to say, my ankle caught the edge of it. I didn't go down the hole. I was saved by a policeman, as ever. But the thing that hit me really hard was that the first thing that was said to me by Her Majesty when I got into the church in the row behind her was, "I've sent for some ice for that ankle." I didn't even know that she knew I'd nearly gone down the hole. The kindness, the thoughtfulness came up so many times in my experiences of her. And I always remember being very encouraged by her on one occasion when things weren't going very well in the then ODA. And she said, "Well, what is the main purpose of what you're seeking to do?" And without going into the politics of this in any way, I told her, and she said, "Well, why don't you try?" She came up with a thoroughly practical suggestion. And if there's one other thing I remember of Her Majesty, it is what a practical lady she was in so many ways. I hope that that practical nature will be continued by His Majesty King Charles III, who I know so well as the Prince of Wales. I'm not sure how I'm going to address him in the future. I think I'm going to make mistakes. Then I've been forgiven by the Queen, so I hope I should be forgiven by Prince Charles, as he was. See how easy it is to make the mistake. King Charles III, we wish you a magnificent reign. We hope you'll continue your mother's best and most tremendous contributions to this country. And we, as ordinary citizens, will do our best to make sure. Long live King Charles III.
My Lords, I want to start with actually the noble learned Lord Judge is getting up and walking out, but I just wanted to pick up a point that he made in his speech early on, which struck a note with me, which was the point of constitutional monarchy. We have heard this from time to time during the speeches today, and how apt this place is, particularly, to make tributes to Her Majesty. This place, the House of Lords, where Her Majesty sits on the throne at the state opening, and we call the Commons, she calls the Commons, or should he call the Commons, into here, so that they can hear the Queen's speech. Here is the place where the constitutional monarchy is on display at its most effectiveness, if you like, at the beginning of every parliamentary year. And I just think it struck me very much what the noble and learned Lord Judge said, and it is certainly for me an honour and a privilege to be able to stand here and say what a wonderful Queen we have had. And I'd really like to start really at the end, in a way, where many other peers have started, with the photo this week, leaning forward, slightly stooped to shake the other Liz's hand, a little old lady in a cardigan, the new Prime Minister's dark suit, the epitome of power dressing, her height accentuated in the foreground of the shot. Yet despite the optics, and without any disrespect to our Prime Minister, I think looking at the picture, we all knew where the real power lay in that handshake. I actually passed the photograph around our office and said, "Where is the real power?" And it was obvious. Soft power, we've heard about that today, was a phrase that could have been coined for her. The ability to co-opt rather than coerce. She would say herself, it came primarily not from her constitutional position, but from her utter dependence on God, on his Son Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit, who so clearly worked through her. And it's interesting today, I hear that President Biden has ordered all American flags worldwide to be flown at half-mast until after the funeral. What a display of power that is for one individual in Britain to have the American flag flying at half-mast for such a length of time. She was a unique expression of God's grace. In the final words of her last Christmas message, she describes Jesus, quote, as a man whose teachings have been handed down from generation to generation and have been the bedrock of my faith. Throughout her reign, throughout her Christmas messages particularly, she has referred to him as her rock. St. Paul, in his letter to the Galatians, lists out a list of the fruit of the Holy Spirit. So it's a list really of the essence of the character of God. And this list is love, joy, peace, goodness, kindness, gentleness, patience, faithfulness, self-control. And if you think of those words, love, we know of her, we've mentioned it today, love for her family, love for the people she served, love for the nation. We've heard it from every single speech, these anecdotes where she's been so thoughtful and caring to those around her. Joy, well, we've heard of her sense of humour, this infectiousness, the smile, the zest for life that she had. Peace, we've heard also of her work, her shaking that hand in Ireland. We've heard of those the peaceful overtures we've seen publicly in her family difficulties. And then we have the kindness, goodness, gentleness, which just pervade out of her. And coming to faithfulness, patience, and self-control. I'll come back to faithfulness, but patience and self-control, I often remember sitting actually in the middle here at the state opening, and this table was removed, sitting there, and we were all waiting patiently, and the Queen had come in and was sitting on the throne, and a black rod had gone down, there'd be bang on the door, and we were looking, and we were all seeing the Queen, and she was looking over our heads down the corridor, and you could hear this sort of shambling going on and this sort of laughing and sort of casual chatting going on. It was all sort of slowly ambling up towards us. And as I looked at her, I thought, there is patience, but there is also self-control. There was a steeliness in her eyes, which I think she was controlling. So with all humility, coming back to the word faithfulness, I have made a recommendation that she would have the designation Elizabeth the Faithful. We have had kings in the past, there have been many kings of other countries where you've had an adjective following just to define them. And this would be an epigram of her constancy and faithfulness and outworked sense of duty to God and man since she made those promises when she was so young, to make the uniqueness of her reign stand out in the sweep of history to come, for future generations and for in future centuries. Coming back to the present, I mentioned Biden earlier on. Apparently Vladimir Putin himself has acknowledged that, quote, for many decades, Elizabeth II rightfully enjoyed the love and respect of her subjects, as well as authority on the world stage, unquote. Even those who rule in a contrary spirit recognize and respect the miracle that she was to us. Light has a habit of overcoming darkness. She is a miracle of the modern age. So as I finish, I'd just like to talk about prayer, because we pray here at the start of every day. And actually, you can say we pray by rote, but we pray for our monarch. And we pray that God would direct and bless them and give them wisdom and give them happiness and health. And one mustn't forget, all the congregations, all the little church assemblies, every week, they pray for the monarch. And in the villages and in the towns, in all sorts of gatherings, there are people praying for the monarch. And so I just want to say to all of us, in fact, who've been praying over the years, your prayers have been answered. Do believe in the power of prayer. It is heard and it does work. And if you look at the Queen's life, which I've just described as a miracle, where can that come from? To give her that strength to do what she has done. So it's just really to finish on an encouragement to carry on praying and to pray for our new King, that he would have a long and glorious life of service. Without any doubt, as I say, God hears these prayers and he answers them. I know it would, we all know it would please her for us to say, we'll now lift up those prayers for our gracious monarch, King Charles III. May he be blessed bountifully in his reign, and we will continue to be faithful in doing that. Thank you.
Lords, I pay tribute as Her Majesty's hereditary banner bearer for Scotland, and along with your lordships, I send condolences to the royal family. As has been said, the Queen's passing yesterday is already noted everywhere to have caused shock, uncertainty, and even fear. Yet the corollary to that is the healing strength of what she has achieved. Whether here in the United Kingdom, within the Commonwealth, or elsewhere abroad, there are her priorities for how things should be. These may perhaps be summarised by her comments in London in 1969 at the 20th anniversary of Europe's Human Rights Institution, of which the United Kingdom remains now a key member, and I quote, "The Council of Europe provides us with a means to dismantle the barriers to communicate, understanding, and common effort between the European peoples. For the sake of future generations and for the peace and prosperity of our continent, we should grasp this opportunity with both hands." The Queen's humour, warm personality, astuteness, and concern for others are well known across the world. The noble Baroness, Lady Findlay, referred to her corgis and love of animals, an attribute shared with St. Francis. Certainly at all times her wishes were to encourage the prescriptions of harmony within the famous prayer of St. Francis. I join your lordships in recognising the enormous benefits which her long reign have brought to all of us, both nationally and internationally, and with huge thanks and appreciation for her remarkable legacy, which will endure.
My Lords, much has been rightly made of Her Majesty's deep religious conviction, and at the other end of her very wide character, the huge breadth of her character, of her corgis, and her wonderful sense of humour. I should like to draw together from my own experience her commitment to the Church of Scotland and her love of ponies, particularly the Highland pony. When in Scotland, as we know, when she was at Balmoral, Crathy was her parish church, and she worshipped at Crathy every Sunday. In Edinburgh at Holyrood, her parish church was the Canongate Kirk, and she worshipped there as well. But it was not just the routine of worship that inspired her feelings about the Church of Scotland. It was a deep interest in what the Church of Scotland was all about. And it was that was brought to my attention when I served for 2 years at her request as the Lord High Commissioner to the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland. My function was to represent Her Majesty at the beginning and the end of a week when the Church met to discuss its affairs, and to attend the Assembly every day for prayers as the week went on. And I had the huge privilege of living in Holyrood Palace effectively with the status one below the Queen. I was known as Your Grace, and when I went outside the door, as soon as I went outside, the national anthem was played, the full national anthem. And no doubt there were some archers to be there as well. Now, Lords, it was a very demanding week, but even more demanding was the request 2 or 3 weeks later to report to Her Majesty in an audience of half an hour as to what the Church had been discussing in its General Assembly. It was a formidable undertaking, but it was suggested to me that it would be lightened a bit if I could offer Her Majesty a present, just to lighten the atmosphere. But of course the question is, what can you possibly give a Queen a present which she's never had before? But amongst her many charities which she supported is the Highland Pony Society, of which she was patron. And we have seen on many occasions her love of ponies as well as horses. The ponies, small ponies, the Highland pony particularly, which she breeds or bred at Balmoral with great success. And my wife, who has ponies, suggested that we might make a cushion, and on the cushion embroider the portrait of a pony. And that's what we did. But then the next question is, how do you present the Queen with a cushion? And I asked one of the people who was attending the audience, who was really masterminding it, and I said to him, how do I do this? Will you hand the cushion to Her Majesty for me? And he said, no, not at all. You must take it in yourself. So I walked into the audience, clutching a cushion under my arm, took the 3 steps forward and bowed, and I'm afraid blurted out to Her Majesty, Your Majesty, I have a present for you. And there was a lovely face, a lovely smile spread across her face, particularly when she saw what was on the cushion. I must take this to Balmoral, she said. So I felt I had scored some success there. But of course, the second year, I had to do the same again. I had to give a full report on what the Church had been doing, and we wondered what we should present this time. But my wife said, well, last time it was a cushion with the pony facing one way, and it's always known that horses become very uneasy if they're on their own. Why don't we give her with a cushion with the horse pointing the other way? So that's what we did, and again, this time I went in to the audience, and I bowed 3 times, and stepped forward 3 times and bowed with the cushion and handed it forward. And again, there was this wonderful smile spread across her face. And I suspect we spent rather more time talking about ponies than we did about the Church of Scotland, but that's another matter. But this time, she thanked me for it. And later on, it was reported to me, at the end of the day's business, she went into lunch clutching the cushion, and said to everybody around the luncheon table, look what I've got, she said. And it was just typical of her that she entered into the fun of it. From the very beginning of the presentation of the cushion, there was this huge sense of fun and enjoyment that we had this little private engagement together about ponies and cushions. So I look back with enormous gratitude to these flashes of her sense of humour and her generous nature, which is not many people are given to do, although some of us in this house have encountered it many times. But I owe a particular thanks to her for appointing me to that office and to the way in which she received me when it was my turn to report on my duties. My Lords, of course, we mourn her loss deeply, and we wish His Majesty King Charles III every success in the very demanding life that he now leads. But I conclude my speech with the same words as been mentioned earlier, His Majesty's own words. Simply, thank you.
My Lords, as we gather on this sombre and sad occasion, a huge void is felt not only by the royal family and our whole nation, but the entire world. It is difficult to think of a public figure who has ever had such a global impact. We often speak about the United Kingdom's soft power and of global Britain, but so much of this was embodied in and personified by Her late Majesty the Queen. The worldwide outpouring of affection is reflective of a lifetime devoted to service and duty, a theme we have heard again and again, and deservedly so. Her Majesty was a constant and unifying figure, rising above the political fray and forces of division, providing a source of stability over 7 decades of incredible change. As someone who arrived in this country 50 years ago in traumatic circumstances during the expulsion of the Asian community from Uganda, I have not experienced anything other than the second Elizabethan age. For all the change and challenges during her long reign, it has also been a remarkable period of progress and human advancement, a period of improving community cohesion and greater diversity as barriers to those from any and all backgrounds have come down. What could be more emblematic of the social mobility of the second Elizabethan age than for someone of Indian origin, displaced from Uganda, to have the opportunity in a single generation to be appointed to this House, taking an oath of allegiance to Her late Majesty. That moment, 6 years ago this month, was the greatest honour of my life. Even more so, being a child of the Commonwealth, which occupied such a special status for the Queen. Indeed, as a child of the Commonwealth, I feel like a child of Her late Majesty. The last occasion on which I was honoured to meet the Queen was during a reception which she graciously hosted at Buckingham Palace to mark the UK-India Year of Culture. On that occasion, she kindly placed an item on display from her own personal possessions, a wedding gift from Mahatma Gandhi, a piece of cloth woven from yarn spun by Gandhi himself, including the words Jai Hind. It was palpable how connected she felt to India and the wider subcontinent, which makes up almost 75% of the 2.5 billion people across the Commonwealth. And these sentiments are mirrored in reverse, exemplified by the day of state mourning, which has been declared by the Government of India this coming Sunday, and 3 days of mourning declared by Bangladesh. The Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, has lauded the Queen for her dignity and decency in public life, and the Bangladeshi Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, has described her as a true guardian. As chair of the British Asian Trust, founded by His Majesty King Charles III some 15 years ago, I know that our new monarch shares the same priorities as his mother for the Commonwealth and maintains a deep and abiding connectivity to all the countries of South Asia, also including Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Nepal. Yes, King Charles has enormous shoes to fill, but he also possesses the strength of character and sense of purpose to pick up the baton from his mother, as our constitutional monarchy requires, and to continue the same dedication to public service and duty without missing a beat. Tonight's broadcast from His Majesty confirms this commitment and determination. In that mission and in their grief, we offer our new King, the Queen Consort, and the royal family our full and loyal support.
My Lords, I did not have the privilege of knowing Her Majesty personally, so I have no stories of cushions or tea sets. But my Lords, the most precious possession that I have is the letter of summons to this House, which reads, "I give you a seat, a place and a voice in the parliaments of this land." And therefore it is a real privilege to be able to give my tribute to Her Majesty. My Lords, when the Queen was 21 years old, as I'm sure many have said today in this House, She delivered a speech which bore the mark of her maturity, that maturity which guided her life. Her words speak louder than anything we can say. If we all go forward together with an unwavering faith, a high courage, and a quiet heart, we shall be able to make of this ancient commonwealth, which we all love so dearly, an even grander thing, more free, more prosperous, more happy, and a more powerful influence for good in the world than it has been in the greatest days of our forefathers. To accomplish that, we must give nothing less than the whole of ourselves. There is a motto which has been borne by many of my ancestors, a noble motto: I serve. And she declared, before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service. Today we think of that unwavering faith, that high courage, and that quiet heart, and that beauty which today shines from the ashes. And I think we all feel the baton being passed to the next generation. And as it passes, my prayer is that her legacy will be that we walk with that same courage, that same humility, integrity, and grace. The Queen has been a gift to our nation, binding us together. The second Elizabethan era has been a time where culture and society have changed beyond recognition. In the shaking and polarization, she has been a constant that has unified us. She has shown leadership through service. A role model, she has shown the same ethos that guides the lives of heroes across society: duty, service, and responsibility. These may feel outmoded, but these virtues are the root of our prosperity. It is no small thing to have a head of state who sees their role to be one who serves. Institutional trust, so fundamental to the flourishing of society, relies on leaders of character being held in high honour by the people. Her unique constitutional position could have been a burden, but she walked with unflappable grace and courage for the common good. From the Cold War through to COVID, she led with courage in crisis after crisis. She consistently lifted our vision higher, with public discourse so often concerned with the next crisis or scandal. She sought to stand above the fray. As the flame passes on to us, we must remember the core foundational principles which made her such a remarkable woman. She believed that the British nation could be a light in the nations and contribute positively in the world. She consciously and publicly modelled her life on the example of Jesus and saw the future through the lens of hope. May the words she delivered as we began the first Easter of the pandemic, words which reflected her core driving convictions, carry us in the next season. As dark as death can be, particularly for those suffering with grief, light and life are greater. Today is a day to remember and celebrate the legacy of a woman who has given us so much. 73 years after the speech given at 21 years old, Elizabeth II readied herself for another landmark moment. It was the outset of the pandemic, and she set out a vision for how we should approach the coming season of crisis and change. While lockdown may be over, her words still ring true today. I hope in the years to come, everyone will be able to take pride in how they responded to this challenge. And those who come after us will say the Britons of this generation were as strong as any, that the attributes of self-discipline, of quiet, good-humoured resolve, and of fellow feeling still characterise this country. The pride in who we are is not a part of our past. It defines our present and our future. May that be so.
My Lords, I have listened to many of the speeches today, an extraordinary day, speeches of expressing sadness and grief, mixed with wonderful, moving, heartfelt tributes, memories, a great outpouring of love and respect. I can't add to the tributes. The vocabulary is exhausted. Superlatives are exhausted. And I feel I'm in something of a minority, for like Baroness Stroud, I never met Her Majesty. But she entered my consciousness indelibly at the age of 10 or 11. I lived in New Zealand, and there was to be a state visit. There was great excitement at school, great excitement at home, and great excitement in the media, that is to say, children's television. And whilst I never met Her Majesty, I stood very close to her on one of her visits, and I regret to report great disappointment. She was not wearing a crown. I assumed Her Majesty always wore a crown. Now, we lived in New Zealand because my father was the High Commissioner, and the diplomatic life led me to grow up in many countries, Ghana, Canada, Nigeria, and the Bahamas, as well as New Zealand. Everywhere, portraits of the Queen, usually, of course, wearing her crown. We prayed for Her Majesty and the royal family every Sunday in every country we lived in. She was a constant presence. And I mention this because in these countries, the love and affection and the respect was everywhere. It was truly impressive, and it was a privilege to experience it firsthand. Whilst I am one, perhaps, in the minority of not having met Her Majesty, I think I'm probably also one of the very few who has heard the national anthem, God Save the King, sung with vigour. For 16 or 17 years after the Queen's coronation, I attended a visit to a small island in the Bahamas with my father, who was the governor. They had not had an official visit for decades, and we climbed out of a small boat, and the officers of the town lined up and hands shook. And then the band played, and the school choir sang God Save the King. The news had not caught up with this small little township. Her Majesty's legacy is one we can share. I think perhaps the world's greatest role model. She defined the concept of service for us all with endeavour, commitment, and of course, oft said today, humility. And we must strive to behave in the same way. We remember our Queen, a wonderful person, a monarch who will enter history as a truly great individual, I'm sure, admired the world over. God bless the King.
My Lords, I sense that all noble lords who have wanted to give tributes have done so by now. And just to remind noble lords that the House will sit again at 1 o'clock tomorrow for continuation of tributes for those who want to come in tomorrow to give them. But with that, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The House do now adjourn.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The